So hot. Oh, there you go. Hello. Hello. Oh, you're here. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some reading of history. Also, there's a topic that has been brought into my attention. I've been outside. My hair is all wet. How are you? Are you interested in the project Fight the Empire? I'm gonna be reading a book, a few books, okay? I'm gonna be reading the books that I wanna use to sort of use as a launching pad for my thing that I'm gonna do for the project. And also, I wanna talk, I guess, impromptu about how do you feel about universal basic income? Liberal? Am I liberal? Wait, what does that have to do with stuff? Also, how do you feel about universal basic income? You just posted on Reddit? What a coincidence. What did you post? Tune the Empire. Yeah. Apparently Poland is planning to implement a UBI. I just learned about it today. Um, what is your view? How conservative is it? I mean, it depends. The viability depends on the amount, right? It depends on how much would UBI be. I have a few articles here. Like Poland plans to implement $425 for every citizen, no matter how much they earn. And that's pretty cool. I have a Polish article here about it. 1,700 zloty, which is $425 for every Polish person, with no criteria and no conditions necessary to get it. UBI means getting $425 per month for every citizen, no matter what their situation is. Is Poland ready for such a step? And it will be sponsored by the EU as well. So interesting. I wonder when there's conversation about it in Poland. Fido! Universal. Apparently, economists are very on board with the universal basic income. Apparently, in Poland, they were about to implement the universal basic income, and then COVID happened. Apparently a few states have the apparently a few US states have implemented universal basic income. Sounds strange to imagine the US doing UBI. In Polish years, this would be like asking if maybe the mid-60s would have been the right time, sort of. Apparently California has it, Texas, North Carolina. They sort of they experimented with it. But that program was to us selected. From $600 to $1,000. Apparently, the experiment was a success and people were very rational with their spending with their money. And they became more active publicly. And became more active. Interestingly enough, people that got UBI became more active professionally. They got more active when it comes to working. What do you think? I wonder. Are you ready? Who knows? Maryland should have a universal basic income. I'm gonna look it up. Will Maryland will Maryland introduce UBI? Baltimore basic income helps parents. There is no current plan to introduce a statewide universal basic income program in Maryland. There are ongoing pilot programs that at the county and city levels. For example, Prince George's County has a 2-year pilot program, and Baltimore City also has a 3-year program. These pilots aim to study the effects of guaranteed income on residents. Okay. What do you think? So what would do you want me to start? Are you ready to start? Or do you want, you're here, you came here for the, thing, so I'm gonna let you decide if you want me to do some gaming or just jump into the Empire. The Empire Strikes Back. That's a dealership. You can sell cars in the use of a license. That's more fundamental. Hello, Shakespeare. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm doing the Empire thing, which means that I'm just gonna read the books. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I should read the less obvious book. Okay, I'm gonna look for it. I plan to read 2 books, and one of them is, the one, my favorite book in the universe. Gonna read it. I bet nobody read it in the world from my viewers. Okay, I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna open it in the browser as well. How are you? How are you right now? Right at this moment? Right this second? Did you know that Poland is talking about introducing UBI, which shocked me to the core. I'm better now that I've learned that Poland is planning to introduce UBI. Hello, Filip August. Maryland, Uber, alles. True. Maryland is the best state. It truly is. True. There is no better state than Maryland in the world. Good people know. Oh, I found it. Kind of. Where is it? Okay. Let's go. Need UBI and price controls. Well, I would be happy for UBI for now. It would help me a lot. The Oxford History of Poland-Lithuania, Volume 1, The Making of the Polish-Lithuanian Union, 1385-1569 by Robert Frost. Remember this name because Robert Frost is a boss. Look at this. Look at this cover. Isn't it cool? By Robert Frost. Oxford History of Early Modern Europe. R.J.W. Evans. See, we already started reading. We already started our deep dive into the history. Oskar Halecki, Adolfa Sapoka, Mikhailo Kruszewski, Matvej Lyubavsky. Maryland is what Lebensraum supposed to look like? I'm all in. Yes, it is. Exactly. You've got it. You got it perfectly, okay? That is exactly what it's supposed to be. Okay, we're gonna start. My favorite book in the world. Preface. 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 I think you're supposed to read it as preface, but why don't you read it? Okay, see, English language is weird. I'm gonna do a whole rant about the English language. Why is it preface? Why isn't it preface? Clearly, this is pre and this is face. See? F-A-C-E. Face. Why don't you read it as face? Can anybody reasonably explain to me why you're not supposed to pronounce it as face? Preface? Anyone? Anyone? Isn't it the before face? Before face. Self-explanatory. Why? What do you mean face palm? Hold on, I'm gonna check something. Look.
Preface.
See preface. Why not preface? Yeah. I think it should be a preface. I think it would make sense. Also, I'm still gathering money for Ukraine. I'm gonna go to Kharkiv. I have decided to go to Kharkiv. I heard it's very nice this time of year. Also like the stream. You don't want to go to Kharkiv. Yeah, I do. There's a branch of the organization that I work with there. Have you heard of Have you heard of Voices of Children? Have you heard of the Voices of Children? They have a branch there, and I want to go there and talk to children and parents. Why not Lviv? Because Lviv is much less interesting for my plans. Lviv has much less to offer when it comes to the work that I do. Yeah. That's what I do in Ukraine. I talk to children. Yes. I interview them. There's an organization called Voices of Children. It provides mental health assistance to children that have been affected by war. And I interview them. Oh, I've been to Lviv already. It is nice, but I've already been there. What do you mean? Who are you, Mark 7.8? Who even are you? Who are you, Mark? I'm a Russian agent? Oh, that's great. You're not a real Russian agent. If you're a real Russian agent, you'd never say poor Ukrainian children. You'd never say that. Why do you think so? Because you said poor Ukrainian children, and a Russian agent would never say that. Yeah, I do. I do think so, yeah. Russian agents kidnap children. Paido. Paido. What makes you think so? Experience with Russian agents. I would not understand any of the archives. I would need to go visit them with a translator or something. Wait a minute, Lucy. You're telling me right now you're going to leave Fido again alone again? That's not very nice. Well, what do you propose? Are you telling me to take him? Are you proposing that I take him with me to a war zone? Is that it, Vladimir? Should I take him to a war zone? You're not telling me that, are you? Hold on. I have to check you out. Very suspicious, Mark. Very suspicious. It could work. As quick as possible, then. I try to learn Ukrainian. Like, instead of jeden, you will say odin. Instead of dzień dobry, you will say dobry dzień. Stuff like that. But I still cannot. I mean, I can read Ukrainian, sort of, kind of, and sort of, kind of. Like, it's not that I read and I understand nothing. I actually understand quite a lot, but maybe I should go to the... Although I wonder what language I'll find more in the archives, Ukrainian or Russian. I'm worried about that. Well, I try to... wait, hold on. lucyhas.org/live. Speaking of... consider donating or subscribing so that I can, do stuff. My Japanese will be useless. Okay, let's try reading a bit. The answer is going to shock you. They're still speaking in Russian. Well, I mean, speaking does not shock me. I'm talking about archives. I'm wondering which language will be more prominent in archival documents. That's what I'm talking about. If it's Ukrainian, then I will be able to read it more or less. But if it's Russian, then I'll just be lost, like a child in the mist. Okay, this is not the history of a state or a nation, which is why I love this book so much. Like, when I read these words, I fell in love with the book. The first sentence made me feel very fond feelings. Okay, so this is not the history of a state or a nation, the usual concepts that frame the writing of political history, but of a political relationship, a political union that grew and changed over time and expanded to include more peoples and cultures than the Poles and Lithuanians, who established it in its original form in 1386. Historians often write of state and nation building. They rarely write of the formation of unions, and if they do, they usually do so from the point of view of one or other of the states or nations that form the union. After the process usually and erroneously refers to as the partitions of Poland, this sentence made me love the book even more, by the way. Depends what archives. If it's USSR era archives, then yes, those ones are in Russian. Okay, then I would need someone. And what archives could I expect to be in Ukrainian? What archives could I expect realistically to be in Ukrainian? What do you think about the book so far from the few sentences that I've read? Oh! So what do you think? What do you think about the book so far? You haven't commented. You all came here for the book, but you haven't commented on it. Even though I read you the best sentences, the best sentiments ever. What's up? As real leftists, we are leftists. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'm gonna go grab a drink. And in the meantime, you write what you think. We are all leftists here, so you should be happy about a book that doesn't write about a state or a nation, but about a relationship, a union. After the process usually and erroneously referred to as the partitions of Poland, removed Poland-Lithuania from the map between 1772 and 1795. The complex historical development of the lands that once formed Poland-Lithuania has resulted for much of the time since 1795 in the Union being presented in a negative light. Oh wow. I can't believe I'm gonna go grab a drink. I encourage you to I don't know, to engage with the stream, and you're like, I'd rather talk about some ledgers. I'm gonna be back. No. We'll see what happened to all of your books. I've been flooded and I have to take them off the shelf. I'll have to put them back on at some point. Oh. Well, nobody has engaged with what I've read from the book yet. I cannot believe this. Nobody has engaged with the preface. If you cannot engage with the preface, then how are you gonna engage with the postface? We're gonna be lost when we get to the postface. Hey, Bubushu! Hey, mister! Hey, mister! Hey, mister! I like knowing that Poland and Lithuania was neither anything national nor state. That is... Yeah. Do you live in western or eastern part of your country, Lucy? I live in Warsaw. Which technically speaking is a little bit more eastward. It is seen as a failure and above all an episode in Polish history in which the Poles extended political control over the territories of what now constitute the modern states of Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Latvia, and parts of what became Estonia, Russia, and until 1945 Germany. This approach has led many non-Polish historians to portray the Polish-Lithuanian Union as an exercise in Polish imperialism that stunted their own national development. This is interesting. See, this is why I really wanted to read this for Fight the Empire. Does it include any pre-market economic descriptions? Actually, this book goes into monetary policy a little bit, so I don't know. Believe it or not, we'll be talking about coins. But yes. I have to find it. There was this very interesting panel of historians, and there's been on the internet a popular notion that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was imperialist and did imperialism and it, colonized peoples. And I remember Ukrainian historian from, I think, Kiev was asked about it. And I remember him responding that it's total bullshit. This approach has led many non-Polish historians to portray the Polish-Lithuanian Union as an exercise in Polish imperialism that stunted their own national development. While there is a strong tradition in Polish historiography dating back to Michał Bobrzyński and beyond that blames the Union for the partitions. Yet the Union was no empire. See, this is important. This is why I wanted to read this, to sort of talk about what is and what isn't an empire. Does that make sense? That is sort of my goal with the thing that I'll be doing on my Fight the Empire bit. Does that make sense? Oh, hello, Palm Dad. I didn't know you were here. So yet the Union was no empire. In its origin, it was a classic late medieval composite state, in which the various realms that came together under the rule of the Jagiellonian dynasty between 1386 and 1569 gradually formed a strong political union through negotiation and consent, despite some spectacular disagreements as to its nature and form. Its disappearance in 1795, just as revolutionaries in France were proclaiming the doctrine of the sovereign nation, one and indivisible, means that the history of East Central Europe has been written largely through the eyes of the partitioning powers and their successors. Above all, Russia and Germany, or by historians of the individual nation-states that fought for the independence that was only secured after 1918 or 1990. Yet, the largely negative assessments of the Union fail to explain why it came to be and why it lasted so long. This book attempts to answer the first of those questions. When more years ago than I care to admit, Robert Evans invited me on behalf of Oxford University Press to write a history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth from 1569 until 1795, I had originally intended the story of the making of this union between 1386 and 1569 to be a brief introductory section. I soon realized, however, that it is impossible to understand the political dynamics of such a complex political construct as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth without a clear grasp of how it was formed. There is no detailed study in English of the making of this union. Indeed, there is a very little on it in English at all, since the Anglo-Saxon scholarly world has for far too long been largely content with the versions of the history of Eastern Europe written by Russianists and Germanists. Then Russia used to invade Poland quite a lot. We could say that Polish people and Russians have a beef. I think it's fair to say. There is a beef between Polish people and Russians. Oh wow. I thought I thought I captured the audience with this beautiful, beautiful book. For a moment there were like 12 people. Alright, let's continue. With this in mind, with this in mind, and aware that there has been no comprehensive re-evaluation of the making of the Union since Oskar Halecki's classic two-volume Dzieje Unii Jagiellońskiej, published in 1919, I suggested to OUP that I might publish a two-volume study of the Union from its formation in 1386 to its dissolution against the will of its citizens in 1795. This book is the result. It takes the story from the origins of the Union in the late 14th century up to its consummation at Lublin in 1569. Halecki's great work was written as the partitioning powers imploded in the maelstrom of the First World War, and published as Poles and Lithuanians began a war over Vilnius, the former capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. While it is sympathetic to the Lithuanian and Ruthenian inhabitants of the former Grand Duchy, and it's frequently critical of Polish policy towards them, it is written from a Polish perspective. This book is an attempt to provide a history of the making of the Union that eschews any national perspective, and which suggests that the non-Polish peoples within the Union state played as great a part in its formation as the Poles. Okay, I have to get to sleep. Nice to meet your channel, Lucy Hadza. Dropped a sub and I look out for more live streams. Thank you very much. Let me see. Senate votes on Trump's big billionaire bill. Wait, hold on. I have to check something real quick, okay? Oh my god, oh my god, I remembered something incredible. Oh my god, everyone. Oh my god, everybody. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's happening. Something incredible is about to happen. I think. Hold on. Final Fantasy that. Oh! Oh, in 3 months. Never mind. And Final Fantasy Tactics will be here in 3 months. Damn. Are you excited? Alright, so what do you think of the book so far? I want an attentive audience. I feel like a teacher. Okay? Let's go to the live chat instead of top chat. Amazing sleep schedule, guys. That's right, Ass Scratcher 45. Hey Lucy, I always thought that Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was some kind of democracy, but for monarchists, but it also was those kind of monarchists that made the whole system unworkable. Not exactly. Also not exactly for monarchists. Like, the king did not have much power in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, so, like, the nobles were kind of anti-monarchists in a way, you know? Because the king had very little power in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth and was elected. So it was a democracy, but not for monarchists. It was a democracy for the nobility. The nobility formed what you would call citizens, and everybody else was not exactly citizens like the nobles. Does that make sense? and the system was workable, but there were a part of there were a few sort of there were a few factors that um, caused the paralysis in the system. But it was not unworkable. It was quite like, for example, the nobles. There were two types of nobles. There were this higher type of nobles, magnati. They were richer and more powerful, and they sort of broke the system. And you know the Cossacks, right? The Zaporizhian Cossacks, for example. They wanted to be made equal to the nobles. And if they were made equal to the nobles, preferably early on, when they started sort of putting those demands forward, then all of us would have, like, we might have seen a totally different history unfold, let's just say. If the Cossacks were actually given status similar to the nobility within Zaporizhia. I'm actually now quoting a Ukrainian historian from Kiev. I sort of agree with what he said, that if, especially in 1569, if the Ruthenian nobles pushed for a three-sided union, not just Poland, Lithuania, but also Ruthenia, you would have had the three-sided union of three countries, then that also would have led probably to more positive long-term results. The Ukrainian historian argued that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a strong balancer on the continent against Russia, and that the evaporation of that strong balancer has led us to the situation in which we have found ourselves now, basically. Sad. I wish I could find that panel. It was a very interesting panel. It was a panel on historical relations between Poland and Ukraine. A panel of historians, exclusively historians. Hello, Malaki. How are things? Okay. It therefore tells the story from multiple viewpoints in order to explain the success of the Union, which remains, despite its inglorious end, one of the longest-lasting political unions in European history, whose cultural legacy is evident to this day. It is the first part of a two-volume attempt to study the Union on its own terms, and not to judge it for failing to be what it did not try to be. Above all, it seeks to restore the history of the largest state in late medieval and early modern Europe to the general story of European development after years of historiographical neglect outside of Eastern Europe. The first volume is not and cannot be a histoire totale of the vast geographical area that constituted the Union state. It is conceived as a political history that tells the story of the Union's making. It is therefore largely a historia evenementale, and only deals with economic, social, and cultural factors of direct relevance to the making of the Union, such as the political role played by religion and the development of the rural economy, which was of crucial importance to the nobility that formed, although never exclusively, the Union's citizen body. Where is it? There will be a fuller thematic treatment of important issues such as religion, the Renaissance, and the influence of humanism, and the Union's unique urban world in Volume 2. I should get Volume 2. but I never fully read volume 1. The book is dedicated to the memory of 4 great scholars of the Polish-Lithuanian Union: a Pole, a Lithuanian, a Ukrainian, and a Russian. They had very different attitudes towards it, and one of them, Mikhailo Hrushchevsky, loathed it and all it stood for. I have to check something. All of them lived through the traumas of the 20th century in Eastern Europe and suffered for their fearless and uncompromising attitude towards their scholarship. 2 of them, Oskar Halecki and Adolfas Zapoka, ended their lives in exile without access to the sources that nourished and sustained their scholarship. 2 of them, Matvei Lyubavsky and Mikhailo Hrushchevsky, ended theirs in Soviet detention, as their works were denigrated or suppressed by the communist regime. None of them ever abandoned their integrity as historians. This work owes much to all of them. Its shortcomings are entirely the responsibility of its author, who has the good fortune to live in an age when the difficulties they faced have largely evaporated. And the peoples of the successor states of the Polish-Lithuanian Union have mostly, although alas, not yet entirely, had the freedom to explore its history on their own terms. I hope that they will accept this view from an outsider in the spirit in which it was written. Robert Frost, Warsaw, January 2014. Cool? What do you think of this preface? Preface. How did you like? I think it sets the tone, right? Yeah. All right, we did the face, and now we preface, and now we're gonna do mid-face. Acknowledgements. I don't think we have to read the whole acknowledgement bit. I think that's list of maps and tables. So we're gonna have maps. Okay, we're gonna have maps and tables, illustrations, abbreviations, and stuff. Kreva, krewa, krewo. Poland, Lithuania, on unions, the Krev Act. Structures, baptism, cousins, Vilnius Radom, fruits of union, Horodło, defending the union, crisis, Ruś, after Jagiełło, resolution, Prussia, the 13 Years' War, new monarch, Jagiellonian Europe, Litva, Prussia and the Union, Lublin, the King of Poland in the 14th century, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in 1385, the Polish-Lithuanian Union in the early 15th century, the Prussian lands. Społeczeństwo Polski średniowiecznej. A note on personal and place names. There is no completely satisfactory solution to the problems, both practical and political, of rendering the personal and geographical names of Eastern Europe in a text written in English. A balance has been struck between scholarly exactitude and readability for those who do not know Slavic or Baltic languages. I have tried to strike such a balance. With regard to personal names, I have generally used English equivalents for the names of ruling princes and their families. Thus, Casimir, not Kazimierz, Sigismund and not Zygmunt, and Catherine and not Katarzyna. Katarzyna. Where there is no exact English equivalent, I have preferred the native version over archaic anglicizations. This Władysław and not Laszlo, and not Ladislas, Vasily, not Basil. Although I have preferred the German forms of Slavic names for the Germanized Slavic families who ruled in Silesia and Pomerania, thus Vladislaus and Bogislav. I have preferred Louis of Anjou to Ludwig or Louis. For the man who instituted the union, I used the Lithuanian form Jogaila until his conversion to Catholicism, from which point I used the Polish form Jagiełło, since this is mostly how he is known in the English language literature. I have used the Lithuanian form of Vytautas rather than the Polish Witold, or the transliterated Russian form Witold, and Sigimantas for his brother, rather than Sigismund, to distinguish him from Sigismund of Luxembourg, Sigismund I, and Sigismund August. In order to help readers without Slavic and Baltic languages to discriminate between the different backgrounds of the individuals and families I have adopted a scheme in which Polish forms are used for Poles and Lithuanian forms for Lithuanians until the mid-16th century, when Polish spread rapidly among the Lithuanian and Ruthenian elites. I have signaled the gradual switch to Polish in the 16th century by using Polish forms for Lithuanian names for the generation politically active in the lead-up to the Lublin Union. This is the point at which the Radwila became the Radziwiłł, though the fact that Polish was the first language of Mikołaj Radziwiłł the Black and Mikołaj Radziwiłł the Red says nothing about their national identity. True, because there was no such thing really back then. The situation is even more complex with regard to names of Ruthenians, a term used to denote the inhabitants of what was known as Ruś. Modern Slavic languages distinguish between Ruś and Russia, a distinction that was unknown in the period covered by this book. Modern nationalist battles, however, make it important to distinguish between Russian rosyjski in Polish and Rusjan, Ruski in Polish. Yeah, I agree. I actually very heavily agree that it is important between this to distinguish between rosyjski and Ruski. In order to avoid the awkward form of Russian in English, I have followed convention by using the English form Ruthenian, derived from the contemporary Latin. The Ruthenians in this book are the ancestors of modern Belarusians and Ukrainians, although Ruthenians in this period did not know any such distinction. And this is also quite important, by the way. Do you understand? Is that clear? Isn't this a beautiful journey that we're taking together? Hold up. I have to take a blanket. One moment. Baby boy. Chodź, Pajdo. Chodź, baby boyu. Chodź, baby boyu. Wow, I can't believe nobody has any questions and thoughts and prayers. Isn't this the perfect thoughts and prayers moment? All right, hold on. Okay. Such distinction did not exist. Okay. Since Ruthenians spoke a number of different dialects of Eastern Slavic, and orthography was by no means fixed, I have transliterated largely from modern forms of the names using Ukrainian forms for Ruthenians from the southern lands, Belarusian forms for Ruthenians from the land of modern Belarus, and Russian form for the Muscovites. I have simplified the transliterations, omitting soft signs and diacritics to make the text more readable for non-Slavic specialists. Thus, I use Hrushevsky, not Hrushevsky. Hrushevsky, not Hrushevsky. Ostrowski, not Ostroshki. For families of Lithuanian origin who became Ruthenianized and Orthodox, I have used the Ruthenian version of their names, thus Holshansky and not Alseniaskiai. See? This is a thing that people don't realize, that Lithuanians Ruthenianized, which does not mean that there was some form of organized Ruthenianization of Lithuanians happening, because the language worked completely different. Okay, language was not a marker of identity back then. I think it's very important to remember that when discussing this topic. I'm just tripping through my back to school moment. Nothing much. See, that's nice, isn't it? Similar principles are used with regard to geographical names. Where there is a standard English form, I have used it. Thus Warsaw, Krakow, Moscow, Vienna. My general principle is to use the language in which places appear most often in the sources, and which is used by the dominant elites in the city or province. Thus, I prefer the German forms Danzig, Thorn, and Elbing to the Polish form Gdańsk, Toruń, and Elbląg. Matters are more complex in the lands of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, where the linguistic map has altered considerably since the period covered by this book. On the whole, I have therefore used Lithuanian forms for places within the territory of modern Lithuania. Vilnius, not Vilno or Vilna, Trakai, not Troki, and Ruthenian forms for territories with a largely Ruthenian population. Rather than adopt one of the numerous variant spellings that appear in the sources, I have preferred to use the modern place names in Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Russian. Thus, I use Kiev, not Kiev. Very good, okay? I see, this is why I like this book. This is why I like this book very much. So therefore it is Kiev, not Kiev, although I do refer to the Kievan Rush. Nawachrudak, not Novogródek, Hrodna, not Grodno. The exception is for Red Ruthenia. most of which is now in Ukraine, but which was part of the Polish kingdom from the 1340 to until 1795. Actually, I'm pretty sure parts of Red Lithuania are in Polish borders to this day. I can show you, okay? I can show you. Uh, there has to be a map that nicely. I swear I saw. Uh, I saw Róż Czerwony, the red Lithuania. There you go. See? We have Poland and parts of the red Lithuania. We have some of the red Lithuania still in Poland. And where Polish was the dominant language among most of the elites by the late 15th century. Thus, I prefer Lwów to Lviv, although I use Kamieniec Podilski, not Kamieniec Podolski, since this territory was disputed between Poland and Lithuania. Transliterations from Cyrillic are based on a modified form of the Library of Congress system, omitting diacritics. It has long been standard for bibliographic information in footnotes to be transliterated, but computerization has made it easier and less expensive to print different alphabets. I have therefore left titles in the bibliography and footnotes in the Cyrillic alphabet. Those who read East Slavic languages do not need them, but to be transliterated. For those who do not, it may be useful to be able to tell at a glance whether a source is in Russian, Belarusian, or Ukrainian, rather than Polish. I have provided a gazetteer with equivalents for places names in the various languages of the region. All translations are my own, unless otherwise indicated. A note on currency. Oh, see? Do you want me to read the part about currency? Do you want me to? Polish Lithuanian meme coins? Yes. Bitcoins. Until 1569, Poland and Lithuania had different currencies, as did Mazovia until 1529, and the Prussian lands until the currency union with Poland established between 1526 and 1530. Polish monarchs also maintained a separate system of coinage in Red Lithuania in the 14th and 15th centuries. The Polish monetary system in the 14th century was heavily influenced by the currency reforms carried out in the 1300 by Václav II of Bohemia, King of Poland, 1300 and 1305, and in introduction of a gold coinage in Bohemia in 1325. The silver Prague grosz, the name derives from the Latin denarius grossus, or large penny, circulated freely in Poland, as did the gold Bohemian florin in this period, as at a rate of roughly 12 groszy to the florin. Władysław Łokietek, 1315 currency reform owed much to the Bohemian example. From 1315, 48 groszy were minted from 1 mark of silver, grzywna in Polish, which weighed half a pound. This was worth 576 pennies, denary. In 1315, 1 grosz contained 3.6 grams of silver, equivalent to the Prague grosz. By 1348-86, there were 16 pennies to the grosz, and 768 were struck from 1 mark. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. The silver content of the grosz declined steadily between 1300 and 1530, and the Polish grosz devalued substantially against the Bohemian equivalent. If in 1300 to 1310 they both contained 3.6 grams of silver, in 1400 to 410 the Polish grosz contained 1.38 grams of compared with 1.75 grams contained by the Prague grosz. By 1530 the figure were 0.77 grams and 1.18 grams. The mark remained a money of account. Łokietek and his son Kazimir III minted gold ducats, probably largely for representational reasons, and Bohemian and Hungarian ducats long remained the main gold coins circulating in Poland. Under John I Albert, the problems caused by fluctuations in the value of silver and gold led to a half-hearted currency reform whose major achievements was the introduction of a new gold coin, the Polish złoty, Florenus Polonicus Aureus Polonicus, as the equivalent of the ducat, whose value was established at 30 groszy, although this was raised to 32 groszy in 1505. In 1528, Sigismund's first currency reform laid the foundations of the bimetallic system for the rest of the early modern period. It established a new ducat or red złoty, czerwony złoty. Henceforth, the złoty became a money of account in 1528. 1 ducat or red złoty was worth 1.5 złotys. In 1558, Sigismund August raised the weight of the mark from 198 to 202 grams. Between 1547 and 1571, 1 ducat or red złoty was worth 54 Polish groszy. Does that make sense? Lithuania in the 15th century adopted the kulm mark, hryvnia. Oh. Wait. I have no clue that was the case. Wait, Lithuania adopted the hryvnia? Now I have to Google hryvnia, okay? I did not know that. I learned something. Is it gonna be mentioned on the wiki? The currency of the Kievan Rus in the 11th century was grivna. Oh, the history starts in 1917. Great. Oh, so it's not, you cannot even find this on the wiki. So I guess we have to take the book for it. Like, Lithuania in the 15th century adopted the kulm mark, hryvnia, from the Teutonic Knights. We have to Google this. This is... If I don't find anything in English, I'm going to I don't care about the AI, okay? No, Lithuania did not adopt hryvnia in the 15th century. The hryvnia was introduced as national currency in Ukraine in the early 20th century. Oh my god. See, the AI is wrong. This is why you should not trust the AI. Lithuania in the 15th century adopted the Kulma mark, hryvnia. So, there you go. Hryvnia was duly as ancient pre-monetary form of money. The Times of Kiev, Rus, and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. There you go. To the rest of the hryvnias. In many ways, for Ukrainian lands, the Lithuanian period was a renaissance of ancient Kievan Rus. We see it in titles of rulers, traditions, and some relics of the ancient economic system. So there also was Lithuanian hryvnia. There you go. It said there was also a Lithuanian hryvnia. It has a form of stick, 100 to 110 grams of weight. But in the 15th century, hryvnia was totally replaced with coins as we know them. Okay, so there was a hryvnia in Lithuania for a bit. Here we go. The Teutonic Knights. 15 Lithuanian groszy were worth just okay, let's continue. Part 1. Towards Union. Kreva. Krevo. The small, sleepy town of Kreva is little more than a straggling village, hard to distinguish from the rolling wooded countryside in which it lies. We will here. Here. See? Let's see. Let's see how it looks like. Kreva. Rundown wooden houses with hens running free in their vegetable gardens cluster haphazardly round a large whitewashed Catholic church. There's a small cafe with parking for the odd bus party of tourists visiting the ruins of an imposing 14th century fortress. The scaffolding erected at some point to effect repairs has mostly collapsed. A sign declares the castle to be a valuable historical and cultural monument of the Republic of Belarus, and that anyone damaging the ruins will be prosecuted. One is tempted to ask whom the authorities intended to prosecute for neglect. Little about Kreva today suggests that it was ever of any great importance. In the 14th century, however, it was Kreva, a power center of the Gedimini dynasty. In 1338, it was given by Gediminas, Grand Duke of Lithuania, 1317-1341, to his son Algirdas, 1300-1377. Long after Algirdas became Grand Duke in 1345, he in turn bestowed it upon his chosen heir, Jogaila. And this is where our story begins. It was here that Jogaila was imprisoned in 1381 after being deposed by his father's brother and co-ruler Keustutis. It was here that Keustutis was imprisoned a year later after Jogaila overthrew him. 5 days later, Keustutis was found dead in mysterious circumstances. Poor Keustutis. Hold on. Keustutis was Jogaila's father's brother. So Jogaila's uncle, Keustutis. I'm not even sure if I'm necessarily pronouncing this correctly, Keustutis. But, you know, I try my best. Keustutis. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to go to the toilet. How can I focus if I cannot be in the toilet? Keustutis. Keustutis. I did not know that, by the way. I did not know about the history of Keustutis. It's pretty based and duck-billed. Yes, I've been told that I have to say based and duck-billed from now on. Keustutis. John? All right, let's go. Let's continue. Okay. So Keustutis was found dead in mysterious circumstances, besieged and sacked by the Perekop Tatars between 1503 and 1506. The castle was visited by the imperial ambassador Sigismund Herberstein en route to Moscow in 1518. It was at Kreva that Andrei Kurbsky took refuge after 1564 from the blood-spattered rule of Ivan the Terrible. Thereafter, Kreva lost its military and political significance when Napoleon Orda sketched it in the mid-19th century in his classic survey of the historic monuments of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The castle had long been an abandoned ruin. It suffered further damage during the First World War. When for 3 years Kreva lay on the front line. Abandoned by its inhabitants who were evacuated deep into Russia, it was heavily bombarded in 1916 and was at the center of major battle in 1917 as the Germans pounded the Russian line. It is for other reasons that Kreva has gone down in history. It was here on the 14th of August 1385 that Europe's political geography was transformed by a document of a mere 26 lines and 560 words. It was written in Latin on a parchment to which were attached the seals of Jogaila, his brothers Skirgaila, Chaributas, and Lengvenis, and his cousin Kęstutis' son Vytautas. The seals disappeared during the 19th century, but the document is preserved in the chapter archive of Krakow Cathedral. It marked Jogaila's acceptance of terms agreed in Krakow the previous January for his marriage to Jadwiga, elected Queen Regnant of Poland. Actually, Jadwiga was a king. Jadwiga was elected king because of technicality. She was a king on technicality. In 1384, 2 years after the death of her father, Louis of Anjou, king of Hungary and Poland. Since Jadwiga was a minor, Skirgaila traveled to Buda to secure the consent of her mother Elizabeth of Bosnia, who sent a delegation to Kreva, where the document known as the Krevo Act was agreed. It took 5 months to consummate the relationship. In December, Duke Siemowit IV of Mazovia, from a cadet branch of the Piast dynasty that had ruled Poland until 1370, was persuaded to resign his claims to the throne. Right, the Kingdom of Poland was ruled by the Piasts at that point. So Siemowit, the fourth of Mazovia, from a cadet branch of the Piast dynasty that had ruled Poland until 1370, was persuaded to resign his claim to the throne. On the 11th of January 1386, a Polish delegation met Jogaila in Wałkawysk, between Vilnius and Brest, presenting him with a document in which his safety was guaranteed, and the Poles confirmed their promise to elect him as their king. The election, or rather pre-election, since Jogaila would not be crowned until he had fulfilled his promises, took place in Lublin on the 2nd February, whence Jogaila traveled to Krakow, where he was baptized, on 15 February adopting the Christian name Władysław, in homage to Jadwiga's great-grandfather, Władysław Łokietek, who had refounded the Polish kingdom in 1320. Vytautas and Jogaila's pagan brothers, Viagantas and Karigaila and Svitrigaila, were baptized alongside them. 3 days later, Jogaila married Jadwiga. On 4th March, he was crowned by the Polish primate Bodzęta, Archbishop of Gniezno. Gniezno was the first capital of Poland. Thus did the pagan Grand Duke Jogaila metamorphose into the Christian king Władysław II Jagiełło, 1386-1434, and two very different realms were united in an association that was to last 409 years. Why the Krevo Act should have laid the foundations for what remains one of the longest political unions in European history is hard to glean from the brief documents agreed at Kreva and Wałkawysk, which left a great deal unsaid and contained much that was unclear. There was nothing inevitable about the monumentous decision that Jogaila took in committing Lithuania to a political relationship with the Poles and their Western Catholic culture, and much to suggest that this association would prove a short-lived as the Polish union with Bohemia and Hungary. Yeah, that's right. Poland had a union with Hungary for a while. Between 1370 and 1382. Poland Any questions so far? Any thoughts? Am I reading this clear enough? Am I reading clear enough? No? The Crevo Act was the result of contingency rather than any long-term process. The immediate cause was Louis' failure to produce a male heir. On his death in 1382, his Polish and Hungarian subjects had the opportunity to reconsider the personal union that had begun on Louis's accession to the Polish throne in 1370. For the Poles, the relationship had been difficult. Hungary was the senior partner. The crown of the Saint Stephen was long established, and its bearers ruled a populous, dynamic, and wealthy realm. The Polish monarchy rested on fragile foundations, since the establishment of the Polish state first mentioned in written sources in the 1960s. Only four of its rulers, Bolesław I, his son Mieszko II, and Mieszko's grandson Bolesław II and Przemysł II had been crowned. Only Mieszko enjoyed royal status for long. Bolesław I was crowned around Easter 1025, shortly before his death in June. Bolesław II only received papal permission for his coronation in 1076, 18 years after succeeding his father, and was driven from his throne in 1079 after ordering the murder of Stanisław, Bishop of Krakow. He died in exile in 1081. Przemysł II claimed the title of King of Poland but only controlled Pomerania and his own Duchy of Wielkopolska. He did not long enjoy his status. Crowned in 1295, he was kidnapped and murdered. In 1296, on the orders of the Margraves of Brandenburg, other Polish rulers bore the title książę, rendered in Latin as dux or princeps, whether they ruled over all or only part of the Polish lands. Because there was this split of the Kingdom Poland into territories. It was called the neighborhood split. We have to look it up. How it's called in English. Feudal fragmentation. History of Poland during the Piast dynasty? Oh. Where is the... There we go. Mieszko II and the collapse of the Piast kingdom. King Mieszko II Lambert tried to continue the expansionist politics of his father. His actions reinforced old resentment of hostility. Fragmentation of the realm. There you go. This is important. Before he died, Bolesław III Weimouth divided the country in a limited sense among four of his sons. He made complex arrangements intended to prevent fratricidal warfare and preserve the Polish state's formal unity. But after Bolesław's death, the implementation of the plan failed and a long period of fragmentation was ushered. For nearly 2 centuries, the Piasts would spar with each other, the clergy and nobility, for the control over the divided kingdom. The stability of the system was supposedly assured by the institution of the Senior or High Duke of Poland, based in Krakow, and assigned the special Seniorate province that was not to be subdivided. Following his concept of Seniorate, Bolesław divided the country into 5 principalities: Silesia, Greater Poland, Mazovia, Sandomierz, and Kraków. The first 4 provinces were given to his 4 sons, who became independent rulers. The 5th province, the Seniorate province of Kraków, was to be added to the senior among the princes, who, as the Grand Duke of Kraków, was the representative of the whole of Poland. The principle broke down already within the generation of Bolesław's 3 sons. When Władysław II, the exiled Bolesław IV, the Curly, Mieszko III the Old, and Casimir II the Just fought for power and territory in Poland, and in particular over the throne of Kraków. The external borders left by Bolesław III at his death closely resembled the borders left by Mieszko I. This original early Piast monarchy configuration had not survived the fragmentation period. So there you go. That is what happened. The Piasts were bedeviled by dynastic rivalries. These were exasperated by the attempt of Bolesław Krzywousty, the Wrymouth, to provide for his 5 surviving sons, and to systematize the opaque principles of succession among the burgeoning numbers of Piast dukes. Patrilinear inheritance and male primogeniture were not Slavic customs. Collateral succession was the norm. So a similar thing happened to Kiev Rus, by the way, which is sort of... It is said that one of the reasons why the Kiev Rus collapsed was because of this division among the children. And the Kingdom of Poland basically went the same route of the kingdom being divided into territories and each son being given a smaller territory to rule over. If that makes sense to you. Brothers took precedence over sons, and rulers nominated their successor. Wrymouth's testament divided the kingdom among his sons, establishing a complex system in which the senior member of the dynasty held Krakow and exerted supreme authority over other family members. He does not deserve his popular reputation as the man who willfully smashed the unity of the Polish state. He tried to solve an increasingly intractable problem, prevent the worsening of the position through his own fecundity. Altogether, he fathered 17 children, and to protect the position of his 4 sons born of his second wife, Salomia, nevertheless, like, this was a very common thing in this part of the world. Like, there was no oldest son gets everything. There was like this sort of thing. It was exactly the same in Kiev Rus. And it was a problem. It was a problem both in the Kingdom of Poland, and it became an even bigger problem in Kiev Rus. Nevertheless, while a common dynastic sense lingered after 1138, Wrymouth's testament undermined the hereditary principle by establishing non-hereditary duchies for his sons. The failure of the principle of seniority, by which the Duke of Krakow was to be presidented over the rest, The failure of the principle of seniority, by which the Duke of Krakow was to preside over the rest, brought nothing but confusion. The once proud kingdom disintegrated over the generations into a mess of petty squabbling duchies. This exact thing also happened in the Kiev Rush. Are you seeing a pattern in the region now? Are you beginning to see a pattern in Eastern Europe of kingdoms dividing themselves into smaller duchies because of very confused rules of succession? Can you see it? Can you see it clearly? Whose rulers grow in assertiveness as their territories decline in size. Oh, Jesus. Like with small dogs, the smaller the dog, the louder they bark. If there were still only 5 duchies in 1202, there were 9 by 1250 and 17 by 1288. Oh my god. Things were not good. Things were not good. It was not until 1320 that Louis of Anjou's maternal grandfather Władysław, the maternal grandfather of Władysław Łokietek, the Short, secured the permission of Pope John the 22nd for his coronation and revived Poland's status as an independent monarchy. Actually, it is also said that this division, even though the Kingdom of Poland managed to reunite in time, uh, it had caused lasting damage. It was not until okay, we already read this part. So yeah, there was a common thing during this period. His achievement was made possible by a reaction to the dark days following Przemysław II's assassination, when the Bohemian Przemysli dynasty briefly sustained its claim to the Polish throne. Łokietek's own claims as the third son of Kazimir I of Kujawia were weak, yet he managed to unite the core provinces of Wielkopolska and Małopolska, though he lost control of Pomerelia and with its access to the Baltic Sea to the Teutonic Order in 1308-1309 and was unable to recover Silesia or Mazovia. Rejecting Łokietek's advances, the Silesian dukes swore homage in the 1320s to John of Luxembourg, King of Bohemia, who sustained the Przemyslid claim to the Polish throne. The Mazovian dukes were fiercely protective of their independence. One of them, Conrad I, invited the Teutonic Order into Prussia in 1226 to aid Mazovia against attacks by the pagan Prussian tribes to his north. Way of Łokietek, the Mazovian Piasts swore homage to John of Luxembourg in 1329. For them, as for the Silesian Piasts, the resurrection of a Polish monarchy was unwelcome. As so often in dynastic politics, blood proved thinner than water. Jesus. Oh. Oh. Wrong thing. Right. Perfection. Where we go? The Mazovian, they didn't want the restoration of the Woketek's son Kazimir III built impressively on the foundations laid by his father, but his major successes lay in the east, not the west, where he had to accept the status quo. He exploited the deaths without issue of Bolesław III of Płock in 1351 and Kazimir I of Chersk in 1355 to secure oaths of homage to him personally, but not to the Polish kingdom. The vassal status of both duchies lapsed on his death, and the Mazovian dukes, like their Silesian cousins, were to be thorns in the side of Polish monarchs for generations to come. For all his achievements, Casimir faced daunting rivals. Apart from the order, he had to deal with the fundamental shift in political gravity following the extinction of the Arpads in Hungary and the Přemyslids in Bohemia. The flourishing economies of these established kingdoms drew the attention of more powerful dynasties with roots in Western Europe and tendrils that snaked across the continent. The Neapolitan branch of the Angevins, which claimed the Hungarian crown, and the Luxembourgs, who succeeded the Přemyslids in Bohemia. The contrast between the dingy Piast capital of Krakow and glittering courts of Buda and Prague was all too evident. The more so after the election of the glamorous cosmopolitan king of Bohemia, Charles IV of Luxembourg, as emperor in 1347. Casimir was a pragmatist. He abandoned thoughts of recovering eastern Pomerania, ceding it to the Order of at Kalisz in 1343, thereby surrendering Poland's direct access to the Baltic. His major problem, however, was his lack of male heir. He therefore turned to the Angevin King of Hungary, Charles Robert, husband of his sister Elizabeth. In March 1338, Charles Robert agreed with the Luxembourgs that the Polish throne should be inherited by the Angevins, in return for a promise that Charles Robert would do all he could to persuade Casimir to renounce his claims to Silesia, something that Casimir, aware he had little chance of recovering it, duly did in February 1339. He agreed that should he die without a male heir, Elizabeth would succeed him, and through her, Charles Robert, or one of his 3 sons. The agreement was probably sealed in Visegrad, following the death of Casimir's beloved Lithuanian wife Aldona in May 1339, although its existence is only known indirectly. In 1339, Casimir was only 29 and had fathered 2 daughters with Aldona. His prospects of a male heir were ruined by his disastrous second marriage to Adelheid of Hesse, who after a brief period of spectacular conjugal disharmony was dispatched to a remote castle where she stubbornly refused an annulment, only leaving Poland in 1357. By 1355, Casimir was ready to sign away his daughter's rights, putting flesh on the bones of the 1339 treaty by agreeing a succession pact with his nephews Louis, Charles Robert's only surviving son, who was to succeed him should he die without male heirs. Casimir did not help Poland's prospects of avoiding an Angevin succession by bigamously marrying his mistress, the widowed Krystyna Rokicana, daughter of a Prague burger, in 1357, and then in 1364 or in 1365, after declaring himself divorced from her, Hedwig, daughter of the Piast Duke Henry of Sagan, on the basis of falsified papal dispensation purporting to deal with the issue of consanguinity, but not the more awkward of the bigamy, Hedwig bore him 3 daughters, all of them eventually legitimized by Urban V, and after Casimir's death, Gregory XI. Polish law did not recognize succession in the female line. However, and Casimir confirmed his arrangement with Louis in a treaty signed in Buda in February 1369. Whew. In 1370, just before his death, Casimir reconsidered. He negotiated with Charles IV for a marriage between Charles' son and one of his daughters, and legitimized his favorite grandson, Casimir Kaziko of Stolp, son of Bogisław V of Pomerania, whose sister Elizabeth had married Charles IV in 1363. Casimir probably did not intend to challenge Louis' accession for all the pro-Luxembourg sentiments of his chancellor Janusz Suchewilk and vice-chancellor Yankov Charnków. Louis's lack of male heir, however, meant that the succession was not secure, and it is likely that Casimir's intention was to make Kaziko the heir presumptive should Louis die without a male heir. After Casimir's unexpected death, Louis duly succeeded him under the terms of the 1355 and 1369 agreements. Although his rapid arrival in Poland in 1370 and hasty coronation in Krakow suggest that he was nervous of his prospects. See map 1. The brief personal union of Poland and Hungary was not a happy one. Louis may have earned his title Great in Hungary, but he did not in Poland, which he barely visited during his reign, feebly claiming that the climate was disagreeable. He appointed as governor his formidable mother, Elizabeth Łokietówna, who proved unpopular partly because of the Hungarians who thronged her court. In 1376, resentment boiled over in a rising in which some of her Hungarian entourage were massacred. Elizabeth fled to Hungary. She was replaced by Vladislaus, Duke of Opel, a Silesian Piast, until her return in 1378. It was not so much Elizabeth's unpopularity, however, as uncertainty about the succession that lay behind the political instability. Since Krzywoust's testament dealt only with males, the fact that Polish customary law did not recognize succession through the female line gave the kingdom's powerful elites considerable room for maneuver, not least because Louis' tenure of the throne was based on their acceptance of Casimir's disinheritance of the Piast cadets lines. In order to secure an agreement that on his death one of his 3 daughters would succeed him, in 1374 Louis granted a set of privileges at Kassa in the Kingdom of Hungary, Košice in modern Slovakia, Košice in Polish, the foundation stone of the liberty of the Polish Szlachta. Okay, this is important. This is actually so important that I'm gonna read this again, okay? Because this laid the whole foundation to the future democracy of the nobility. Szlachta is nobility. Alright, I'm gonna read this again. This part I need to repeat. Wow. Is there anybody still here? Make yourselves known. Okay. Where is it? In order to secure an agreement that on his death, one of his 3 daughters would succeed him, in 1374, Louis granted a set of privileges at Kassa in the Kingdom of Hungary, Košice in modern Slovakia, Košice in Polish, the foundation stone of the liberty of the Polish Szlachta, of the Polish nobility. The Košice Agreement allowed Louis to choose which of his daughters should inherit the Polish throne. Several magnates swore oaths of loyalty to the Catherine on behalf of the kingdom, but her death aged 8 in 1378 threw Louis' plans into disarray. Between 1373 and 1375, he negotiated the betrothal of Catherine's younger sister, Mary, born in 1371, to Sigismund of Luxembourg, second son of Charles IV, and great-grandson of Casimir III, who was 3 years her senior. Jadwiga, his youngest daughter, underwent a ceremony of sponsalia de futuro, a form of betrothal with William, son of Leopold III von Habsburg, in 1378, when Jadwiga was 4 and William 8. After Catherine's death, Louis anointed Mary as his choice for the Polish throne, with Jadwiga intended for Hungary. As their nuptial agreement with William stipulated, at Kassa, in August 1379, representatives of the leading Polish lords were invited to swear homage to Mary as their future queen. To overcome their evident reluctance, Louis shut the city gates, preventing them from leaving until the oath was sworn. In February 1380, he confirmed the arrangements. We have a map. What a messy map. Thank you, SJ Parish, for subscribing at tier 1. Welcome. Hello, hello. It is so nice to have a Twitch viewer. My goodness. Welcome, welcome, Twitch viewer. All right. So we have a map. A very messy map. Borders of lands inherited by Casimir III, 1333. Borders of lands considered to constitute of Corona Regni, Polonia. Borders of Kingdom of Poland at the death of Casimir III, 1370. You can see those lines, those dotted lines. International borders. The Kingdom of Poland in the 14th century. For Jadwiga and William's marriage, stipulating that it should take place as soon as Jadwiga reaches the canonical age in 1386, and secured Hungarian recognition of these arrangements. In July 1382, he extracted another oath of loyalty to the 14-year-old Sigismund from representatives of the Polish nobility at Zolium. I don't like those transliterations. Whatever Louis' intentions after his death on the night of 10-11 September 1382, the vultures circling the Angevin inheritance discovered that the elites of his kingdoms had their own ideas and were as ready to break their promises as their royal masters. 5 days later, the Hungarians declared Mary, not Jadwiga, to be their queen, leaving their regency council appointed in 1381 after Elizabeth Łokietkówka's death, with an interesting dilemma and an inciting opportunity. Sigismund entitled himself Herr des Königreiches zu Poland, despite not being married yet, and secured oaths of loyalty from several Wielkopolskan towns and some members of the clergy. He met significant resistance, however, from the province's nobility, who sought a commitment that after his coronation, Sigismund would reside permanently in Poland. So they didn't want an absentee ruler like happened before. The Poles had their fill of absentee monarchy. Oh, there you go. I just said it and then the book just said it for me. The Poles had their fill of absentee monarchy, but this was an undertaking to which Sigismund, who knew of Mary's election, was unwilling to agree. Whatever Louis' intentions, Sigismund had always been more interested in Hungary than Poland. He refused to enter into any commitments in Poland that might compromise his position in Hungary. Encouraged by Konrad Zollner von Rothenstein, the Order's Grand Master, Sigismund returned to Hungary to secure his throne, no easy task, as it transpired. His candidature was by no means dead, but his refusal to accept their terms left the Poles with a dilemma. They could remain loyal to Louis' broad intentions, if not his last wishes, and the oaths they had sworn since 1374, and seek to avoid another absentee monarch by supporting Jadwiga's accession. Yet Jadwiga was 8 years old. She had never visited Poland, had been raised in expectation of the Hungarian throne, and was the ward of her mother, Elizabeth of Bosnia. She was betrothed to a German princeling largely unknown in Poland, who was no match for the mighty Luxembourgs. There were other candidates, not least Siemowit IV of Mazovia, who attracted supporters, especially in Wielkopolska. Vladislaus of Opeln, and the last surviving male in the royal Piast line, Władysław the White, who had already mounted a claim to the throne in 1370, when he had unexpectedly stirred himself from his Benedictine monastery in Dijon. He only reached Poland after Louis' accession, although he had some support in Kujawia and Wielkopolska, having failed to persuade the pro-Angevin Pope Gregory XI to release him from his vows. He could do little more than seize Gniewkowo, his hereditary duchy. In 1373-1375-6, he laid siege to several Wielkopolskan and Kujawian towns before his final defeat after the siege of Złotoryja in 1377, at which Kajko of Stolp, who had joined his cause, was fatally wounded. Louis brought Władysław out of Gniewkowo and granted him an abbacy in Hungary. Clement VII, who was hostile to the Angevins, issued a bull in September 1382, releasing Władysław from his vows, but Władysław showed no inclination to leave his abbey. Wielkopolskan resentment at Angevin rule was challenged into support for Siemowit IV, an experienced politician who had many links to Wielkopolska, not least with the Archbishopric of Gniezno, which had substantial estates around Łowicz in Siemowit's lands. Incredible. And this is just build-up to the history of the Union. And we're just doing build-up, slow build-up. All right? But then this is... There you go. Whatever the merits of the various candidates, none was in position to dictate to the Poles who should rule over them. By 1382, they had developed an ideology that justified their right to decide, and the institutional means to effect that decision. So, like the nobility was gaining power at that period. Both rested on the concept of Corona Regni Poloniae, the crown of the Polish kingdom, formed during the 14th century, influenced by contemporary developments in Bohemia and Hungary. The concept of the Corona Regni in East Central Europe embodied the idea that, as Susan Reynolds puts in her study of Western Europe, a kingdom was never thought of merely as the territory which happened to be ruled by a king. It comprised and corresponded to a people, natio populus, which was assumed to be a natural inherited community of tradition, custom law, and descent. Reynolds argues that this concept, which he terms the community of the realm, was deeply embedded in medieval political consciousness. The idea of a political community distinct from the person of the ruler was familiar across Europe, although its expressions varied across the local conditions. Whereas in Bohemia it was used by Charles IV to give institutional coherence to the eclectic collection of realms he had gathered under his rule, in Scotland it provided a theoretical basis for setting limits to the power of the crown. The 1320 Declaration of Arbroath, which claimed the right to depose Robert I, should he recognize English claims to suzerainty over Scotland, was drawn up in its name. The Polish concept of corona regni was influenced by contemporary Hungarian and Bohemian examples, but developed somewhat differently. As in Bohemia, it was originally nurtured from above by Wojciech and Kazimir, for whom it served the purposes of strengthening royal authority and asserting the essential unity of the Polish lands. Although Kazimir was forced to accept de facto loss of eastern Pomerania and Silesia, the concept of the corona regni allowed him to claim that although control over these territories had been lost, they still formed an integral part of the regnum. The Silesian dukes were referred to in Poland throughout the 14th century as duces Poloniae, despite paying homage to the Bohemian crown. Initially, the monarch's right to alienate parts of his realm was not questioned, as Yanisław, Archbishop of Gniezno, put in 1339, the King of Poland is lord of all lands that constitute the Kingdom of Poland, and can grant them to whomever he wishes. Yet when Kazimir bequeathed Łęczyca, Siaradz, and Dobrzyn to Kaśko of Stolp in his testament, the concept of corona regni was invoked to block the move. Louis was inclined to respect Kazimier's wishes, but strong opposition persuaded him to refer the matter to a tribunal, which decided that no monarch had the right to treat the territory of Corona Regni as his patrimony, a verdict that Louis accepted. Well, that happened. That has happened. Louis. The triumph of the concept was apparent at Louis' coronation, when he became the first Polish monarch to swear to maintain the kingdom's territorial integrity. Not only was he not to reduce it, but he swore to augment it through recovering lost provinces, a pledge he renewed at Koszyce in 1374. Under Kazimir and Louis, the central government asserted its authority against the local and provincial institutions established before 1320. The Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor were no longer referred to as of Krakow or of the court. Jan Radlica, Chancellor from 1381 to 1382, styled himself Regni Poloniae, Supremus Cancellarius. The separate chancellors for the various provinces disappeared, and central control was asserted by starostas. Starosta is like a position. Okay, I have to Google starosta because it feels like it would be very confusing to anybody that does not know. I wonder if this is gonna be Starosta, Wikipedia. It's an English wiki. The Slavic root of starost translates as senior. Since the Middle Ages, it has designated an official in a leadership position in a range of civic and social contexts throughout Central and Eastern Europe. In reference to a municipality, A starosta was historically a senior royal administrative official, equivalent to a county sheriff, or seneschal, an analogous of gubernator in Poland. In Poland, a starosta administered crown territory or a district called starostwo. Let me see if there's Ukrainian. Ukraińska. Oh, starosta. It's just starosta in Ukrainian as well. Same. Same. Oh. It's also an administrational position in Ukraine, so it's exactly the same. You have starosta in Poland, and you have starosta in Ukraine. So that's the same. The separate chancellors for the various provinces disappeared, and central control was asserted by starostas, appointed by the king, who acted on his orders. Of particular importance were the starostas general, who had responsibility for a whole province. The influence of those officials and of a small group of leading lords, particularly in Małopolska, grew during the unpopular governorships of Elizabeth Łokietówkówna and Vladislaus of Opeln. Louis's decision to appoint a regency council after Elizabeth's death placed substantial powers in the hands of his overwhelmingly Małopolskan group. Since Jadwiga was 10 years old when she was crowned in October 1384, it was not until Jagiełło's coronation in February 1386 that royal authority was restored. For all the powers vested in the regents, they struggled to dictate the course of events. There was some unrest, notably in Wielkopolska, where in 1377 the powerful position of the Grzymalita family was sealed by the appointed as Starosta General of Domarat of Pierzachna, a dedicated Angewin loyalist, and the province's only member of the Regency Council. Wielkopolska, the main center of power under the early Piasts, had long resented its loss of political influence to Małopolska. Przemysł II's murder in 1296 deprived it of its duke, while Łokietek and Kazimir based their power in Krakow and openly favored the Małopolskan elite. Louis ignored Wielkopolskan demands and chose to be crowned in Krakow rather than, as was traditional, in Gniezno. Gniezno used to be like the traditional capital of Poland, the very first capital of Poland. A decision that provoked resentment, especially when he broke a promise to attend a ceremonial welcome in his coronation robes in Gniezno Cathedral. There were good reasons for choosing Jadwiga. One of Kazimier's greatest achievements had been his acquisition of the Ruthenian Principality of Halicz, Volhynia, after the murder of its young ruler Bolesław Juri, a Mazovian Piast, in 1340. Halicz Volhynia had emerged relatively intact from the destruction of Kievan Rus by the Mongols, despite its subjection to Mongol power in 1257. Stretching from Lwów and Przemyśl in the northwest, it had originally included Volhynia, Black Ruthenia, and the cities of Halicz, Volodymyr, Bełz, and Chełm. Okay, I have to check the wiki. I want to see it on a map. I want to see this on a map because this is actually pretty interesting. There we go. This is it. As you can see, it's Ukraine, Belarus, a little bit of Lithuania, in Poland. As you can see here. The Principality of from 1253. Kingdom of Galicia-Volhynia, also known as the Kingdom of Ruthenia or Kingdom of Rus, was a medieval state in Eastern Europe. So Halych-Volhynia emerged. Przemysl. Interestingly enough, apparently in Przemysl, a form of Polish-Ukrainian Suzyk has formed. Suzyk, a form like a mixture of two languages. Usually when people speak of Suzyk, they mean Russian and Ukrainian mixture, but apparently in Przemysl, as well as in Lviv, you have a form of a mixture of Polish and Ukrainian. Orthodox in religion, its economy blossomed in the 14th century. As the Mongol grip slackened, the Ottoman stronghold on the Bosphorus tightened, and Eastern trade sought alternative overland routes. Okay, I have to Google this guy. The murder of... Oh, I don't have to. He's described. The murder of Bolesław Yuri, who had claimed the throne after the death of its last Rurikid prince in 1323, saw Poland, Lithuania, and Hungary advance claims to this strategically vital territory. Hungary had included the claim to be Rex Galiciae et Lodomeriae in the titles of the crown of Saint Stephen since the early 13th century, while Kazimier's claim rested on the fact that Bolesław Yuri had designated him his successor. During the 1340s, Kazimir occupied much of Red Ruthenia. Concerned at possible conflict with the Angevins, he signed an agreement with Louis in April 1350, in which both sides gambled. Louis signed away his rights to the territory of Kazimier's lifetime. If Kazimir had a male heir, it would be sold to Hungary for the knockdown price of 100,000 florins. If he, however, Louis or another Angevin should inherit the Polish throne, it would remain Polish. Oh, so he lost that gamble because Louis became... Okay. Louis thereafter supported Kazimier's military campaigns against the Lithuanians, and in 1366 they agreed to divide the principality between Poland and Hungary. On his accession, Louis ignored these agreements, treating Halych-Volhynia as Hungarian possession. By his death in 1382, he had recovered lands seized by the Lithuanians after 1370 and had put Hungarian garrisons into its major cities. Oh, well. Louis' Ruthenian policy drove a wedge between him and the Małopolskan lords, who had long supported Kazimier's Ruthenian ambitions. Foreseeing rich pickings for themselves, they had, however, a powerful incentive to support the candidacy of one of Louis' daughters. According to the 1350 treaty, under an Angevin ruler, Ruthenia would legally belong to Poland. As the Hungarian garrisons streamed home in 1382 to fight in the bitter struggles over the Hungarian throne, Jadwiga's claim as Louis' heir was asserted. Yay, we got our king. We got our king Jadwiga, finally. Following her coronation, Polish control was gradually re-established. Whatever the arguments in favor of Jadwiga, it was the way in which the succession was settled that was to have the greatest significance for the future. In the name of the Corona Regni, decisions over the vacant throne were taken at substantial assemblies of, to use Reynolds' terms, the community of the realm. That's a really interesting term. The community of the realm. The most important were at Radomsk, Wiślica, and Sieradź. These assemblies marked an important stage in the development of the Polish political system. The setting aside of Kazimier's testament marked the end of patrimonial dynasticism in Poland. Memory of the fragmentation of the realm between 1138 and 1320 was still fresh, while under Louis the principle that the monarch must consult with the community of the realm over the succession had been firmly established. What is remarkable, given the experience of other European states facing disputed successions, is the relative lack of bloodshed. Despite the existence of several potential candidates in both 1370 and 1382-4, in part this was due to the fact that Polish succession law did not privilege male primogeniture. As in other Slavic societies, Polish custom allowed considerable latitude to the ruler to decide his successor, but Kazimier's promise of the succession to the Angevins had required the consent of leading figures in the realm. Louis was a Piast. On the distaff side, but given the lack of support for succession in the female line in Polish customary law, he was already in a weak position before his lack of a male heir ensured that he had to make further concessions to secure the throne for one of his daughters. In 1384, those arguments were honored, at least in spirit, despite strong support in Wielkopolska for a Piast, which led to a short-lived armed conflict that never quite degenerated into full-scale civil war. General opinion, particularly in Małopolska, was in favor of remaining true to the oaths sworn to Louis. The fact that it was the community of the realm, not the dynasty, that would ultimately decide helped contain the violence and established an important precedent. The voting, the decision-making of the nobility, of course. The community of the realm would be the nobility. In his classic history of the institution of confederation in Poland, Rembowski singles out the assemblies of 1382 as being of particular significance for the development of what became a distinctively Polish form of political organization. While they were not the first Polish assemblies to use the concept of confederation, they were the first with such broad aims, and which so manifestly acted in the name of the whole political community. The Regni Colae Regni Poloniae. The concern for legality was underlined by a strong attachment to procedure throughout the interregnum, and the determination to reach decisions collectively. After the initial rejections by the Wielkopolskans of Sigismund's candidature, a general assembly for Wielkopolska and Małopolska was summoned to the Radomsk. On the 25th of November, 1382, it formally confederated itself to provide a legal basis for its actions before deciding anonymously to honor the promises concerning the accession of one of Louis' daughters. There was initial opposition from Bodzenta and Domarat of Pierzchna, yet two of the most powerful political figures in the kingdom could not shake the consensus. The community of the realm had taken charge of the interregnum. If there were to be an Angevin succession, it would have to be on terms negotiated with that community. The community of the realm. Interesting. Let me see something. The phrases used in these accounts encapsulate the way in which the community of the realm was conceptualized. The Radomsk Declaration of 27th November 1382 was made on behalf of the lords and the whole community of Wielkopolska, represented by the barons and the nobles and militias, who were individually named, and representatives of the communities of Małopolska, Sieradzь, and Łęczyca. The documents talk of inhabitants of the kingdom, regni colae, or the whole community of lords and citizens, toti community dominorum et civitatum. In these assemblies, the participants stressed that the community of the whole realm of Poland was formally uniting its constituent parts to form an alliance, foedus, to provide a legal basis for its actions. This represented far more than simply the coming together of separate political units for a common aim. The documents express clearly the concept of a political community that transcended the local communities from which it was formed, using phrases such as the community of this land, communitas ipsius terre, to denote the local communities which taken together formed the whole community, tota communitas. What the hell? Tota communitas. Oh my gosh. What the hell? Hmm. Tota communitas. Oh, my laptop just died. I have to revive it. Or the whole kingdom of Poland. Universitas Regni Poloniae. Thus by 1382 there was a strong conception of the Corona Regni as a political community that transcended the various terrae of which it was composed, although it was not until 1420 that the term was rendered in Polish as Wszystkie korony pospólstwo, the whole commonality of the crown. The concept had taken root by the 1380s, while the monarch was seen as part of the community of the realm and as necessary for the smooth functioning of the kingdom. The community of the realm was perfectly capable of running its affairs without a monarch, as it demonstrated between 1382 and 1386, even after Jadwiga's 1384 coronation. Her status as a minor meant that she was in office but not in power. All right. I'm going to go to the toilet. In the meantime, any questions? If you have any questions, thoughts, prayers, then and write the questions if you're still here. Listen, this is a thick book, but I love this book. It's great. It's a great book. Okay? It's an amazing book. The best book ever. I highly recommend it to you from the heart. There you go. All right, I'll be right back. Mm. Mm. Alrighty. Oh wow, tier 2 subscription, Glitch Mazda. Gotcha. Thank you, Glitch Mazda. So any questions? Apart from... Also, thank you. Welcome, Glitch Mazda. I never thought that me reading a history book would be such popular content. My goodness. It even got me a Twitch audience. And a Twitch subscription, which I did not expect, ever. Well, you never know what your audience will like, I suppose. You never know. Alright, let's continue this beautiful thing. I just got here. Oh, okay. Welcome. We're doing a preparation for a historical project helmed by President Sunday. So, and also we are fundraising for the Ukraine trip. So thank you very much for your help. Hold on. PayPal. Ooh. We're gonna continue in a moment. We're basically establishing the formation of the Polish political system as it developed. You are interested in history, right, Glitchmaster? Korony Pospólstwo. So all right. No, history is boring and cringe, and there's nothing we can learn from it. What? No way. No way. No way you're saying this. All right. Even after Jadwiga's... Okay, we already read this. Jadwiga's coronation represented an important victory for the community of the realm over her mother. That sounds... I don't know why this sentence sounds so funny to me. Jadwiga's coronation represented an important victory for the community of the realm over her mother, who fought tenaciously to dictate the course of events. Although Elizabeth probably realized that Mary's claim was unsustainable, By the time her envoys attended the Sierraj assembly in February 1383, she did not give up, even if her envoys had to promise to send Jadwiga to Poland after Easter. Jadwiga had not arrived when the assembly reconvened. Bodzenta asked whether the community of the realm wished Siemowit IV to be king. Although this proposal, which may have been merely a demonstration to Elizabeth that she risked losing everything, was rejected on the grounds that there was significant dissent from Małopolska. Elizabeth missed several deadlines for Jadwiga's arrival in Poland during 1383, and even mounted a clumsy attempt to send Sigismund into Poland at the head of a small army, ostensibly to help put down unrest. At Sierraj, legalism and realpolitik triumphed over sentiment. Siemowit would have brought little benefit to the realm. While his accession would have reunited his lands to the Polish crown, he did not even rule over the whole of Mazovia, which he shared with his elder brother Janusz I. He had few resources to offer, and could not have challenged the Luxembourgs, who, if Sigmund were to secure the Hungarian throne, would rule Hungary, Brandenburg, and Bohemia. With the dynasty's close links to the order, Poland would be all but surrounded. Under Siemowit, the tender young Polish monarchy was likely to wither and in their shadow. Most Poles did not want Sigismund either. He was politely turned back at the border, and when Elizabeth missed a further deadline in November, the community of the realm took steps to ensure that it had a proper institutional basis for running its affairs should a rapid resolution of the succession prove impossible. On the 2nd of March 1384, it was stated that until a king was crowned, authority in the realm would lie within the community of lords and citizens, and would be exercised by the starostas, the main royal officials in each locality, together with the local lords and representatives of the cities, who were joined to him. The starosta was to take decisions with the unanimous agreement of two consuls. Oh my god, I cannot read. Casuals. Apologies. Listen, I'm just a little bit illiterate, okay? Casuals. Why did I read it? Why did I transform the word consul into the word casual? How did I do it? That's right. Even my dogs just let out a sigh of disappointment. Where are we? I lost. Oh yes, the starosta was to take decisions with the unanimous agreement of two consuls selected from the local community. In naming them, attention was paid to the need for representation of different regions and of the cities. Oaths of loyalty were to be taken to this collective leadership. In return, the authorities swore that they would act for the good of the community and crown of this realm. Those who depict authority in this period as feudal, based on lordship and a hierarchy of vertical allegiance to an ultimate suzerain, would do well to study the documents of the Polish interregnum of 1382 to 1384. They do much to substantiate Reynolds' assault on the idea that medieval politics can be understood in such terms, and to demonstrate that, while the early modern debate on the nature of sovereignty lay far in the future, political communities had sophisticated ideas about the nature of political authority and the relationship between the monarch, the dynasty, and the community of the realm. In the struggle between the Angevins and the Polish community of the realm, it was the dynasty that lost. The Poles stressed their wish to honor their commitments to Louis's daughters, who alone possessed hereditary rights to the kingdom. Yet these natural rights were limited. The claims of Louis' daughters ultimately depended upon the oaths taken by the community of the realm since 1374 to recognize those rights and set aside Piast claims. It basically sets up the reign of the nobility. Those oaths were taken in good faith, but it was stressed after Louis's death that while the Poles would honor them, they would do so only if the dynasty fulfilled its obligations. The community of the realm reserved the right to set aside natural rights to the throne, as it had with regard to the Silesian Piasts, who by swearing loyalty to the crown of Bohemia were deemed to have broken with the Corona Regni and thereby released the community of the realm from its obligation to respect their natural rights. The community of the realm reserved the right to decide which of Louis' daughters it wished to elevate to the throne. It was no longer to be exclusive preserve of the dynasty to decide which of its members was most fitted to rule. Thus, although Jadwiga formally exercised royal power from the moment that she was crowned in Regem Poloniae in October 1384, that power could only be exercised in concert with the community of the realm, and after she reached her majority. The dynasty's reduced authority was revealed by the annulment of Jadwiga's 1378 betrothal, despite its formal nature, which constituted the basis of a Habsburg challenge in the papal curia. By 1384, Poland's political leaders were considering options. William, born in 1370, was young and inexperienced. He was from a junior branch of the Habsburgs, and he would bring little with him to the throne. If the Polish crown was to stand firm alongside the Luxembourg realms of Bohemia and Hungary, it would need a different kind of monarch. By October 1384, there was an alternative. It is unclear just when Jogaila became a serious candidate. He was not an obvious choice. Poland's relations with Lithuania had recently been tense on account of the struggle over Halych-Volhynia. The 14th century had been a decline in the frequency of Lithuanian raids, but Jogaila himself participated in a devastating attack on Sandomierz in 1376 that resulted allegedly, if implausibly, in the capture of 23,000 prisoners. Implausibly. Listen, this is what happens. This is what happens when you have hype. This is what happens. Any questions? Any thoughts? I might try to get myself some dinner soon. Do you know what I'll get? Guess. Guess what I'll get. I will allow you. I will allow it. I will allow you to take a guess as to what I will get. That's right, spaghetti. I'm getting spaghetti. Spaghetti, yo. But not yet, don't worry. Not getting spaghetti quite yet. Not time. Everybody's so focused that it's difficult for me to say if this is enjoyable to anybody or not. Or interesting at least. But this is my preparation for my seminar, my very big seminar. So Jogaila raided Poland and allegedly captured 23,000 people, which, as the author himself writes, is implausible. Yet circumstances were changing, and there was much to recommend a rapprochement with Lithuania and its pagan Grand Duke. Oh yeah, Lithuania was still pagan at that point, which I think Lithuania was looking to get out of because it was increasingly encircled by non-pagan countries, and I believe that pagan Slavic countries were up for grabs, for example, for slavery, something. Like that was a thing. That was a whole messy thing. Lithuania. Oh, we're gonna read about Lithuania now. That's gonna be exciting. So everything clear about Poland? Very clean, very clear, no messy situations. Are we good? You good on Poland? Everything was like in those messy medieval strategy games when you, I think, God, what is it called? That game when you have, there is a strategy game where you had when you basically manage duchies and etc. I forgot the title. Where is it? You have suzerains, etc. Does it ring a bell to anybody? Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Hold on, I have to check something. I think I'm gonna wait. Where's the book? Hold on. So how's everybody doing? I feel like 7 people here, 4 people there. How is everyone doing right now? As I prepare, as I do my prep, and we'll go heat up dinner soon. Whoa. Whoa. I'm trying to find the book again. Because for some reason the... Okay, I have to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. Oh, hold on. This is so annoying. If you only knew how annoying this is. Oh, there you go. I found it. I found it. Don't worry. Open file location. Oh, how big is it? Hey, how? What? How can this be? Really? That is so annoying, actually. Can I? Mm, hold on, I have to do something real quick. How do I do this? Oh my god. I cannot find. Oh. What do I do now? Mm, 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 I have to check something. Patreon. What? Oh. How much is it? No, I can't afford it. I'm too poor. But it works. Mm. 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 Hold on. Where's the? Okay, we're back. Wait, no, I have to go warm dinner. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, invite all of your friends, family, colleagues, and you know stuff. Because things are about to get exciting. Things are about to get really like, you know, we're about to read about. Uh, oh wait, we're about to read about Lithuania. We'll be right back. Lithuania is exciting. Bonjour, bonjour. Okay, it's heating up. The dinner is heating up. Ugh. Things are getting heated as the dinner. Oh, whatever. You don't get it. Oh, you don't get my sense of humor. You're gonna get my humor. Oh, why am I putting this on? I don't need that. We're reading. We don't need sound. We just need a raw passion for reading books. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania was a remarkable creation. A remarkable creation. After the 1200, its rulers, in little over a century, welded a cacophony of feuding Baltic tribes into a powerful, sophisticated realm that gradually extended its authority over the mixed Baltic and Slavic populations to its south by means that remain controversial. Whoops. Well, the praise had to be mixed a little bit with a little bit of scorn, such is life. Okay, let's read. From the remote and isolated fastness among the network of lakes, rivers, and marshes that pierced the great forests of northeastern Europe, the Lithuanians harassed and raided their neighbors, extending their sway in an astonishingly short period after 1240 over much of the vast territory that had been the Kievan Rus before it was shattered by the Mongols. And it was shattered by the Mongols because of the whole separation of it to smaller duchies. It is argued whether or not the Kievan Rus could have defended itself better against the Mongolian Empire had it been united when the attack happened. But we will never know because it wasn't. So, you know, we have no way of knowing unless we unlock the multiverse or something. The Lithuanian heartland was remote indeed, traveling 15 leagues from Dannenberg to Vilnius. In 1414, the diplomat Gilbert de Lannoy entered a vast forest in which he traveled for 48 hours without seeing a trace of habitation. Unlike related Baltic peoples, the Prussians, the Leves, and the Curonians, who succumbed to the far from tender rule of the Teutonic Order, their inaccessibility helped the Lithuanians not to just repel their enemies and survive the hostile Christian world, but to establish their rule over one of the largest territorial agglomerations in European history, about 1 million square kilometers at its peak around 1430. See map 2. See? Lithuanians the best. Lithuania's the best. Lithuania's number one. Hold on. Dinner's ready. Are you excited? Are you just as excited as I am to read about Lithuania? Not just Lithuania, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Oh. Oh, my goodness. So I guess I will ask to whoever is, I don't know, active in the chat. Do you like this content? Me reading the book aloud? Blech. What time is it for you? Anyway. Bushu. Moje jedzenie. Moje. Alright, I'll mute myself. Eight a.m. Oh, very early. Okay. Now I understand why the chat is so quiet. Because it's very early in the morning. The Grand Duchy was a sophisticated power system under a princely dynasty that only entered the written record in the 13th century, since Lithuanian, a member of the Baltic branch of the Indo-European family along with Latvian and several extinct languages, including Prussian, was not a written language until the 16th century. The names of Lithuanian rulers, apart from one reference to a Rex Netheimer in 1009, are unknown before the semi-legendary Iringaudas, who died around 1219. Ringaudas' son, Mindaugas, launched the spectacular expansion that after an interruption following his 1263 assassination. Look, this is Lithuania. Hold on, let's make the... Oh my god. Look, it went all the way to the Crimean Khanate. This is Crimea. Aren't you impressed? With the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, isn't it grand? Hmm? Look. Kiev is here. Kingdom of Poland, Lublin. Minsk, the Minsk Accords. Whereas Vilnius is here. Grand Duchy of Muscovy is here. Novgorod. Pskov. I'd say it's pretty impressive. Hold on, well, where's the thing? Oh my, what the hell? Oh my gosh, okay, that was a mistake. I thought I could very cleanly, like... Okay, this is what I wanted to do. There you go. It's done. Continued in reigns of Vitenis and his brother Gediminas. What is striking is not so much the extent of that expansion, which was remarkable enough, but its lasting nature. Initially, the Lithuanians terrorized their neighbors. Between 1200 and 1236, they mounted regular destructive raids, 23 against the Curonians and Livonians to their north, 15 against Lithuanian territories to their south and east, and 4 into the Polish lands to their west. In 1219, the Lithuanian political elite appeared in a written document for the first time. When one duchess and 20 dukes, including 5 recognized as seniors, witnessed peace with Halych-Volhynia, by 1238, Mindaugas had established himself as overall ruler, although the term Grand Duke, Didys Kunigaikštis in Lithuanian, Veliki Kniaz in Lithuanian, was not common until its institutionalization by Gediminas' sons, Algirdas, after 1345. It is sensible, however, to follow tradition in using one name for the prince instead of the varied forms found in sources. Veliki Kniaz is not so bad. Didysis Kunigaikštis is more of a tongue twister for me, admittedly. Didysis Kunigaikštis. Damn. The Lithuanians pushed south into lands where the devastating Mongol attacks that followed their first assault on Ryazan in December 1237 exposed the incapacity of the squabbling Lithuanian principalities. There you go. This is important. The Lithuanians pushed south into lands where the devastating Mongol attacks that followed their first assault on Ryazan in December 1237 exposed the incapacity of the squabbling Lithuanian principalities to defend themselves. And again, it is that there is a question of whether or not the United Kiev Rus could have defended itself against the Mongolian Empire in any capacity. Okay, this is actually very nice. Mm, hmm. This is good. This is a good quote. Mm. I swish. Oh gosh, I love this. So Mongol attacks followed their first assault, and the capacity of the squabbling Ruthenian principalities to defend themselves. Kiev and Rus united for periods under strong rulers such as Volodymyr the Great, Yaroslav the Wise, and Volodymyr Monomakh, followed the Slavic system of collateral succession, in which the Prince of Kiev was recognized as supreme ruler of the numerous Ruthenian principalities. As in Poland after 1138, this proved more pious wish than practical politics. In the period of disintegration that began in 1132, three main power centers emerged: Halych-Volhynia, Vladimir Suzdal, and Novgorod Siversky. After the razing of Kiev in 1240 and extension of Mongol overlordship over the Rusian principalities, any vestigial political unity was destroyed, leaving Rus open for infiltration by more dynamic and less traumatized political culture. Traumatized? Traumatized political culture. Lithuania's extension of power southwards was a complex process. It was not based on force alone. Lithuania deployed forces well suited to warfare in the sparsely populated terrain of Eastern Europe. They were by no means solely Lithuanian, rapidly incorporating Ruthenians into their ranks, which indicates the nature of Gediminid rule. Although military force was undoubtedly important, it is insufficient to explain the speed of expansion or its consolidation. By 1385, Gediminid rule over much of the former lands of the Kievan Rus had lasted well over a century. Black Ruthenia, the lands along the upper reaches of the Niemen, already contained a mixed population. It had been settled by Baltic tribes before Slavic expansion into the region in the 6th and 7th centuries. Baltic and Slavic populations had mingled and assimilated ever since. Lithuanian Grand Dukes successfully extended their power in part because they faced few serious rivals. The Lithuanian and northern Ruthenian lands, protected by their great forests, in which the Mongol armies could not operate, had escaped the Mongol tsunami under Mindaugas. The cities of Black Ruthenia, including Horodna, Navahrudak, Vaukavisk, and Slonim, were absorbed gradually, without any reference in the sources to their being taken by force. The Lithuanian Grand Dukes emerged over the next half a century as the most effective force for resistance to Mongol domination, as they did not, like the shattered remnants of the already splintered Rurikid dynasty, have to bend their knee to the Mongol Khan. Where force was used, as in the wars over Halych-Volhynia after 1340, or in the capture of Kiev in the 1360, it was directed primarily against rivals for control, the kings of Poland and Hungary. This was not a conquest by foreign national group, the Lithuanian occupation, as Hrushchevsky terms it, but a complex process in which force, accommodation, and assimilation all played their part. In case you were wondering how this even plays into the Fight the Empire bit, this is an example of a non-empire, because if you want to understand empires, you must also understand non-empire entities, in my opinion. Does that make sense? So yes. Lithuanians and Ruthenians already traded with one another. Penetration of their trade routes of White Ruthenia and other more easterly territories soon followed. By 1307, the Grand Dukes controlled Polotsk, while Vitebsk, intermittently under their control, was secured when Algirdas, Gedimina's son, married the heiress of its last Ruthenian prince. Kiev was first occupied by the Lithuanians in 1323. I'm going to repeat this because I feel like I read it weird. And I don't like to read things weird. Kiev was first occupied by the Lithuanians in 1323. In 1332, there is evidence of Lithuanian prince ruling there in a Lithuanian Tatar condominium, although it was not until after the Great Lithuanian victory at the Blue Waters in 1362 that it came under unchallenged Lithuanian control. The expanding dynasty was central to the extension of Lithuanian power. In contrast to Poland and Kievan Rus, where the collateral inheritance promoted political fragmentation, the Gediminids largely contained and channeled the potential for disintegration posed by their staggering fecundity. Okay, I have to look up the word fecundity. I've never. Oh. Fecundity means fertility. Fertility. Did you know this word? I did not know this word. What a cool word. Why didn't the author just write fertility instead of writing
fecundity?
Fecundity. Well, why not just say fertility? Whatever. Fecundity. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The Gediminids largely contained and channeled the potential for disintegration posed by their staggering fecundity. Despite a system of succession similar to the Slavic communities surrounding them, in Lithuania the dynasty's rapid growth proved a spur to expansion, not fragmentation. Even ignoring the children of his brothers and cousins, Gediminas himself had 8 sons and 5 or 6 daughters. Several of his sons were just as fertile, none more copiously than Algirdas, who together with his younger brother Kęstutis ousted their brother Jaunutis as Grand Duke in a coup in 1345, although the details of the order and the number of his offspring are unclear. With his 2 wives, Algirdas produced 12 or 13 sons and 9 or 10 dollars. And 9 or 10 daughters. Jesus Christ. Like the wife just gave birth every single year. 20 children or something. Yeah, over actually 20 something children. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Unlike Poland, hemmed in by the Holy Roman Empire to its west and Hungary to its south, Lithuania could expand to satisfy for the most part the ambitions of Gedimina's progeny. Daughters were married to Lithuanian princes, giving the Gediminids claim to Lithuanian territory when local dynasties died out. Algirda's first marriage to Maria Anna of Vitebsk opened the way to the absorption of a vital center of the trade routes of northern Eurasia, while the marriage of his brother Lyubartas to a Volhynian princess provided the basis of the Lithuanian claim to part of the kingdom of Halish-Volhynia. Yet, if dynasty's maneuvers played a significant role, it was the Geniminids' successful resistance to Mongol domination that ensured the loyalty of many Lithuanians. The results were impressive. The results were impressive. That is where we finished off. By Algirda's death in 1377, his sons ruled duchies across the Lithuanian lands. Of the sons of his first marriage, Andrei held Polotsk, Dmitry was established in Bryansk, Fedor held Ratno, and Volodymyr ruled Kiev. Gedimina's other sons and their descendants were not neglected. Darimantas was Duke of Pinsk and Polotsk and governor of Novgorod for the brief period after 1333, when it swore allegiance to Lithuania. 4 of Narimantas' 5 sons acquired Lithuanian duchies, while the sons of Karyotas, Duke of Novachrudak, ruled Podolia. How cool is that? It's all in the family. It's all about, it's like a soap opera or something, you could say. Couldn't you? And sort of, kind of, in a way. Don't you think so? Gediminid retention of Ruthenian duchies, dependent on the dynasty's rapid acculturation based on its adoption of Ruthenian. Oh, this is important, okay? Again, we have found an important bit. Gediminid retention of Ruthenian duchies depended on the dynasty's rapid acculturation based on its adoption of Ruthenian as the language of government. Okay? The Grand Duchy of Lithuania adopted Ruthenian as the language of government. Ruthenian is the language from which split later into Ukrainian and Belarusian. I think this is pretty important to understand that I've said this before today during stream. Language did not used to be this conduit of identity. It was much more of a pragmatic tool. If a lot of local peoples spoke this language, the best way to make them sort of for retention of those territories was to adopt the local language to the wider government. A sophisticated written language, it was ideal for the purpose of building Gediminid authority, while its use meant that Ruthenians could integrate successfully into the Gediminid system. The Gediminids who held Ruthenian principalities and the daughters who married into Ruthenian princely families were baptized into the Orthodox faith and took Ruthenian names. Narimantas became Chleb, and Karij Hotas was baptized. Mikhailo, their children, bore Slavic names. This is very, very important because if we took our modern understanding of nations, our modern understanding of even empires, and how identity spreads, and etc., then we would say that Ruthenia is Lithuania, okay? But that's not the case, okay? It was far more sophisticated than that, if that makes sense. The Gediminids fused Lithuanian and Ruthenian elements into a composite dynastic system. The long argument between nationalist historians of Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine over whether this process produced a Lithuanian state or a Ruthenian state, in which the leading role was played by the more advanced culture of the Ruthenians, rather misses the point by concentrating on state power and projecting back an image of statehood that owes more to the 19th than the 14th century. Yes! Oh, I love this book so much. It's my favorite book of all time, I think. No, okay, maybe not my favorite book of all time, but oh my god, this book is so good. This book is so good. This is why I love it so much. This sentence is why I love it so much. Hold on, let me see. The long argument between nationalist historians of Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine over whether this process produced a Lithuanian state or a Ruthenian state in which the leading role was played by the more advanced culture of the Ruthenians rather misses the point by concentrating on state power and projecting back an image of statehood that owes more to the 19th than 14th century. Bam! Wow, okay, I'm here. I'm here like drooling over this amazing book, and there's nobody active in the chat to be happy together with me. Wow. Let me continue, but this is good. This is nice. I like it a lot. Where? Huh. The Grand Duchy was not a unitary modern state, but a successful dynastic condominium built on family loyalty. Its decentralized composite nature explains its expansion and survival. Long before 1386, the Lithuanians and Ruthenians developed a system that allowed pagan and Orthodox cultures to survive and prosper alongside each other. Ultimate control lay with the pagan Grand Duke in the Lithuanian heartland, but paganism was no missionary faith, and the dynastic system held together well under the powerful rule of the Gediminas and then Algirdas and Kęstutis. I'm here listening the whole time, but I'm doing other stuff. Ah, nice. What do you think, Lettuce? Is this not an amazing book? Crowds of the world should read the book, or really any book that wasn't written by a rock star pop historian that gets recommended on the West Wing Forum. I love this book so much because of how it approaches history, God. Oh man, this book is so good. I want to read this sentence again. This is such a great sentence that God, I love it. Oof. I am in such I don't know why, but I was in a pretty bad mood today, but now I'm in such a good mood. I don't know. God, I'm such a nerd. I'm in such a good mood right now for all of a sudden. It's nice. I don't know. I'm not a historian to judge. I sort of like how it approaches things from the perspective of the period, okay? It doesn't take how we understand things now and sort of do a projection of how we organize things now into the past, you know? As in, oh my God, Lithuania spoke Ruthenian. That means that Ruthenia basically conquered or colonized Lithuania, you know? Yeah, and the book pinpoints the shift too. The 19th century is the peak of nationalist romanticism. Yeah, it does. It does, yeah. It's important to point that out, actually. Oh, man. Because it helps us, like, the problem with the 19th century nationalist romanticism is that it creates weird grudges between people based on things that were non-existent at the time, if that makes sense. Like, there was no national identity. There was no... sorry, my mom is calling me. Like, the big example that I like to give is that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Lithuanian nobility took on the Polish language because it was the most spoken language, but language was not a tool of identity. But when national identities formed in the 19th century, suddenly there were Ukrainian nationalist groups that came to the conclusion, oh, Polish people deprived Ukrainians of nobles by turning them Polish, which was not a thing that, you know, Does that make sense? So this nationalist projection creates this sort of grudges based on non-existent relationships. More importantly, language was not a tool of nationalist imperialist conquest. It was just an administrative thing. The little administration was there, and the mostly came from churches in daily life. Sort of, kind of, yeah. And when the sort of Lithuanian dukes, I'm going to use the word dukes, decided that Ruthenian was better for the job, then Ruthenian was adopted. That's how it worked. There was a lot of pragmatism. There was a lot of pragmatism involved. And I love it. Wonderful. I'm gonna continue reading in a moment. All right, perfect. Right. I'm happy. Oh. Lithuania was a formidable construct, suited to its environment. By Algirdas' death in 1377, it stretched from the shores of the Baltic virtually to the Black Sea. Yet, if the Gediminids held the upper hand for much of the 14th century, they had important rivals in the Orthodox Grand Dukes of Muscovy, who were more attractive to successive patriarchs of Constantinople. Okay, I'm gonna circle back and read this again because, you know, I read it weird and I don't like reading things weird. Yet, if the Gediminids held the upper hand for much of the 14th century, they had an important rivals in the Orthodox Grand Dukes of Muscovy, who were more attractive to successive patriarchs of Constantinople than the pagan Gediminids. Muscovy's first great success was the transfer of the Orthodox Metropolitanate of all Rush from Vladimir Sudzal to Moscow. In 1325, Algirdas brought Smolensk precariously into the Lithuanian orbit. But despite his second marriage to Juliana of Tver, Tver and Novgorod presented their independence by playing Lithuania off against Muscovy and could not be absorbed. Algirdas led 3 attacks on Moscow. In 1368, he turned back after 3 days. In 1370, he stayed a little longer, while in 1372 he refused battle, although both armies were drawn up ready. Once intimidation failed, Algirdas was unwilling to risk all-out war against an orthodox enemy who might use religion to subvert the loyalty of his Lithuanian subjects. It was a dilemma that faced all his successors, and Lithuanian-Muscovite rivalry was to shape the history of Eastern Europe for centuries to come. Isn't that cool? Now we're entering the really good part. The Muscovy-Lithuanian rivalry that would shape the history of Eastern Europe for centuries to come. Isn't that cool? You gotta admit that's cool. Come on. Come on. Also like the stream. Press that like button. Come on. We're doing real history here. Right? Right. Cool, cool. Now we're getting to the really tasty part. By 1377, the very factors that had enabled Lithuania's rapid expansion were causing the problems that are inevitable once territorial accumulation reaches its natural limits. Orthodox Lithuanians now considerably outnumbered pagan Lithuanians in the Gediminid realms. Given the rapid cultural assimilation of so many Gediminids, the possibility that the whole dynasty would be absorbed into the Slavic world was starkly apparent. All the children of Algirdas' first marriage accepted Orthodox baptism, and Algirdas' second wife, Juliana, noted for her piety, brought Orthodox influences to the heart of the Gediminid system. Algirdas and Kęstutis were strongly attached to their pagan faith, and too much trust should not be placed in later Lithuanian chronicles that suggest Algirdas converted to Orthodoxy on his deathbed and was buried instead of undergoing the spectacular traditional pagan funeral by immolation attested by other sources. There were good reasons for remaining pagan. Lithuania straddled the great cultural fault line dividing the Orthodox East from the Catholic West. Its rulers were adept at playing off West against East and maneuvering effectively between the Orthodox and Catholic worlds, while avoiding long-term commitment to either. Oh, okay. That's the game of the name. There you go. Hmm. Religion was that actually did the religion was what actually did the cultural genocide at the time, not nationalism. Only fragments of the Slavic pagan traditions have survived Christianity. Well, I would say that the genocide was done by the Teutonic Knights. The Prussian language does not exist anymore, and the Prussian people were sort of killed off by it. Co jest, Busiu? Busiu! Man, having fun with this book. So yeah, there were good reasons to remain pagan because Lithuania played both sides, Catholic and the Orthodox, basically. The dangers of opting for one side were demonstrated by Mindaugas in 1251 in order to win the other's support for a campaign against the Samogitians. He accepted baptism in the Latin Rite, for which in 1253 he was sent a royal crown by Innocent IV. Mindaugas was thus the first and last Lithuanian ruler before 1386 whose title of Rex was recognized beyond its borders. Gediminas might style himself Gedimin Dei Gratia Letwinorum et Multorum Ruthwenorum Rex of God Ruthwenorum Rex of Koning van Letoven. But if popes might occasionally use the title for politeness' sake, they, like other Catholic rulers, did not recognize his royal status. So, well, Well, yeah, the Crusades and the Inquisition did the physical genocide part, but the spread of Christianity definitely was a cultural one that wiped out autonomous European religious traditions near fully. Well, that is kind of true, yeah. It was a political tool, to be sure. The perils of conversion rapidly became apparent. There you go. Let's read. See, this is the good part. I have to admit that the Polish part was a little bit tedious for me to read. A million names. Oh, this person just overthrew that person. When this region, that region. This is much more fascinating to read, okay? The Lithuanian portion is more cool to me than the Polish one. Although the nice part about the Polish one was about the formation of the so-called community of the land, how the community governs rather the monarch. That was very interesting. How the political system was forming. The perils of conversion rapidly became apparent. The Lithuanian boyars and non-princely dukes were fiercely wedded to paganism, while Mindaugas accepted of sponsorship from the order which was busily subduing the pagan Prussians, provoked opposition from those who saw it as Lithuania's deadliest enemy. Civil strife soon followed. In 1261, Mindaugas returned to paganism and expelled Catholics from Lithuania, although it was not enough to save him from assassination by Daumantas of Nalsia, acting on behalf of Mindaugas' nephew, Treniota, who succeeded him only to be assassinated in his turn, as were his two immediate successors, one of whom, Mindaugas' son, Vaisvirkas, murdered in 1267, was a proselytizing Orthodox Christian. Order was only restored in the reigns of Vitenis and Gediminas. The resistance to Mindaugas' apostasy gives a tantalizing glimpse of the role of the boyars, a word that entered Lithuanian from Ruthenian, and that can, if with reservations, be translated to as nobles. Leading references in the sources of all them foreign make it clear that although under Vitenis and Gediminas the dynasty had firmly established its control, it did consult with the boyars, especially before mounting military campaigns. The nature of this consultation is unclear. All right. Let's read. Let's continue this. Oh my goodness. Boyars, nobles, boyars. Nature of this consultation is unclear, and too much should not be read into Peter of Dosberg's reference to one such assembly in 1308 as Parlamentum. Beautiful, beautiful book. Gediminid Lithuania was a patrimonial system, but the dynasty's authority was in practice limited by custom, not least because of Lithuania's rudimentary institutional structure. Authority depended on the charisma of the Grand Duke and his relationship with his brothers, sons, and boyars. Mindaugas' assassination was a warning that there were limits to charismatic power. Gediminas learned from Mindaugas' fate. He sought to diminish the significance of the Metropolitan of Kiev's relocation to Moscow by following the lead of Yuri I, Prince of Halish-Volhynia, who successfully lobbied in Constantinople for the establishment of a separate metropolitanate. In 1303, it only lasted 5 years, but a separate Lithuanian metropolitanate was established in Navahrudak at some point between 1315 and 1317. Thus, orthodoxy was more than simply tolerated. It was actively promoted by the dynasty, partly to ensure the loyalty of its Lithuanian subjects and partly to advance Gediminid ambitions to rule all Rus. Orthodox clerics contributed substantially to Lithuanian government and its relations with the Orthodox world. Yet neither Gediminas nor Algirdas was willing to convert. The dangers of assimilation and the obliteration of Lithuanian culture were clear. Paganism was deep-rooted and well-organized, and resistance to any such move among the Lithuanian boyars was fierce. Okay? Or as an entropy fan would say, the boyars resisted. They resisted the cultural genocide, okay? They thought like lions. Or little kitties, if you will. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fascinating? Huh? Don't you think so? I think so. My gosh. I think... Okay, let's continue. Fierce. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. And in the meantime, feel free to write your thoughts, feelings, prayers, wishes. You know what to do, right? Do you know what to do? Huh. Weird. The debased boyars, rar. Okay, I'll go to the toilet and I'll be right back. This is a nice stream, okay? I should do more history reading streams with good books, okay? Good books. Base books like this. God, this book. I'm telling you. I've always recommended this book to everybody. And everybody just said, huh, you don't know nothing about this. Right. Fierce. Lithuania's relations with Western Europe were equally complex. Oh my God. Its acquisition of Lithuanian lands coincided with rising pressure from the Order, whose conquest of the pagan Prussians was complete by the 1280s. The decayed Livonian Knights of the Sword were placed under the control of the Teutonic Order in 1237, giving the order a great incentive to seize control of Samogitia, which divided Livonia from Prussia. The Samogitians occupied a unique position. The heartland of the Lithuanian state lay in Aukštaitia, which contained the principal power centers of Vilnius and Trakai. The Samogitian clans were closely related to the Aukštaities Samogitians, but jealousy guarded their separate identity, distinctive culture, and political autonomy. Samogitia was but loosely integrated into the Gediminid system and remained strongly pagan. Samogitians had been prominent in the opposition to Mindaugas conversion. In the 14th century, the revitalized order increased the pressure. The fall of Acre in 1291 ended its long commitment to Palestine, while the destruction of the Templars after 1307 implicitly threatened all the military orders. A new role was required. In 1309, Grandmaster Siegfried von Feuchtwangen prudently moved the order's headquarters from Venice to the Marienburg in Prussia, which was reconstructed as a massive fortress monastery at the center of a vast network of subsidiary houses across the empire. The order channeled its considerable resources into the crusade against the remaining pagan of Northern Europe. Its call for support met the enthusiastic response from across Europe. Encouraged by John of Luxembourg from the 1320s, foreign knights swelled the ranks of the North Germans who formed the core of the order's recruits. As they came, raids became more frequent and more devastating. To contain this growing threat, the Lithuanians turned west. Gediminas proved as adept an operator in the murky labyrinth of Latin diplomacy as he was in the Orthodox world. He flirted with the papacy, writing to John XXII in 1322, expressing his desire for peace with his Catholic enemies and hinting at possible conversion. Peace was signed in Vilnius in 1323 and ratified in Rome, but when John's envoys arrived in Vilnius in 1324, Gediminas refused baptism or support for their missionary activities. He allowed the construction of a church for foreign merchants in Vilnius dedicated to Saint Nicholas, and the Franciscans were permitted to build a hospital. They were to remain ministering to the sick and providing Latin secretaries for the dynasty's increasingly frequent contacts with Western Europe, although they had to be careful not to cross the line into missionary activity. When they did, they suffered. Franciscans were executed in 1341 and 1369 for publicly challenging paganism. Well. Lithuania was hardcore pagan, wasn't it? As pressure from the order grew, the number of Lithuanian raids on Poland declined. Of 52 mounted between 1210 and 1376, 34 took place before 1300. As raiding declined in intensity, the Gediminids played off the numerous competing powers to their west, including the order. In 1229, Konrad I, Duke of Mazovia, hired Lithuanian troops during his struggle with Władysław Laskonogi for the Krakow throne. Mazovia was ravaged by Lithuanian raids, but in 1279, in an attempt to prevent them, Bolesław II married Gaudemante, daughter of Grand Duke Traidenis. She was baptized into the Catholic Church, taking the name Sophia. Thereafter, the Mazovians sustained largely friendly relations until the Lithuanian occupation of Podlasie in 1323-24. Gediminas used Lithuanian princesses as bargaining counters in the west as in the east. At some point between 1316 and 1318, his daughter Danute married Wacław Bolesław's second son by his second marriage, taking the Christian name Elizabeth. In 1331, another Euphemia married Bolesław II's grandson, who took the name Yuri when he converted to Orthodoxy on becoming Prince of Halych-Volhynia. The most significant marriage, however, was that of another daughter, Aldona Crescend Anna, who in 1325 married Łokietek's 16-year-old son, the future Kazimierz III. Historians have claimed that this was the centerpiece of the first formal Polish-Lithuanian alliance, seen by some as an important step on the road to Krevo. No treaty survives, but it is clear that there was some kind of agreement, though whether it took the form of a defensive-offensive alliance, a more limited pact, or a simple contract to hire Lithuanian troops is impossible to establish. There were Lithuanian troops in the army with which Łokietek attacked Brandenburg in 1326. The Poles and Lithuanians cooperated in campaigns against the order until 1331, when a refusal by Łokietek's Hungarian allies to fight alongside pagans may have been the reason behind his failure to turn up for a joint campaign, in which Gediminas unusually, for he was no soldier, was to take part. The rapprochement did not last long. It was destroyed by Kazimier's decision to make... the rapprochement did not last long. It was destroyed by the Kazimier's decision to make peace with the order. In 1343, and the contest for control of Halych-Volhynia, relations over the next 3 decades were hostile, with major Lithuanian raids on Poland in 1341, 1350, 1333, 1370, and 1376. Lithuania now stood alone against the order, which flourished under Winrich von Kniprode. So that was big. Raiding ever deeper into Lithuanian territory and threatening Samogitia. By Algirda's death in 1377, the Gediminid system was under strain. The emergence of Muscovy from the Golden Horde's shadow following Dmitry Donskoy's 1380 victory at Kulikovo field created a new and dangerous rival for the heritage of Kievan Rus. The failure to subdue Muscovy meant that the days of easy territorial acquisitions to the east and south were over, while the Polish-Hungarian alliance under Louis of Anjou secured most of Halych-Volhynia. There will be no easy pickings for the next generation of Gediminids, and no fat new duchies to distribute to ambitious princelings. By 1377, pagans were outnumbered by the Orthodox within the dynasty itself. This fact, as much as the extraordinary number of Gedimina's descendants in 1377, 3 sons, at least 35 grandsons, and some 13 great-grandsons were alive in the male line alone, threatened to undermine the remarkable dynastic cohesion that had sustained Lithuania's explosive expansion. My gosh. Dynastic strife was contained after Gedimina's death by Algirdas and Kęstutis. Oh my god, did we really read 54 pages already of the book? We are on page 54. Can you believe this? Can you believe that we've read 50... We've been reading for 4 hours. And we've read 50-something pages. So I have to make a poll for anybody that's still here. Break for a game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah, none. Start and cat. Oh my gosh. Let's see if anybody's still here. Anybody's still listening to this wonderful book. Boyars! How many people do we have still on Twitch? There were 5 at some point. And we received that nice little, you know what you call it? You call it a sub. If nobody will vote, I will just take a break. Okay. One vote decided that we are going to take a little bit of a break. Okay, what game? We need a brainless game, okay? I think we had enough of highbrow intellectual content for now, and we must do something brainless. Do you not agree that we need something brainless to satisfy our urges? By the way, there's you know what you call it? How do you call it? There's a summer sale. Did you know this? Metaphor has a big discount. I've seen many streamers just read books straight out. President Sunday does this all the time. Like that's basically what President Sunday's theory thing is all about. Just reading the books, and I do interject some commentary from time to time. Also, like, I don't know. I think it's gonna be okay. My goodness. We've read 53. Also, this is a preparation for my seminar. Okay, let's play a brainless game. You know what we're gonna play. You know what we're gonna play, right? I hope it's added. Oh yeah, Sunday would be Jover. I know, right? That's the whole thing. That's the whole point of his what's it called? It's called theory segment. Battlefront? Oh, I was thinking, you know what? Okay. I was thinking Warhammer Space Marine, but you know what? I'm gonna turn off Space Marine and I'm gonna go Battlefront. I was thinking of Space Marine, but why not Battlefront? I just hope the audio will be working. Let's just hope audio works. What do you think about the book? How do you like the book so far? I've taken fragments and I've sent it to people on Discord, telling them this is important. I'm just a sucker for Star Wars, sorry. There's no need to apologize. It's pretty cool. We should continue, although I don't know. It might sound weird to say, but I kind of like KOTOR more than Battlefront 2. I know that KOTOR is far more janky, old, worse graphics, but it's an RPG, you know? It's more of my genre, sort of. It's more my genre than this, but God, I hope the audio will work, right? Just ridiculous. Still turning on. If there's no audio, I'm gonna have to look into solutions because the audio worked the first time around, and now I don't know. It's loading so slow. I don't hear any audio. Oh, there's audio. Okay, let's play. Damn. All right, let's play. Oh, let's connect the controller. Oh. I think I know what's happening. Oh my god. Oh no. I know what's happening. You're kidding me. You know what's happening? The controller took over the audio for some reason. Hold on. Options. Audio. You've got to be kidding me. I know what happened. Oh my gosh. This is so ridiculous. Okay. I fixed it. Why doesn't the controller work though? I have to stop the game for now. But we fixed the audio problem. Was a problem of computer switching to the controller being the audio source. Collection. Okay, properties. Controller. Enable Steam input. Play. And now it will work. Has anybody... Okay, Star Wars. Oh man. Speaking of Star Wars, have you seen the funny... Okay, I'm gonna show you something, okay? I'm gonna show you something funny. Before we begin the game, I'm gonna show you something really funny. I think as a sucker for Star Wars, you're gonna enjoy this. So, browser. I'm gonna show you something really funny, okay? Unless you've already seen it, but I still wanna show you this, okay? Count Dooku is a snitch. I'm not sure if you've seen this. Maybe as a big fan of Star Wars, you've already seen this, but I've always found this very funny, okay? I don't know why, but I find this very funny.
Good, Anakin. Good.
Good.
Kill him. Kill him now. I shouldn't.
I
Do
shouldn't.
it. Chancellor Palpatine is the Sith. What did you say? What? Is it true, Chancellor?
No.
No.
I assure you it is.
No, it's not. Kill him, Anakin. Kill him. Why would I do that at this point?
He's behind it all. Darth Maul, the Clone Wars, it's all been orchestrated by him.
Him.
Yaha.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha.
Nuh-uh.
He's a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious.
I'm not, Anakin, I assure you. He's the Sith called Darth Tyrannus. You can't trust him. Yeah, we know that already. Well, Dooku eats a lot of bantha cheese around midnight. Every night.
That is uncalled for.
Both of you, stop it. You should kill him because he's the Sith. Or should I kill you because you're a Sith? Allegedly.
Could we not kill anybody?
Could we not kill anybody?
Okay with that, actually. Stop talking. All right, Dooku.
That is uncalled for.
What proof do you have? None.
I have hologram messages I can show you. Locations of secret bases, that kind of thing. I also already told Obi-Wan.
You told Obi-Wan? When?
Geonosis.
Oh, you rat.
Oh, you rat.
Geonosis. Do you mind? My hands are full.
Certainly.
Oh, you rat.
Hello, Master.
Ooh, how long have I been out?
Did Dooku tell you about a Sith controlling the Senate? Controlling everything?
Yes, he did.
You didn't
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
tell anybody.
I thought he was lying.
You should have believed me, Obi-Wan.
I told Master Yoda
Everybody's so stoic. You should have believed me, Obi-Wan.
and Master Windu, and they both thought he was lying too.
That figures.
That figures.
Dooku says Chancellor Palpatine is that Sith Lord.
But yeah, it's funny. That figures. That figures. Wait, where is the controller not working? Oh, wait. Yes, it is. It's just, hold on, what the hell? Why is the control so weird? Why are the controls so weird? Yes, he did. You should have believed me, Obi-Wan. You should have believed me, Obi-Wan. You should have believed me. Obi-Wan, you should have believed me. I don't know why, but this moves with the right analog stick and it feels very awkward to me. I would like to move the cursor with the left analog stick, not with the right one. You know what I mean? It's very awkward. I don't know why this is set up like this. I hope it will work normally in the game itself, as in, you know, the gameplay. I don't wanna... It feels so awkward. The loading is so slow. Oh. Okay, where's the... Okay, I'm gonna use the mouse for this. Actually, collection, yeah? Not all of the characters, starfighters, or item you in your collection are available to experience when you're offline. Wait, I'm offline? Why am I offline? Apparently Vader is really strong. Not bad. Looks pretty similar to Mark Hamill. Where? Oh. Oh. He should be stronger than Vader, technically speaking. At least... I don't know. Story-wise, lore-wise, he sort of should be. But just go here? Oh yeah. Let me see. How do I... Home. Alright, let's continue playing the game itself. Single player. Campaign. Let's finish the story. His 4 abilities instead of 3. Well, he is the chosen one. Continue campaign. I could have sworn that like, why am I... This is something wrong with the controller again? Okay, let's try continue campaign. And how do I start mission? I want to see if the controller will work well. How do I start the mission? What do I press to start the mission? Okay, something's wrong with the controller and I don't like it. It was working perfectly last time. And now it's just... I'm going to have to tweak the settings again. Because something's wrong. For a first-person action game? Never. What do you mean? It would be like using a keyboard and a mouse for Expedition 33. Which at least in Expedition 33 the game explicitly tells you should play this with a controller. That logic doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it? It makes perfect sense. And now I died. Immediately.
This destruction is the true face of the rebellion. It's the reason we've been fighting so long.
We tried to make them afraid, we only made them angry.
Someone told me once that rebellions are built on.
Okay, for some reason the controls are reversed. Controls. No, what the hell? How do I... Hold on, I have to change. Yeah, but it's more pleasurable for me to play with a controller. At least in certain types of games. Okay, we have to tweak the controller thing. Okay, I guess we have to do this. Also, real pros don't play. I saw that most pros don't even use guns in this game. The big YouTuber players of this game use force users with lightsabers, etc. So aiming isn't even a problem. Of course. At least I'll die having fun. You know? Yes, and they do hook swings, which you can do on the controller. I don't even know what that means. Hook swings. That doesn't sound very Star Warsy. Ooh. Very nice. $15. Oh. Oh my gosh, it's one of those games. Okay, it works now. It's one of those games when it's like Dead by Daylight and it's single player. Campaign. Oh. Sounds like an exploit. I'm not gonna lie. Sounds like an exploit of some sort. Sounds like illegal play to me. Everyone does that. Yeah, because I know, but it's like joking with Dead by Daylight. Everybody did that as well. Even bots are programmed to do that. Wow. The developer really embraced the if you can beat them, join them. Why was this game bashed on release again? Maybe I'll switch to keyboard and mouse when I enter competitive gameplay. But for now, I'm playing the campaign. Because of loot boxes. Oh. There's still loot boxes in this game, aren't there? That's still a thing, right?
This destruction is the true face of the rebellion. It's the reason we've been fighting so long.
We tried to make them afraid, we only made them angry.
Someone told me once that rebellions are built on hate.
Am I
I
so?
never stopped believing it.
How are we supposed to fight that?
The Empire
With
will
love.
change, just like it did when they destroyed the first Death Star. We adapt or die.
Commander, we have a problem.
What is it, Hask?
The Corvus was damaged by the Death Star explosion. Engines are down, but the crew is making repairs.
Get the rendezvous coordinates from the Admiral.
Huh.
Commander, I'm picking up quite a few ship signals outside the debris field.
Any of them Imperial?
Not many. They've either retreated or been destroyed.
What about the Admiral Star Destroyer?
The Eviscerator is positioned near the Corvus. It appears to be fully functional.
At least Hask isn't alone on the Corvus. We might actually make it out of this alive.
Wow.
Agent Hask, we're
Got
approaching
him.
the Corvus. What's the status on the engines?
Ion injector system.
We got him.
60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
Got him.
That'll show him.
Cool. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Agent Hask, we're approaching the Corvus. What's the status on the engines?
Ion injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
Oh no. I'm going to be stuck on this for a while, aren't I?
Bombers are making their attack run now.
Just like in Kotor, I'm going to be stuck on this for a while, aren't I?
They're done.
Alright,
Agent
perfect.
Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew
Where's
needs time to repair the
where are the
engine.
enemies? I use mouse to aim perfectly.
We can make time. Agent Miko, let's take
I
out
used
these bombers.
the mouse in Kotor and I still was stuck, so these sort of conveniences do not help me. Okay? My lack of skill sort of
We really need to blast those bombers.
ascends beyond convenience of control. I have
Bombers are
ascended.
tearing the Corvus apart. Our
Have-
rear can't hold against those Y-wings, Commander.
How you say? I went beyond. 2 more enemies left. Oh my gosh, they're so close. Where are the enemies?
Commander, I need assistance taking down these bombers.
Where are the bombers? Where's the... Where? Where are they? Where? Am I supposed to eliminate those enemies? Wait, what the hell? Why? 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 What the hell? What was that? Hello, Ellen Degenerate After Hours. I haven't seen you here ever since our debate.
Agent Hask,
The enemies were out of the
What's
zone.
status on the
I was
engine?
just chasing the enemies.
Injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine system.
I'm not winning.
Commander,
You
fighters
should,
inbound.
you should donate for my. You should go to lucyhaga.org/live and donate to my Ukraine fund. Ellen Degenerate, you're rich. I know you.
Defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
You're a rich real estate agent, if I remember correctly. And you also like to scam people.
That's one for you.
Wait, what was the debate that you wanted to have? Did you end up debating ICO rules? What was the debate that you wanted to have?
Bombers are making their attack run now.
Where are the bombers?
Good shot.
I know, I'm good. Very nice.
That'll do it.
Okay.
He's done for. Those bombers are tearing the Corvus apart.
Where are the bombers again?
Agent Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew needs time to repair the engines.
Where are the bomber?
We can
Where's
make
the...
time. Agent Miko, let's take out these bombers.
Where's the enemy? Oh. The big red markers are everywhere. Listen, I went up to the big red markers and I went out of
What's the
bounds.
status on the engines?
Ion injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power.
Fighter down!
Very good.
Bombers are making their attack run now.
Where are the bombers again?
One down. Those
Nice.
bombers are tearing the Corvus apart. Direct hit.
Agent Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew needs time to repair the engines.
We can make time. Agent Miko, let's take out these bombers.
Where's the guy that I'm supposed to defend?
We really need to blast those bombers.
Are these the bombers?
Our radar can't hold against those Y-wings, Commander. They're done.
Right. Oh my god. The debris. I'm gonna be here for a while, aren't I? Other than the generator just dipped.
Agent Hask, we're approaching.
This
the
is not a
Corvus.
bit.
What's the status
This is
on
not
the
a thing in the
Ion
multiplayer, right?
injector systems at 60%. I'm diverting shield power to reignite the engine systems. Commander, fighters inbound.
Bombers 2, defend the Corvus. It has no shield power. Bombers are making their attack run now.
No, 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 no. Are these the bombers? Whoa. Oh my god, these are so...
Those bombers are tearing the Corvus apart.
Agent Hask, status report.
We have the rendezvous coordinates, but the crew needs time to repair the engines.
We can make time. Agent Miko, let's take out these bombers.
Alright. Where's the...
Engines are almost ready, Commander.
Picking up more bombers on my scanner.
More? Even more? Alright.
Our radar can't hold against those Y-wings, Commander.
Okay, okay, okay. Whoa. Where's the... No, no, this is annoying me. Alright,
Engines are operational, Commander.
perfect.
timing. Agent Miko, get to the Corvus. I'm right behind you.
Commander Versio, order your ship to retreat, then join me on the Eviscerator.
Sir?
Classified orders, Commander. I will brief you in person.
Yes, Admiral. Inferno Squad, the Admiral and I will rendezvous with you later.
Understood, Commander.
What am I supposed to do? Oh, it's over. Oh. How do I slow down? Hello, Emily, yes. You missed me reading the book. 53 pages.
You wish to see me, sir?
Yes. Approach.
The Emperor is dead.
So what happens now?
We retaliate, Commander.
You're fired.
The Empire will assault the very foundation of the rebels' pathetic belief in themselves. Tell me, Aiden, what is the source of their belief?
Hope.
Correct. This messenger's presence is a great honor, one I choose to share with my daughter.
Who is this? Who the hell are you?
Admiral Versio, Operation Cinder is to begin at once. Resistance, rebellion, defiance. These are concepts that cannot be allowed to persist. You are but one of many tools by which these ideas shall be burned away.
Battlefront 2.
My messenger. He shall relay you to your target.
Operation Cinder is the last command of our Emperor, and the first step in securing our future. Inferno is crucial
What a traitor.
to success.
That's Vader.
You are not verified.
That information can wait. For now. Here are our next assignments. They are unusual. But these are unusual times.
You're not verified.
Go, Commander. Do what you do best.
Kill, maim, destroy, render, bend. What was that? This is her
In
dad.
preparation for Operation Cinder, we've been ordered to the Fondor shipyards. Agent Hask, you and I will retrieve experimental satellites for the Star Destroyer Dauntless and oversee security for Moff Wraith. Agent Miko, you have the Corvus.
Come on. We secured the satellites.
Good work, Agent.
Moff Wraith has informed the Admiral that Operation Cinder could proceed as planned.
Attention, attention. Rebel ships have entered Fondor space. All units report to your backup stations immediately.
What's the plan, Commander?
Keep this Star Destroyer safe. The rebels can't learn about Operation Cinder.
Oh, please, no. No, oh god. Another air mission.
Move to intercept that enemy corvette.
On your position.
Oh. I didn't want to do another air mission.
Engage those rebel ships.
I prayed that it was over, to be honest.
Corvus is on the move.
Stay on 'em. destroyed.
Commander Versio, this is Moff Wraith. Rebel iron cannons have disabled the Dauntless. Commander, I see new...
Huh. I died. How is everybody doing? Apart from being pained by my gameplay.
Form up on those rebel transports. Stop them from boarding the Dauntless and I'll take them down.
Listen, I'm here. I exist to make you feel good about your gaming skills.
Versio, I command you take down those ships.
You should look at it like that. You should consider.
Target down. Stop those ships! Immediately!
Engaging enemy transport.
He's taking evasive action. Destroy it before it has a chance to board. I still see rebel ships around the Dauntless, Commander. One down.
This is so chaotic.
Nice shooting, Commander.
I don't think so, but thanks for the compliment.
Good shot.
Thank you. Oh my god, so many enemies.
Take down those transports.
What the hell? Did you play Half-Life? Half-Life is a first-person shooter.
Yes, sir. Fighters, form up on those rebel transports. Stop them from boarding the Dauntless and I'll take them down.
So I played it with keyboard and mouse. I don't think you can play Half-Life with a controller, to be honest. I know you cannot play... To my sadness, you cannot play KOTOR on a controller. Even though it was on a console.
Versio, I command you take down those ships.
No, this is a third-person game. There's a difference between a first-person shooter and a third-person game. I don't never see this game played in the first person by anybody. Yes, it is. Everybody that I've seen play this game played it in the third person, not in the first person.
Taking evasive action. Destroy it before it has a
I played it in the third person when I played it.
One down.
There are still two more searching the station.
I don't think anybody has used the third person. I don't think I've seen any gameplay of this game that uses the first person view.
Yes, Commander.
The default is the third person. I didn't have to switch to the third person. If it's a first person that can use third person, then why is the third person the default and not the first person? I'd say like it's the other way around actually. that it's a third person that can use the first person.
Well done, Commander.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Google. Is Battlefront 2 an FPS? Really? It's a first-person shooter? Game's predecessor, Star Wars Battlefront 2, is a third and first-person shooter. And I hate playing third-person games, and like third-person games feel horrible to play with keyboard and mouse. Like first-person, yeah, sure, but third-person feel horrible to me at least.
Destroyed.
Once we're clear, we should attack the rebel cruiser. How would I do that, Agent Hask, seeing as my ship is disabled?
We'll figure it out, sir. That's all of them.
I always look for excuses.
Restore power. Let's take out those rebel ion cannons.
Listen,
Yes, Commander. Then we shall decimate the rebels.
don't you know me by now?
Due respect, sir. Once your systems are online, you should flee the system with the satellites.
Oh, wait.
Like a coward.
Also, this
Absolutely not.
fighter mode definitely is not a first person, okay? The flying segment is definitely not a first person. Wait, how do I switch to first person then? In here. If you tell me how to switch to first person, then I'll switch to the
Commander, I picked up
mouse.
a tail. Enemy fighter at .17.
On my way, Agent. Give me a clear shot.
Okay, how do I
Inside
switch?
the station.
See. Okay, why not? Okay, press C. Wait, why isn't the mouse working?
Commander Versio,
Oh.
he's still on me. They're taking the bait.
Okay.
I've got him in my sights.
Why is the mouse so slow and non-responsive? Do I have to change something in the control settings? The mouse sensitivity? Do I have to change something? Because it's so slow, it feels like it's underwater. Mouse precision. Do I have to change it to 100%? This feels horrible. Something's really wrong.
I can't shake this fighter.
Okay, this feels horrible, I'm not gonna lie. Something's wrong with the settings, or I don't know why.
Taking damage.
I'm just not used.
Fight it down.
You're clear, Agent Hask.
Thanks for the assist, Commander.
Time to take out those rebel ion cannons.
Thanks.
You are clear, Commander. Get to that hangar.
Where's the
I'm boarding
hangar?
the enemy ship. Agent Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
How do I do that? How do I board the rebel cruiser? Oh, board. I think I'm just not used to it. How do you board? Oh.
I'm boarding the enemy ship. Agent Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
feel like I was doing better on the controller. Oh. Wait, how did I board? Oh. My goodness.
I'm boarding the enemy ship.
Hey, where's
Agent
the...
Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the
Oh,
Dauntless.
okay, board.
Yes, Commander.
We're boarding. There we go. Yay! Kill them all. Wait. Where was... I was supposed to do this, right?
I'm boarding the enemy ship. Agent Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
Oh my gosh. There have to be some more settings that I can tweak. Mouse overall sensitivity. Okay, let's check. Controls. Oh, Starfighter mouse response. There you go.
Boarding the enemy ship.
Oh, now that's
Agent
far
Hask,
nicer.
join me inside
Yes.
when I give the order. Until
Yes.
then, cover the Dauntless.
That was too responsive. I have to get used to it. Oh, but it feels nicer. Oh, now that's better. Okay, that's far better. Yes, now that's pleasant. Wait, what happened? What killed me? Okay, I feel like we're gonna repeat this a few times, but it feels far more nice. So now I'm dying while having fun.
Agent Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
Who is killing? Something from behind is killing me. And that's weird because I cannot turn around, so... I guess, maybe.
The enemy ship. Agent Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Okay, I think I know what I will... Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, that's better. That's better. Listen, I have to tune it to work nicely.
I'm boarding the enemy ship. Agent Hask, join me. Inside when I give the order. Until then,
okay,
cover
that's
the
better.
Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
No, that's bad, actually. I have no... Okay, we're gonna try a few more times and then we're gonna do recruit thing because this is... I'm not a fan of what's happening here.
I'm boarding the enemy ship. Agent Hask, join me inside when I give the order. Until then, cover the Dauntless.
Yes, Commander.
It told me to duck though. Oh, well, that worked. Perfect. What do I have equipped? An F shotgun. What do I? Oh.
I can't see them! Moving to flank!
Droid, slice the door.
It's too late! Where do we go? I see them! Secure the weapon!
I feel like I had different weapons before.
It's only one commando! They're coming for the ion cannon! Flank them! Stop the man!
I have a rocket. Wait, why is the shotgun so weak? How do I switch to it, to this gun? Oh, look at this. Yeah, but I was right in front of the enemy. Oh. There was a turret. That's done. How do I... Oh, okay. Makes sense. Shift.
Agent Hask, I've cleared a path through the ship. Regroup in the weapons bay.
Copy that. I'm on my way to you now.
Wait, is this first person? How do I switch to first person view? Oh, okay. And how do I change the... Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Oh.
Threat analysis.
Oh, what is this?
destroyed, overload the cooling cells. That'll shut down the cannons.
Commander, I'm here.
Keep me covered. Once that cooling cell is exposed, I'm going to destroy it. That'll shut down these cannons for good.
Understood.
We sort of use the E button to be in the interaction button, not G.
They won't get through me! These Starfighters are annihilating our blockade runners! We need backup! Where are they?
Who's attacking me? Thank you. Doing my best. Yeah.
Cooling cell is ejected.
Damn.
Are you alright?
Never better.
Second cell is all yours, Commander.
Threat analysis.
Oh, we have to go here. Slice.
Slice it.
Slice it and dice it.
More rebels coming in. Heavy, watch out!
Wait, who killed me?
We need to hit that cooling cell.
Where?
Slice, please.
Oh, she said please. Nice.
More rebels coming in.
Can't reach them!
Huh.
We need to hit that cooling cell.
Defend. What do I click?
More rebels coming in. Enemy with heavy weapons. Did I do something, Commander? Enemy officer. Ion cannon ready for detonation, Commander. Commander down.
Ah. Wait, so what do I click?
We need to hit that cooling cell.
What button do I click?
You're up.
I have to wait for this too.
More rebels coming in.
I see, I see.
It's only one. Put your weapons.
He died so fast. Yeah, I saw.
We need to hit that cooling cell.
Need a slice.
Yeah, I feel like I should have the high ground, like a proper Star Wars.
More rebels coming in.
How do I click it? Oh, I see. I see. I understand now. I get it now.
Ion cannon ready for detonation.
See, I got it. You have to click it in the middle, right? That's what you have to do,
I
right?
have an idea for the last one.
Hello, nice thumbnail for this stream. Thank you very much. I try to hand draw them every single day. I use the photo for reference, but thank you. I do my best. I do my best to incorporate, you know, being an artist into all of this. No AI, okay? Only Lucy has a drawing. True. I look at a photo and I recreate the pose. That is pretty nice, actually. Really nice. Yeah, only human. I mean, looking at me looking at me play games like this, you might sort of doubt the HI, but you know what? I think the thumbnail upsets it somewhat.
Good. I'm planting an explosive.
I see way too many streamers that are okay with it. AI? I don't know. I feel like it adds a bit of individuality when I add those hand-drawn things. Change the cards. Oh. What cards should I use? Brawler. What should I use instead of Brawler? What is this? Shield. Oh, maybe Shield? What about Shield? Shield seems cool. Disruptor. Why do I use this? Grenade? Flash grenade. Yeah. That feels okay, right? Feels like good cards, sort of. Feels pretty okay. Huh. Very nice. Change the Vanguard. How oh, what do you want me to change it to? What do I check? I don't really have many options. Yeah, it may be pretty weak, but it's not. I don't really like my options are limited at the moment, unless you recommend me just to take the flash grenade. Also, if you like what I do, consider gifting Lettuce a subscription for them not to be white anymore. You can equip them even if it's locked. Wait, so what's the point of unlocking it if I can equip it even if it's locked? I don't get it. Your health regeneration delay is shorter than normal. Wait, why can I... Is it because it's... Can I equip it because it's the campaign? Administrative-based regenerative agent. Oh. I could do heal. Powerful explosive. Okay, I feel like I want survivalist. Your health regeneration delay is shorter than normal. That feels okay. I heal faster, basically. As I understand it. That feels like a good card. Doesn't it? Doesn't this feel like a good card? Someone at me. Yeah, okay. Survivalist. Pretty good. It feels better than heal, actually. Okay, equip. Can I equip? Wait, why? Okay, I'm clicking equip. I cannot. You told me that I could equip it even if it's locked, but it doesn't allow me. Oh. Never mind. It's okay. Although it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. What is this? Rechargeable Vanguard. Boost card. Which was the boost card? Top one? Brawler. When you feel an enemy in melee combat, your abilities refresh and you gain a small amount of health. I don't really use melee, though. Boost cards, ability cards. I don't really have many options. I can't believe that I got a Twitch subscription. People must really like history. This one's dope. The TL50. This one's dope. Or the 880 CFE.
Do the honors, Commander.
Alright, I will do the honors. Thank you.
What happens when that bomb goes off?
We die.
Find out, Agent.
Exactly as planned.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is this part of the plan?
Grab onto something! Droid, the shield!
Come on, droid!
We already all know that this ends with Rook celebrating in the forest, so it cannot end well for them. Okay? We already know how all of this ends. With ta-ra-ta-ra-ta-ra-ta-ra-ta-ra. She looks so unfazed. She could be a Jedi.
Inferno Squad! The Dauntless has regained power, but the docking clamps have locked us in place.
How can we help, sir?
Destroy the control source keeping me in place.
Sir, my orders are to protect the satellites, not attack an Imperial station.
Do not question my authority, Commander Versio. Attack the station, protect the satellites. Those are your new orders.
Yes, sir. Agent Hask, prepare for an attack run on the Fondor Station control tower. We can also disengage the clamps if we destroy the docking arm.
Oh.
Those are our power sources.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When I have the white, I'm not gonna lie. When I have the white, when I have the white target thing on the white background, I'm starting to have problems seeing it. How do you slow down again? Sorry.
Destroy the control source keeping me in place.
Sir, my orders are to protect the satellites, not attack an Imperial station.
Do not question my authority, Commander Versio. Attack the station, protect the satellites. Those are your new orders.
Yes, sir. Agent Hask, prepare for an attack run on the Fondor Station control tower. We can also disengage the clamps if we destroy the...
Oh, W and S. Okay, hold on. W and S.
Stopping arm. Those are our power sources.
Okay, let's slow down then. Jesus. Thank you. The cursor is so spastic, I feel like.
With Operation Cinder.
What are our intentions, sir?
Now, more than ever, power is the only path to peace. Admiral Versio will cleanse the galaxy, Commander, to remind them who is truly in control.
Who? I'm sorry, who?
Commander, fighters inbound.
I've never heard of this person. I've never heard of this guy. It's Commander Versio. Am I doing damage? Okay, I am. Fair enough. I was that for a second there, I was like, am I even doing anything?
You know, if we could disable their cruiser, we could learn quite a bit from our enemy.
The rebels have nothing to teach us. If we adopt their weakness, we fail. Quite right, Agent Hask.
That's stupid. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, okay? Why would we learn from the enemy? That defeated us, literally. God, I wish Russia was like this. I wish Russia was like this in real life. Why steal the enemy's technology and learn from them? We should not adopt their weakness. I wish Russia was like this. You know?
Direct hit!
Alright, we got it.
Excellent. The satellites are one step closer to safety.
Where will we deploy these satellites, sir?
Stop wasting time on questions, Commander. Release my ship.
Let my people go. Wait, what? No, 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 no! Oh my god! I kind of are like that when it comes to infantry tactics. Well, they're not like that too. Let my people... Let my people go. Oh.
Navigating to attack position.
I've got an achievement. At some point we have to return to reading the book though. Right? We're here for the book today.
Marvelous work today, Commander. Your father will be proud.
satellites for Operation Cinder have been delivered to Admiral Versio.
Oh,
Our next mission is equally important.
it is?
Inferno has clearance to access one of the Emperor's classified observatories buried on the planet Pilio.
Oh.
It contains dangerous artifacts our enemies could use against the galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
The observatory is protected by a mantle defense system. Agent Miko, we need your technical expertise to disable it. Take what you need for an expedition, locate and destroy the observatory.
It's Wukash time. Oh, you're kidding!
Empire's here. What I sensed was true. There must be something special about this place.
Wait.
You stay here, R2. Scanners probably spotted us.
Okay. I'm not crazy. They're not using... They didn't hire Mark Hamill for this, right? I'm not crazy, right? This does not sound like Mark Hamill's voice. Unless I'm just wrong and I just don't... My ears are busted. Probably not.
I'll be fine, R2. You stay here, all right?
Okay, this feels like it would be nicer on the controller, actually.
The Empire will be looking for us. I need to find out why I'm here.
Q. Force push. And F is... Oh.
I'm going, R2. I'm going.
R2-D2. Can I destroy my own ship? Okay, I'm gonna use the controller for the Jedi stuff then. I got like the... Oh, you can... What's the point of hiding the... What is the point of hiding the sword away?
I'm going, R2. I'm going.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Wow. Look at this jump. It's crazy. This is crazy, okay? This is insane. It feels like I'm flying.
I'm going, R2.
Being a Jedi is so cool. Dzień dobry. You've all missed me reading the book. Oh. History book. It's in the title. I'm preparing for the Fight the Empire thing. I'm reading the Oxford History of the Union. Can I block with my lightsaber? Whoa. Hey. Hey. Do I regenerate? I do. Yeah, I've been reading for 4 hours. I've read 53 pages. Okay, playing as Luke feels nice. Such a power trip to play as Luke, not gonna lie. Uh-oh. How do I block? A Jedi should be able to block, right? Can I block with the lightsaber like, you know? Like you do? Or is that not a thing? How's the read so far? Excellent. It's an excellent book. Excellent book. You'll see when we continue.
Here come the reinforcements.
Right click. Huh. Oh. Let's try it. Wow. Okay, now I feel cool as hell. Wow, Luke is so... Who am I eliminating? I won't help you against a seasoned Jedi. What am I eliminating? Oh. Well, never mind. What am I eliminating? Oh yeah, I'm confused. I need assistance. What is the target I'm supposed to be eliminating? Floor. Maybe it's below? Oh, below. Maybe. Somewhere. Like here? Wow, this feels incredible. Oh. Up. How do I get up? How do I get up there? Why is mouse 100% required for playing heroes? How do I get up there?
This isn't what I wanted.
It is what I wanted. Oh, okay.
There's something down here. Something unnatural. Is that what called to me?
Yes.
Perhaps it was something more. Looks like I'm not the only one who wishes the Empire wasn't here.
Is fall damage a thing in this game? them. Like ragdolls.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Bonjour, Conrad.
I heard you call out. Sounded like you needed help.
Yeah, I do. You think you can get me out of this?
With the force.
Hold still.
I'll cut off your arms.
I know who you are. Why'd you help me?
I don't know.
As you asked.
No, that won't do it. This will.
No, wait!
I have to let Pyro out in a moment. After the cutscene.
I've heard 100 stories about the Jedi. They terrified me as a boy on Coruscant, but you...
Come on. We need to work together if we're gonna get out of here.
You should shoot him in the back. The Imperial soldier should shoot him in the back and be like, I killed Luke Skywalker. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna continue reading the book soon. This is why we are here, to read the book. Also, welcome everyone. Let's see what the Twitch status is. That's true, but you know. Four viewers on Twitch, which is I'm happy about because usually it's one. So, and we gain a subscription on Twitch today. Okay, I'm back. I had to go to the toilet as well. How is everyone doing? Oh, the chat got so silent. You should all chat among yourselves when I'm not here. No? Shouldn't you just all chat among yourselves?
You're looking for something. So am I.
No. I just wanted to let him out. He
He
wasn't doing anything bad.
What a stroke of luck.
There's always more to it than luck.
Right. Of course. Is that what got you past my men, or was it the lightsaber you're carrying?
I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. So why am I still alive?
They didn't give me a choice. You did.
I mean, you kind of do need the Force even to use the lightsaber well, right? Like if you don't have the Force, etc., if you're not Force sensitive, then you're not gonna be able to use the lightsaber to block blasts, for example. So that's a kind of a silly question. If it was the Force or the lightsaber, you need the Force to use the lightsaber. To use it well, okay? Technically speaking, anyone can use it, but the Jedi can use it better. Lightsaber.
More bugs!
Watch my back and I'll watch yours.
Yeah, I don't have much of a choice.
True, but General Grievous was... Oh my god, now I want to show you the video about Count Dooku training Lord General Grievous.
We're invading their
I
home.
have sharp claws!
Amber.
I can crawl!
It hardens almost on contact.
It shatters on contact.
Use the unorthodox. I have sharp claws. Hey. Wait, what do I do? I didn't listen to the dialogue.
Brittle.
True. Also, apparently, traditional bullet weapons are very good against the Jedi.
This wall is like glass.
Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do.
We're getting close to the Emperor's observatory.
So that's why you're here.
Don't worry. I'm here to destroy it. Hold on. The observatory is protected. If I don't disarm the defense system, the entire cabin will explode and take us with it. Blast! It's covered in the amber.
I'll uncover the terminal. How's that?
Better. The defense system activated. The clock is officially ticking.
Your defense system is upsetting the wildlife.
I think we're waking up the bugs.
Oh, that was the person that was with me before. Where are the enemies?
These bugs are very unhappy.
They should have chosen a voice actor that would sound similar to Mark Hamill. Isn't Luke at this point like as strong or stronger than Vader?
That's it. Only one terminal left.
Are you gonna go get it?
Over here. Thanks. I'm on it.
Bugs are stronger than the Jedi.
4 minutes before the system explodes.
Also, how should I put it? Huh.
I'd say we're both lucky.
Wait, didn't you say before that there's more to all of it than luck? And now you say we're lucky? Did Luke say it to appease him, or did the writers just forget that Luke said that it's more than luck?
I need help with those bugs.
Yeah, whatever. Can be a win.
Before the system explodes.
Work it then. Did I do it?
That's it. We're safe.
Thank God.
This is it. The Emperor's Observatory.
Tried after the movies, so he's not super up yet. I mean, he defeated Vader. Many people say that he was stronger than Vader when he defeated him.
There's nothing on this thing. How am I supposed to open it?
With a key.
Why would the Emperor have a vault that can only be opened using the Force?
Why do you think?
You're telling me the man who destroyed the Jedi Order was secretly one of them?
No. I'm telling you that as a boy on Coruscant, you were frightened of the wrong thing.
There's nothing dangerous in here. The Emperor's protecting junk.
There's definitely something here.
This is all worthless.
Not all of it.
What is that?
I'd like to keep this compass, if you don't mind.
My mission is to destroy this place. Why would I let you do that?
Because I asked. Thank you.
Now I'll shoot you in the
I
back.
won't stop you from destroying this vault. Wouldn't you say the Empire's done enough damage to innocent worlds?
What are these armor things?
I'm glad we were brought together, Del.
So what happens now? We both walk off in separate directions and pretend like this never happened.
I don't think you can. There's still conflict in you.
Of course there's conflict in me. I'm not blind. I know what the Empire is capable of, but what else is there?
The New Republic.
The rebellion?
No. The choice to be better. May the Force be with you.
Welcome back, Agent Miko. The Admiral needs us to extract an Imperial ally on my home world of Vardos. The target is Protectorate Gleb, a local official who once mentored both Agent Hask and myself. I don't know how this connects to Operation Cinder, but I have to trust the Admiral. Make the jump to Vardos.
True. Is that copyrighted? Is the phrase "May the Force be with you" copyrighted? Is this stream demonetized now?
That's the Dauntless. It's the ship we rescued on Fondor. Why is it here?
Well, it's delivering cargo. It's carrying their satellites. Moff Wraith said they were needed for Operation Cinder. But he wouldn't tell us the target.
Neither would the Admiral. Now I know why.
Why? I think I missed part of the dialogue.
The satellites are aligned, sir.
Excellent. I did not call for you, Commander Versio.
Vardos is our target?
One of them, yes.
Why? The entire planet and its people, they're loyal to the Empire.
The Emperor commands it. We will purge this planet and others. Fear shall spread, and the galaxy will remember who is in control.
This is our home.
The Empire is our home, and we will do as the Emperor commands.
The Emperor is dead.
I don't take orders from dead men.
You take orders from me! Activate the satellites now.
She should shoot him.
Leave for Vardos immediately. Recover Protectorate Gleb. She is your only target. That is all. That is all. Contact Agent Hask on the Corvus. Tell him I need to speak to him immediately.
Oh, Agent is gonna receive a mission to kill his daughter or something. It's gonna be a Kerrigan situation. I feel like. Daddy's like, what was this? Omni-Man. I can make a new kid. I can always start over. Make a new kid. Sounds like a really good way to get a mutiny. I mean...
We'll find Protectorate Gleb in the archive. Follow me.
Do you still remember your way, Commander?
I don't forget so easily, Agent.
This storm is unnatural. I've never seen anything like it. The locals must be terrified. This is just the beginning. When people see what we've done here, that terror will spread throughout the galaxy. I'm just surprised we aren't evacuating civilians. Civilians are expendable. Our people will evacuate first.
Oh, wow.
These are our people.
This is an imperial world. A place we're supposed to protect.
Cartoon villains. Where am I supposed to go now?
Hold here. Be ready to move out.
You're telling me I can't leave in my own ship?
When you're clear to exit Vardo's space, you need a warrant.
This isn't right. I'm part of the Empire just like you.
Commander Versio, you're clear.
Hello.
Till then, you have to wait.
harm is too much. What do we do?
I don't know what we can do. Not in these winds.
I guess we just have to wait. Trust the Empire.
Special forces, let them through.
Imagine trusting the Empire. How naive.
Are we really here for one person? Civilians could die here.
True.
We've put our troopers in harm's way as well.
They'll evacuate when ordered to. Their fearlessness in the face of this storm shows true discipline. But Gleb deserves an early evacuation, does she?
Gleb oversees the future Imperial Leaders School here. She crafts loyal,
True.
capable troopers.
Like Ida. Like me. Now she's calling in a favor.
Imagine
The
trusting.
people of Vardos are loyal to the Empire. Why should they be left to suffer?
This is all for the greater good, Commander.
What is the greater
None of
good?
this
The
looks
Emperor
good to
is
me.
dead.
Vardos was our home, Ask.
The Empire is our home. Operation Cinder is a test to prove that we are worthy of what it will become.
You
That-
sound like my father.
That's stupid.
Maybe that's because I listened to the...
It is about time. I did Versio. The Admiral sent you. I knew I was important, but to risk his own daughter's life.
Target acquired. Get a move on, Gleb.
Well, she is giving me orders now, precious.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Get...
Look, he is with me. The others will stay here. They are not important. Come!
Commander. We have a ship on landing bay 2. You'll be safe there. Go! Go now! Go!
Whoa, 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 what are you doing? No, no, stop! Stop! This is not our mission.
Stand down. It's okay, we'll get you off-world. Go.
No, 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 don't you!
I am your commander! Stand down!
Damn, I hate civilians so much.
Are clear. We are to recover the Protectorate Gleb alone.
Things have changed. Look around you, man. Do you even recognize the Empire anymore?
Please don't do this.
The
Just don't do
Empire's
this.
job is to save civilians from things like Operation Cinder.
This is the new Empire.
If this is the new Empire, I want no part of it. I'm taking the orders of my commanding officer.
Are these your orders? Are these your orders? Because if they are, this is treason. Are these your orders?
Yes.
Oh boy.
I have mine.
Lower your weapon.
Defiance will be the death of him.
They need to kill as many civilians as possible.
Admiral Versio. Commander Versio. And Agent Miko have abandoned the mission. They've committed treason. I'm sorry.
Understood. Return Gleb to me. That is your mission. I will take care of the traitors.
Wait, how is he not dead? He got shot. And why am I not shooting him? Wait, what happened?
There's a passageway on the
Why
other
am I
side of the
suddenly
plaza.
here?
That's our way out.
It almost feels like I skipped
Hold your
a scene.
fire. If they spot us, we're in trouble.
It feels like I skipped a scene by mistake, but I didn't.
We're too exposed. We need to get out of the open. Blast it! Open fire!
Why am I? Where are they shooting me? What? What the hell? Oh, I don't have any cards equipped for some reason. Where is the shield?
There's a passageway on the other side of the plaza. That's our way out.
I'm with you, Commander.
Hold your fire. If they... We're too exposed. We need to get out of the open. Blast it! Open fire!
As if that was your orders and that this would be chosen, and your character said yes, so it makes sense that you'd shoot the guy that was threatening you. Yeah, but they didn't show it. They didn't show him, they just skipped. Did I kill him?
There's a passageway on the other side of the plaza. That... Blast it! Open fire! Cover me, droid!
Wait, am I supposed to be stealthy here? Yeah, but what happened then? I'm suddenly just here.
That's our way out.
How did I get out?
Hold your fire. If they spot us, we're in trouble. Blast it! Open fire!
The cutscene ended so abruptly, though. Oh my god, this is supposed to be a stealth part? Oh, the iconic scream. Did you hear it? Did you hear the iconic scream?
There's a passageway on the other side of the plaza. That's our way out.
I'm with you, Commander.
Hold your fire. If they spot us, we're in trouble.
Wow.
New order. Secure the area. If you see the deserters, fire on sight.
We're too exposed. We need to get out of the open.
How?
Blast it! Open fire!
Why is it harder on the controller? Oh, I died before I activated the... Why is stealth harder on the controller? It feels like it's the same, to be honest.
There's a passageway on the other side of the plaza. That's our way out.
I'm with you, Commander.
Hold your fire. If they spot us, we're in trouble.
How do I get out of the...
Exposed. We need to get out of the open. Blast it! Open fire!
Whatever, I'm just gonna...
Slice it, droid.
I hate stealth bits in games that are not made for stealth.
They'll shoot it down before we can leave.
Then we need to take down the anti-air cannons.
This is very bad.
Keep it together, Agent Nico. We have civilians on the Corvus relying on us.
We don't have Imperial comms anymore. The Corvus won't even know we're coming.
We'll figure it out.
Like what? Metal Gear Solid?
Slice this.
Hello, Lulu. Hello, Estelle. How are you? Are you here for the book? We're gonna read it soon. Don't worry. I bet you came here for the book. I've already read 53 pages. It's really good. Dobry dzień. Dobry dzień.
We've been sentenced to death. We protect ourselves or we die.
Well, then we die.
We can shut down the anti-air systems ahead.
Following your lead.
I wonder...
Heavy ahead!
I don't know. I don't even know which one is the newest Assassin's Creed at this point.
Escaping ships.
Claro.
We're not the only ones searching for
Okay.
safety.
I could play if I had access, but I need to save money to pay for college. Play what? Oh.
Slice that.
So you need to
This
buy
way.
it, yes?
Stay quiet and they won't see us coming.
Understood.
Wait for my mark.
I need to gather money for Ukraine. I'm planning to leave definitely tomorrow. I was supposed to leave earlier, but plans got changed. I mean, there was a real bad guy in Japan. That's actually historically accurate. So I'm not sure why I point that out. That was actually a thing. This is based on an actual real thing. That part that everybody cries about. It's like a Xbox Game Pass. Whew. I've never said it's not so. I don't know if to trust you or why. Where do I go now?
We can shut down the anti-air systems ahead.
Following your lead, Babe Shen. Wait, where is...
Slice this.
Did I gain a new card? Oh, I did. Hold on. Improved version of Vanguard. That takes your abilities out of recharge when you defeat an enemy. And on Twitch. Anybody still watching on Twitch? Yes. Cool. It is up to Philippe Auguste now to get us a raid on Twitch.
Escaping ships. We're not the only ones searching for safety.
I'd be twitching out.
Slice that. This way. Stay quiet and they won't see us coming.
Understood.
Wait for my mark.
to be patient and stuff. Oh my god. It turned around just as I was about to do a silent takedown. Whatever.
Droid, shield!
They got a sniper!
Right. Oh.
Enemy with heavy weapons!
Patient is a vice. True. Wait, is it? Really? That is so wacky. I can just do that. Oh my god. That's just wild. There you go. What's wrong with being patient? What's wrong with patience? Huh?
We should stay
Uh-oh.
focused.
Uh-oh. I don't know. This feels so... Everything. Okay, what's so good about being impatient then? Three. You get to do a lot of things. You get to do a lot of things if you're patient as well. You just get to do them patiently. Patient doesn't mean slow necessarily. You can be patient and fast. Impossible. Everybody always complains that I'm impatient, and now suddenly, when I say that I have to try to be patient, it's a vice. There we go, you're dead. Oh man. Oh boy. It's funny to be a contrarian. Also, if you like what I do, if you like my morals and, you know, principles and politics, then why not join the page lucyhazard.org/live and donate and subscribe. Dr. Jones is playing something instead of being here with us in the chat. What a traitor. What a traitorous cur. I don't care about morals. Yes, you do. When they're mine. I do care about my morals. Should play Black Mesa to spite him. True! I should. I'm a memorialist. No, you're not. Not when it comes to me. When it comes to everybody else, you might be. But when it comes to me, you care a lot about my morals. I burped. A little bit.
There's the walker.
The cannons are strong enough to punch through the anti-air turbo lasers.
Exactly. And if we destroy the targeting dishes, we'll disable every AA in the sector.
I died. I died because Dr. Jones is not here. Okay. If Dr. Jones was here, I would not have died now. So blame Dr. Jones for my demise. What sniper? Burping should be legal. Yeah, just like Pride in Hungary, huh? 200,000 people are gonna come out and burp in unison. I'm gonna come to protest the banning of the burping. True. People should burp in Hungary because they're hungry. Get it? Get it? You get it? Hungry? Haha. Ah, you don't get it. You don't get my humor.
Heavy ahead!
I don't burp when I'm hungry. Yes, you do. Don't lie to me. You shouldn't lie. Lying is bad. I'm not sure if you're aware or not. Lying is a sin.
There's the walker.
The cannons are strong enough to punch through the anti-air turbo lasers.
Exactly. And if
Against
we destroy
God.
the targeting dishes, we'll disable every AA in the sector.
Hey, we have Imperial comms again.
Patch me into the Corvus. Commander, I've got the civilians you sent to the ship. Good. Lock down the Corvus. Agent Hask will send troopers to capture the raider. Yes, Commander. I'm with you, no matter what they say.
Who are they?
On that storm.
Anti-Semitism in my Star Wars game?
I see the anti-air cannons.
I'll take them out.
I can't believe how far the Admiral is willing to go.
He's following his orders.
His orders aren't good enough.
Neither were ours. We need to get the civilians off Bardos.
Then what?
First, we get out of Imperial space. Then we come up with a plan.
This phrase is a lie. What phrase? You're a lie. Error.
TIE fighter!
There, the main targeting dish. If we destroy it, it will disable every turret in the sector.
Take it down. I'll get us to the Corvus. Did it! Weapons in this sector are disabled.
Get to the Corvus. We are leaving Bardos.
I'm bringing us as close as I can. We have a barricade blocking our path.
Let's destroy it.
AT-AT on the left.
We're almost out of this.
Wow. What do I do now? Oh. Oh.
Keep blasting it. We've got nowhere else to go.
I almost died. Because I didn't realize I was supposed to fire at this. I thought I destroyed it. I love that Sunday started this project. Wait, why? Why do you love that Sunday started this project in particular?
We are nearly there.
Or do you just love that he started this project, not that he started it in particular? We're gonna go back to the book soon, don't worry. It's a good project. Oh yeah, it is. It is a good project. I just hope to be able to capitalize on it, if that makes sense. But yeah, I do like the idea of this project very much.
It might take some time.
Just have to capitalize on it.
Our crew is under attack.
It could be a good opportunity to grow an audience of, well, people that actually like history, as a history streamer.
Stand your ground. Hold the line.
Lightning!
Suppress those troopers.
On it!
Must have misfired.
Walker ahead.
Where do I go now? What am I supposed to do? How do I check my objective?
Another unit inbound. We'll cover you.
What are you, Lucy, a capitalist? I'm a person that needs money to do work in Ukraine.
Didn't mean that.
I meant
do
it.
everything they can to keep us grounded.
I meant
Just
it.
get me in the Corvus, or I'll fly us out of here.
How? What do I do again? I don't see any objective markers.
That doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, I have no clue what I'm supposed to do.
Officer spotted. ATST incoming.
Hold off that scout walker.
I'll try to draw its fire.
Ramp is down. You're clear to board, Commander. Everyone inside, now!
You heard the commander. Move.
Everyone to the Corvus. I'm right behind you.
You too, commander. Let's go.
Joe! Get us out of here!
I'm on it.
I see. What if you capitalize your letters? Does that make you a capitalist as well?
Admiral Versio.
Hello.
Agent Hask reporting. Mission accomplished, sir.
She's gonna shoot him? Or kill him? I thought the Empire hated aliens, by the way.
Congratulations, Commander Hask.
What now? Oh, okay, that was anticlimactic. I thought something bigger was gonna happen.
So, we're not completely alone. Some of the crew stayed with us. Protected the refugees against those who wouldn't.
How are they?
Shaken. Confused.
Shaken, not stirred.
But safe.
Hmm.
Just want to know what's next.
We have to warn people.
Who? The rebels? They're just gonna toss us in Sunspot prison before we can even say a word.
The hell is a
That's why I think
sunspot?
you should just take the Corvus and go. Leave me a TIE fighter. I'll set off a distress call. Wait for the rebels to find me.
You really think I'm gonna let you just float out here alone?
Yes.
Del. We're Inferno Squad. You and me.
Sound like they're married.
This is Iden Versio of the Imperial Raider Corvus, sending a general distress call to the Rebel Alliance. We surrender.
Contact the General now.
So you thought it was a trap, but brought them on board anyway?
You're always telling me to take risks. Seemed like the most irresponsible thing I could do.
That a boy.
I thought it was Attaboy, not Data Boy.
Hello. I'm General Lando Calrissian.
Huh.
You must be the Imperial defectors I've heard so much about.
So famous character.
We've already told your people everything we know.
Let's take a walk.
I hate walks. So no, I refuse. I would have done anything. Anything but a walk. I'm not a dog.
What is this?
A bad idea.
To settle a bet. Trip thinks you're Imperial spies.
What do you think?
I think you're right.
You're scared, running for your lives.
Oh. Never mind then. Oh, I can walk. I can actually walk on this walk. Oh, I'm so far behind on the walk. Can I shoot him? No. This game does not leave me any choice. You're not a puppy? No.
Listen, you gave us good intel on Operation Cinder. In return, I've got 2 starfighters just for you.
Wait, you're letting us leave?
That's right. Start a new life. Find somewhere safe.
Somewhere you can track us?
Yeah.
We're too busy for that.
We just got word that Operation Cinder is headed to Naboo.
Oh.
You have to stop it.
I think we can handle it.
You're wrong. The Empire's changing, and so are its tactics.
If that's the case, why not come with us? Help save Naboo.
We're not here to join your rebellion.
No one's asking you to.
It's not a rebellion anymore at this point.
You can leave right now, or you can help stop this.
You really trust us to fight beside you?
What can I say? I'm a big believer in second chances. Come on, I'll show you to your ships.
We don't even know how to fly X-Wings.
It should be easy for Special Forces.
What's the alternative, Iden?
So, what's it going to be?
Another air mission. Oh yay. Oh no.
All fighters, begin your attack.
Lando, your timing couldn't be better.
Oh no, another air mission. Okay, I think we're gonna end this here for now. Hopefully there's an autosave option. And we're going back to reading the book because, you know, this is what we are here for, right? You're all here for the history project, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Biden version. We took a break and now it's time Hopefully it auto-saved. Go to the toilet real quick. The book is really good as well. I'm gonna play some Battlefront. You're not gonna listen to the book? Wow. Be right back. Oh, wait. I wanna open a crate first. I know, doing two things at the same time is crazy. I know! It's multitasking, you shouldn't. Hold on. How do I... Where's the... Oh. Okay, open crate. What do I get from the crate? Let's see what the crate will give me. Reveal. 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 Well, wait. Okay, reveal. Nothing? I got nothing? How do I open it? Wait, there was nothing in it? A crate can have nothing? What? What just happened? What? Okay, let's quit for now. I have no clue what that was. Alright, you're here. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna read the book. It's an amazing book. Oh my god, such a good book. Alright. I'll be right back and then we're gonna be reading. Okay, let's read. Let's go. I'm ready. I don't know why I let him back in when he's such a crazy mood, but baby boy, yes, baby boy. Okay. Does your dog still qualify as a puppy? Actually, yes, he does. At least as a junior. He is, what, close to 10, he's between 10 and 11 months. He does still qualify as a puppy, actually. Okay. Ooh, I'm ready. Oh, Bobak. Okay. Dynastic strife was contained after Gedimina's death by Algridas. Okay, I cannot read when he's... Oh my guy. He's in a playful mood. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to read. By Algridas and Counts Tutis. Counts Tutis! Counts Tutis! I should have left him outside. I swear to God. But in my bad judgment, I'd have decided to just, let him in. Let him rip. It was a mistake, baby boy. Baby boy. Paido. 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 You play with him. Paido. No. I'm showing to you. Paido. Right. Exciting! Exciting! Baby boy! Alright. I'm ready to read, if you let me. Constutis, but it now threatened to break out in a new and more dangerous form. The successful collaboration of Algridas and Constutis depended upon a division of labor. Algirdas controlled Vilnius and the Grand Duchy's eastern and southern Ruthenian lands, while Kęstutis, from his base in Trakai, ruled over much of the ethnic Lithuanian heartland and Samogitia. Does that make sense? Where he enjoyed particular influence after his marriage to Birute of Palanga, daughter of a powerful Samogitian boyar. Boyars were basically the nobles in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Okay. Oh god, he's making plasticky noises everywhere. I hate it. Okay, now I'm ready. Okay, now I'm really ready, okay? I just needed to play with him a bit. Oh, sorry. Okay, so Kęstutis ruled over the ethnic Lithuanian heartland. Algirdas ruled Vilnius and Ruthenian lands. Got it? So far, so good? Excellent. Oh. We got a lot of mileage out of this book today. So marriage. It seems that Algirdas and Kęstutis intended this arrangement to continue after their deaths through their favorite sons and chosen heirs, Jogaila and Vytautas, who according to chronicle accounts were childhood friends and companions born within a couple of years of each other. According to Algirdas' wishes, Jogaila inherited Algirdas' grand ducal title, but Kęstutis was now the dynastic patriarch. The delicate balance established by Algirdas and Kęstutis was about to be severely tested. Lithuania is far more interesting than Poland, I gotta say, okay? I'm saying this as a hardcore Polish nationalist, but truly the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was far more interesting than Poland. It was a difficult balance to maintain against the ambitions of Algirdas's other sons. The eldest, Andrei, had ruled Polotsk since 1349. Dmitry was Duke of Bryansk, Volodymyr Duke of Vitebsk, and been granted Kiev in 1367, while Fedor was Duke of Ratno. The loyalty of these Orthodox princes to the pagan establishment was open to question now that Muscovy was growing pole of attraction. Algirdas' testament raised potential problems for the pagan sons of his second wife Juliana, for if Jogaila was bequeathed all of his father's extensive patrimony, his pagan brothers, Kirgaila, Lengvenis, Karigaila, Vigantas, Kaributas, and Svitrigaila received little or nothing. Given that Kęstutis held much of pagan Lithuania as Duke of Trakai and would undoubtedly expect to pass these lands on to his own sons, there was almost nothing that could be granted to them in Lithuanian heartlands, and Kaributas converted to Orthodoxy in 1380 when granted the Novohorod Siversky. Right? The favorable circumstances that had sheltered Lithuanian paganism. Because Lithuania, okay, let's recap what I said earlier, or read earlier. Lithuania, for a long time, defended itself from accepting any form of Christianity, Orthodox or Catholicism, because it was very favorable for Lithuania to play both sides, to keep being pagan and to sort of do this nuanced dance between the Orthodox world and the Catholic world. And also the boyars, which were the nobles within Lithuania, were very, how should I say it? They felt very tied to paganism. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that phrasing. They felt a connection. The favorable circumstances that had sheltered Lithuanian paganism in the fault line between the Latin and Orthodox worlds were coming to an end. The issues were laid bare after Algirdas' death, and as Lithuania faced simultaneous threats from the west and the east. In July 1377, Louis of Anjou attacked areas of Halych-Volhynia in Lithuanian hands with a joint Polish-Hungarian force. Only Duke Yuri Raremontovich of Belz offered any resistance. Fedor, Duke of Ratno, and Algirdas' brother Liubartas, Duke of Lutsk, swore loyalty to the Poles, and the three sons as did the three sons of Cariotas, who had accepted Catholic baptism in Podolia. So yeah. In the East, this order was the result of Jogaila's first attempt to unravel the dynastic conundrum left by his father. Jogaila, aware of the Andrei of Polack's resentment at being overlooked in Algirda's testament, stripped him of his duchy in the winter of 1377 to 78, granting it to Skirgaila, his younger brother and right-hand man, who, like the other sons of Juliana, had received nothing from Algirdas. Andrei fled first to Pskov and then to Moscow. Within a year, he returned with Dmitry Doskoy to ravage Seversk. As Skirgaila was chased from Polotsk by its inhabitants, reluctant to accept a pagan governor. Skirgaila converted to Orthodoxy but failed to retake the city despite a 13-week siege. So many family relations in Lithuania. Jogaila's deposition of Andrei was risky, but it confirms that the dynastic condominium was breaking down. Algirdas and Kęstutis had cooperated successfully, but although some historians talk of a system of diarchic rule, there was no formalized structure, and the system of Algirdas and Kęstutis rested on their personal relationship. See, this was like the thing. The whole system worked because the people involved liked each other, in other words. Relations between uncle and nephew soon deteriorated. In 1380, Jogaila allied himself with Mamai Khan of the Blue Horde against Dmitry Donskoy, only to arrive too late, probably deliberately, for the decisive Battle of Kulikovo between 1377 and 1379. The order plundered Samogitia and Podlasie and threatened Vilnius. Kęstutis could not mount any serious raids in response, and threatened Vilnius. Kęstutis could not mount any serious raids in response. Fearing that the order might support Andrei, Jogaila persuaded Kęstutis to sign a 10-year truce in September 1379. Although it did not cover Samogitia, the order keen, and by the order we mean the Teutonic Knights, just so we're clear. The order keen to drive a wedge between uncle and nephew insinuated that Kęstutis was planning a coup. In February 1380, the Livonian order signed a secret treaty with Jogaila alone, in which it agreed not to attack his land. As mistrust grew, Jogaila signed another secret treaty in May 1380, promising not to aid Kęstutis if the order attacked Trakai. In 1381, the pot boiled over. The order hinted to Kęstutis of its treaties with Jogaila, while Jogaila's forces were besieging Polotsk after Skirgaila's expulsion. Kęstutis marched into Vilnius, where he caught Jogaila unprepared. He found the secret treaty with the order, declared Jogaila deposed, and adopted the title of Supreme Duke, forcing Jogaila to renounce his powers in writing and to swear an oath of loyalty. Jogaila was deprived of his patrimony and granted the duchies of Kreva and Vitebsk. If Kęstutis calculated that Jogaila would follow the example of Jaunutis, who had accepted his 1345 deposition with relatively good grace, he miscalculated badly. That's true. So far, so good? What do you think? How do you like the things so far? How do you like? Yeah, alright. Jogaila is, by the way, Jagiełło later. Jogaila's brother, Kaributas, encouraged by Jogaila, led the counterattack. As Kęstutis hastened southeast to confront him, Jogaila struck. The Vilnius merchants, fearing that Kęstutis' hostility to the order might adversely affect trade, handed the city over to Jogaila. He formed an alliance with the order, which besieged Trakai. When asked whether they wished to surrender to the order or to Jogaila, the inhabitants chose Jogaila. Vytautas, hurrying to his father's aid, was routed in a bloody encounter beneath the walls of Vilnius. When Kęstutis and Vytautas deployed their forces outside Trakai, opposite Jogaila's much larger army, on the 3rd August of 1382, Jogaila suggested that to avoid further bloodshed, they should talk peace. Despite giving assurances of their personal safety, Jogaila arrested them. Of course he did. Oh, hello. You're still up? Yeah, of course I'm still up, Philip August. You should get me a raid. We are having, we had some viewers today. Like, and we got a subscription on Twitch. This seems like a messy period. Yeah, I know. I mean, that was sort of the norm of the times. So he arrested them, sending Kęstutis in chains to Kreva, where he died in mysterious circumstances 5 days later. Suffocated or strangled, according to Vytautas and other sources favorable to him, although there is no independent confirmation of the allegation, and suicide has also been suggested. I wonder. Poor Kęstutis. We all liked him so much. Jogaila did not execute Vytautas, who escaped dressed as one of his wife's female attendants, possibly because Jogaila deliberately ensured he was loosely guarded. Kęstutis' duchy of Trakai was given to Skirgaila. There was to be no return to ducal rule, and apparently no place for the Kęstudites in Jogaila's Lithuania. Jogaila had overthrown Kęstutis with the order's support, but the order had little interest in sustaining him. It sought to destabilize the Gediminid dynastic state, hoping to sever the pagan Lithuanian core from its orthodox hinterland. Having supported Jogaila against Kęstutis, it kept the pot bubbling by offering a safe haven to Vytautas, despite signing peace with Jogaila on the 31st October. 1st November on the Dubisa River, where it exploited the political turbulence to inflict harsh terms. Jogaila agreed to support the order against all its enemies, not to declare war without the order's permission, to accept baptism for himself. Jogaila agreed to support the order against all its enemies, not to declare war without the order's permission, to accept baptism for himself and all Lithuania, and in the most painful clause, to cede Samogitia up to the Dubisa. The terms were so harsh that Jogaila refused to ratify them, and Grand Master Konrad Zollner von Rothenstein declared war on the 30th of July, 1383. This is what basically pushed Lithuania into the arms of the Kingdom of Poland, by the way, and which caused the beautiful union to be formed between the countries. If Jogaila was to feel secure on his throne, he would have to find a solution to the Grand Duchy's structural problems exposed by Andrei's rebellion and Kęstutis' coup. By 1382, the days of paganism were numbered. Should more Orthodox Gediminids follow Andrei and Dmitry of Bryansk in defecting to Moscow, control over the Grand Duchy's Ruthenian lands would be fundamentally threatened. An obvious solution would be for Jogaila to accept Orthodox baptism. Events to the east produced an apparently favorable conjuncture. In August 1382, Tokhtamis, Khan of the Golden Horde, raised Moscow to avenge Kulikovo. Although Jogaila allowed his mother to negotiate a peace treaty with Dmitry at some point in 1384, its terms constituted a Faustian pact. In return for the hand of one of Dmitry's daughters, Jogaila promised to accept Orthodox baptism, but it was clear that Dmitry expected him to recognize, if not his outright suzerainty, then at least his superiority. Should the Geminids abandon paganism, the Lithuanians would be dominated or completely swallowed up by East Slavic culture if Dmitry did not serve them up to the order. Kenstutis. There you go. You have all the, as you can see. Where is Jogaila? Haido. He's looking at me so funny. Where is Jogaila? Okay, where's Jogaila on this chart? Oh, this is the counts to deeds, so there won't be a Jogaila here. Okay. Let's continue. Grand Duke Fido is up to no good in Warsaw. True. Fido knows? Fido knows everything. Mister! Hado no 98. Fido. Fido. Oh. Fido. Can continue reading in a moment. Oh wait. Bushu. Bushu. Oh, can I tell you something very bad? Like, I don't know why, but all of my neighbors in the neighborhood are just psychos. I have no clue why all the neighbors in this neighborhood are such psychos. You know how Fido is basically still a puppy? He loves other dogs. And when he sees other dogs like behind a fence, he comes to the fence and wants to sniff them, wants to be friends with them, you know. He's a friendly dog to dogs, you know. He's a very friendly dog to dogs. And when Fido tries to be friendly with the dogs on the other side of the fence, from time to time, some crazy dude, like it happened in 2 different places, that some crazy dude would scream at me, "Take that dog away from the fence. Oh, I release my dog on your dog and we'll see which one will win." And I'm like, Jesus, why are you being such a psycho? What the hell? Why are you being so psychotic? You know? It is, I know. And then I walked past Like I walk past by a guy with a dog. Fido never barks at dogs. So Fido is just looking, trying to be friendly. The other person's dog barks at my dog, and the person's like, move away from me, with a super unfriendly tone. Move away from me. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, why are the people so messed up in this neighborhood? What's wrong with people? You know? What's wrong with these people? Why should I move away, by the way? Why can't they? Move away from me, wench. Almost. Jesus Christ. People are crazy. I don't know what their problem is. And my friend, my dog is friendly, and there's just barks at us. It's crazy, okay? Their problem is suburbia. Technically speaking, it's not suburbia. It's like, it's not exactly suburbia. It's, guy, how should I describe it? It's more like, semi-village. It's a semi-village. Okay, so near here is like a village, right? And this place, this general area, is a place where people had like their little or big plots of land. Some of the plots of land that people owned were really big, but then they sort of broke them down. And people had their summer homes here, right? Like my great grandparents bought this piece of land that I'm in, and they built a very small summer house here. This little super small. It was a very old type of. They built this little house. It had a coal stove and everything. When I was small, the pre-World War II summer house was still here, and we used to cook with the coal stove. It was very interesting, very cool. And then my parents decided to build a house here, family house. They first wanted to renovate the pre-World War II little house, but they quickly discovered that it was basically impossible. And so they tore it down and built a house from scratch. And I live in this house. You know? So technically speaking, I'm not even sure if that can be classified as suburbia. Okay. Also, Poland has this in the middle of the city. Yeah? I should wash my hair, but thank you very much. Poland in big cities has this system of. I should also clean up the bottles because I don't just like playing with them. Poland, this is like a thing that stayed from the communist time. In the middle of the city, people used those to have those communal gardens, and every person would have a little wooden house and a little piece of garden sort of given to them, citizens of cities, right? And they would be able to grow vegetables, fruit, and other stuff in those little communal gardens. and there are whole separated sections just for these gardens in the city. My friend who was a writer wrote a whole book about kids spending their summer on these little plots of land. It was a pretty well-written book because she was a good writer. Hi, dog. Oh. Hi, dog. Hi, dog. Touch. Hi, dog. Touch. Hi, dog. So yeah. Oh. So yes. What's the dog doing? Stealing items and running away with them. And just as I said it, he did it. Hi, dog. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, he wants your attention. I noticed. No? Huh. Well, the audience wants my attention as well, I hope. Hi, Oh. Oh, hi, dog. Hi, dog. Oh. 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 Is it? Oh shit. I know, that's it. Okay. All right. Let's continue reading because we're behind on schedule. How do you like the thumbnail, by the way? Do you like it? You want our attention. I mean, I think it should be mutual. All right. Jogaila had another iron in the fire. Historians have long argued about which side initiated the negotiations that led to the Krevo Act, with many Polish scholars following Halecki, whose classic 1919 account claimed that it was the Poles who first suggested a marriage between Jadwiga and Jogaila. It is impossible to determine who made the first move. Attempts to do so depend on intuition and creative reading of the scanty sources. Despite the unresolved conflict over Halych-Volhynia, where a de facto partition had embedded itself by the 1380s, several unconnected developments opened the way to a rapprochement. For the Poles, a political relationship with Lithuania was enticing. Although they crowned Jadwiga in regem in 1384, it was vital to find her a husband to sustain the dynasty. Jogaila was an attractive candidate. A union with Lithuania would strengthen Poland after the severing of the link with Hungary. This was necessary given the prospect of Luxembourg control of Brandenburg, Hungary, Bohemia, and the empire, where Sigismund's elder brother Václav was elected king of the Romans in 1376. Union would end the Lithuanian raids that had caused so much damage to Poland's eastern Palatinates and open the way to a settlement over Halych-Volhynia, while Jogaila's baptism and the conversion of his pagan subjects to Catholicism would strengthen Poland's position within the Catholic world and embarrass the order. Yet it would be wrong to see hostility to the order as the fundamental factor bringing the two realms together. Poland had been at peace with it since 1343, and although Krevo contained a clause in which Jogaila swore to regain lands lost by the Corona Regni, the Poles were reluctant to end the long peace. For the Małopolska lords, who played such a prominent role in the negotiations with Jogaila, Prussia was of little concern. They were far more interested in the south and east. The Lithuanians, however, needed to help organize the order. The Lithuanians, however, needed help against the order, not organize. Okay? Sometimes I can be a little bit... Not counting numerous minor border incursions, the order mounted 96 raids on Lithuanian territory between 1345 and 1382. 66, Order 66. From Prussia and 30 from Livonia. The Lithuanians managed 42 in reply, 31 on Prussia and 11 on Livonia. By the 1370s, the order could strike deep into the Lithuanian heartlands, using the rivers as highways into the dense forests that were Lithuania's defensive barrier. It devastated Trakai region, the Trakai region. In 1374, 1376, and 1377, Kaunas in 1362 and 1368, and attacked Vilnius itself in 1365 and 1377. The cession of much of Samogitia in 1382, however, temporary, Jogaila regretted it, demonstrated all too plainly the dangers of dynastic strife. If Kaunas and the line of the Niemen fell, the Lithuanian heartlands would be dangerously exposed. So as you can see, the Teutonic Order was a real pain in the ass. I have to say, oh yeah, we're going to have the biggest, we're going to be talking about the biggest battle that is hyped in Polish history, I guess. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of the, what's the English name? Have you ever heard of the Battle of Grunwald? Or was the Teuton deal anyway? The Teutonic Knights? They were the order, they were basically an order of, they were the remnants of the Inquisition, right? And they were the remnants of the Inquisition, not the Inquisition, sorry. They were the remnants of the, what you call it, the Crusades, the Crusaders. And when the Crusades ended, they needed a new purpose. Poland basically asked them to fight the Prussians, the Baltic people of the Prussians, because the Prussians kept raiding Poland. I'm giving you a TLDR. And the Prussians were in, the Teutonic Knights were invited. They were, hello, Greater Ring. They were invited by Poland to help against the Prussians, and then they decided to stay and never leave. And then they decided to fight against the pagans in the area. And that's how they went into a feud with Lithuania, who was pagan, as we established for a long time. And then Lithuania baptized through a union with Poland. Grunwald. It's the most hyped battle of Polish history. You will see. It will be definitely mentioned here. Yeah, the Crusades, to Palestine, etc. The Holy Crusade that Western Europe waged. In fact, why not? Might as well. In Poland, they're called like the Crossers, the Order of the Cross. That is how they are called in Polish. The Order of the Cross. Yeah, basically. Crusading military order. The Teutonic Order is a Catholic religious institution founded as a military society in Acre, Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Order of Brothers of the German House of St. Mary in Jerusalem was formed to aid Christians on their pilgrimages to the Holy Land and to establish hospitals. Its members have commonly been known as the Teutonic Knights, having historically served as crusading military order for supporting Catholic rule in the Holy Land and the Northern Crusades during the Middle Ages. Good night. As well as supplying military protection for Catholics in Eastern Europe. Yeah. Purely religious since 1810, the Teutonic Order still confers limited... Oh, they still exist. They still exist? I actually did not know that. That they still exist. That they exist till the present. I feel like the Teuton got lost, so instead of protecting people on their way to Jerusalem, they were fighting Lithuania. Damn. I thought they were exterminated along the way somewhere, but... So yeah. That's the order that keeps being mentioned in the book. That is the order that keeps being mentioned here. Surveillance. Conversion to Catholicism would have two advantages. The conversion to Catholicism would have two advantages. Unlike conversion to Orthodoxy with its risk of cultural assimilation, it might allow Lithuanians to retain their separate identity within the Grand Duchy, while removing at a stroke the order's justification for its attacks, and securing the support of Poland, an important Catholic power with good links to the papacy. While conversion would undoubtedly complicate relations with Lithuania's Ruthenian territories and with the Orthodox Gediminids, for Jogaila, Union held out the prospect of strengthening Grand Ducal power by utilizing the sophisticated instruments of government developed in the Latin West. As Halecki put it, Jogaila would rather be king of Poland than a Muscovite vassal. Well said. I agree with this. I agree. I approve of this message, okay? Better a king of Poland than a Muscovite vassal. Well said. Don't you agree? Hypers in, as Vanderhall would say, hypers in chat if you agree with this sentiment. I don't even know if I have a hypers. Oh, yeah, I do. Actually drawn by me. Okay, very nice. I don't think he says that anymore. He used to say that a lot. Hypers in chat if something. That used to be his catchphrase. I'm not sure if he does that anymore. Maybe he does have long COVID. He used to be so much more energetic. And now he seems much more slowed down and... I don't know, maybe he does have long COVID. Seems to have much less energy now than I've seen him have before. All right. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. So better be king of Poland than a Muscovite vassal. His flirtation with Dmitry was probably designed to put pressure on the Poles as the interregnum followed its tortuous course. Orthodox baptism would bring nothing to the table that was not already there, while the acquisition of a royal crown would strengthen Jogaila's position within the dynasty. He's just a sleepy boy? I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily the explanation. I think I don't know, I feel like there's a bit more to it than that. Than him just being a sleepy boy. You know? I feel like there's more to it than that. Philippe Auguste, are we brewing some sort of a raid on Twitch? All right, let's continue. Negotiations began in earnest after Jadwiga's coronation. In January 1385, a Lithuanian delegation led by Jogaila arrived in Krakow with a formal request for Jadwiga's hand. There were many obstacles to the marriage, not least the attitude of Elizabeth of Bosnia, who in July 1385 expressed her readiness to fulfill the obligations entered into with Leopold von Habsburg for Jadwiga's marriage to his son William. Given that Jadwiga was soon to reach the canonical age for marriage, that William set out for Krakow to claim his bride, and that Jadwiga was nervous at the prospect of marrying a man 3 times her age rather than her childhood companion, supporters of the Lithuanian marriage had to move quickly. The Krevo Act was signed within a month of Elizabeth's declaration. The betrothal was put. You could make a really tragic story out of this. You know, Jadwiga having a childhood friend, they were supposed to be married, happy, and then the political community of Poland decided, no, you're just gonna marry this guy that's 3 times older than you. The Krevo Act was signed within a month of Elizabeth's declaration. The betrothal was a potentially serious obstacle, but although the Habsburgs asserted in a case they pursued in the papal curia that William had consummated his marriage with Jadwiga in Krakow, the young queen was under the control of the Krakow lords, who had committed themselves to the Lithuanian marriage. It is inconceivable that they would have allowed the youngsters to share a bed. Jan Długosz, who relished a good scandal, denies and then supports the rumors in his contradictory account, which relays the tale almost certainly apocryphal that Jadwiga was so determined to reach William, she used an axe to break down the door of the apartment in Wawel Castle to which she had been confined after his arrival. William slunk back to Austria, muttering about the Lithuanian Saracen. He always considered himself Jadwiga's rightful husband, refused the 200,000 florins compensation negotiated by Elizabeth of Bosnia at Kreva, and did not marry until after Jadwiga's death. Oh, that's so sad, actually. That is so sad. That is some of the saddest stuff I've ever heard. My goodness. I cannot believe how sad this is. Am I the only person that finds this a bit tragic? Jogaila now sought to heal the breach with Vytautas to prevent the order from disrupting the negotiations by exploiting dynastic divisions. After the breakdown of Dubisa peace, the order mounted a powerful raid in May 1384. Kaunas was captured and razed, and the order constructed a castle there that they called Neumalienwerder as a launching pad for further conquests. Fearing a new civil war, Jogaila secretly contacted Vytautas in his Prussian exile. In July 1384, Vytautas accepted his offer, returned to Lithuania, and appended his seal to the Krevo Act. With William eliminated and Vytautas back in the fold, the way was open to consummate the union. On unions. There we go. This is definitely not going to be a listing of facts. So if you're here for more broadly theoretical stuff, then we are about to enter that chapter. Okay? We're entering a more, exciting stuff. This book is really good on that side of how to think about history and its philosophy on describing things. It's good. It's good. But So without further ado, let's continue. Without further ado, let us continue. All right? $17.88. Okay, on unions. Historians of late medieval and early modern Europe have shown a remarkable lack of interest in political unions. See, this book is here to fill that gap. This is not to say that there has been no study of them. There has been a great deal, but it has overwhelmingly been conducted within the framework of individual national histories. Yeah, because history oftentimes is like, okay, history is very much oftentimes treated as a way to explain how a nation was formed. Its history is often treated like a legend, a founding myth of a nation, and history is so much more than that. It is so much more. So there has been plenty of study, but it has overwhelmingly been conducted within the framework of individual national histories, or of the history of individual dynasties. With some distinguished exceptions, there have been few comprehensive attempts to define the nature of political unions in this period, or to study them in a comparative framework. The domination of political history by interest in the rise of the modern state means that historians have traditionally concentrated on state power, concerning themselves with the rationalization and extension of that power at the expense of particularism and provincial diversity. See, do you see now why this book is so good? This domination was first established in the 19th century by the siren call of nationalism, and the idea, given powerful sanction by the American and French revolutions, that the nation-state was the natural and highest form of political organization, to the extent that Alter has claimed that since 1789, the nation-state has become the sole legitimating principle of the order of states. Right? And this is very bad because... What was that? And that is very bad because once you accept that, then all history is just a lead up to the good thing, which is the nation state. And that is absolutely not how you should be viewing history, okay? History is not just a build up to the formation of the nation state. Whether or not this is true, the stories of nation and state building have been linked by generations of historians. Although the establishment and growth of the European Union has revived interest in the issue of non-unitary states and political federations, this revival is of questionable value for the study of unions before 1789, since faith in the sovereign nation-state as the basic component of what Steiger termed Überstaatlichkeit has remained largely unruffled, and studies of political union usually focus on the relations of sovereign states entering into federal arrangements. Thus, Forrest, who entitles his 1981 study Unions of States, adds the significant subtitle, The Theory and Practice of Confederation, stressing that he is interested in the process by which states form themselves into federal unions or confederations. Insofar as he is interested in the historical background, Forsyth, like many others, considers only those pre-modern states deemed to have been pro-federalist, such as the ancient Greek leagues of city-states, the Swiss Confederation, and the Dutch Republic. He excludes unions that saw a complete fusion or incorporation in which one or all members lose their identity as states, is uninterested in so-called real unions, and spurns unions that were monarchical rather than republican in form. He is not interested in the United Kingdom, which embodies one of the longest-lasting political unions in modern history. This is not uncommon among political scientists, since the United Kingdom, as Elazar observes, is assiduous in its rejection of federalist terminology. Davis states, with a hint of disapproval, that texts on federal governments having distinguished the federal form by process of positive and negative differentiation proceed to gather all the rest into an undifferentiated pile: confederal, devolutionary, unitary, federal, unitary, etc., suggesting that there is a treatise to be written on the non-federal system of government, but showing no interest in providing one. Wow, people left for the good parts. This obsession with federal unions leaves scant room for the many non-federal forms of union, so common before 1789. One has to go back to 1882 for a comprehensive attempt to provide a framework for the study of all types of political union. In that year, George Jelinek began his Lehre von den Staatenverbindungen with a characteristically pungent condemnation of current scholarship. In few areas of public law does such a lack of clarity reign supreme as in the study of unions of states, the essence of leagues of states and of union states, the nature of real unions, the juridical character of protectorates and of sovereignty, and so on, are so far from scholarly clarity that with regard to some of these ideas, no dominant interpretation has been constructed, and the academic legitimacy of the whole field can even be called into question. Fajdo! Fajdo! Chodź, Fajdo! 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 No, that seems good. What seems good? Fajdo! Fajdo! That's the good part, the critique. Yeah, I know, right? I said that before you went to, I don't know if you were showering already, but this is like the more theoretical part. This part is not the listing of events. Jelinek cannot be accused of lack of clarity. With forensic skill, he formulated his views on the nature of unions, examining colonies and dependent territories, unions by incorporation, and personal and dynastic unions, communities of states, Staatengemeinschaften, and systems of states which he defined as unorganized, juridical associations, and Staatenstaat, in which sovereign authority was not centralized to create a unitary state, what he called organisierten Verwaltungsbündnisse, by which he meant arrangements established between states to facilitate international postal services and the like, confederal unions, Staatenbünde, real unions, and finally, properly federal unions, Bundesstaaten. Bundesstaaten. As Jelinek observed, despite the concentration on the unitary state, Einheitsstaat in classical political theory. Such states were in 1882 very much the exception. Yet scholarship on pre-1789 unions was then, as it is now, dominated by a theological concern with the origins of unitary states. Jelinek's rigorously conceived ideas were informed as illustrated by examples drawn from a history. Yet, despite his critique of abstraction, his training in jurisprudence formed his account of unions, which was based on two principles: the indivisibility of sovereignty and the state as a legal personality. Staatspersönlichkeit. Staatspersönlichkeit. In which that sovereignty resides. He dismissed the idea central to much early modern political discourse that sovereignty could reside in more than one part of the polity, and be it the prince, the people, or some external or abstract principle, such as God, the law, or justice, or that it could be shared between different elements. Sovereignty, according to Jelinek, lies with the state alone, and is embodied in its organs. Okay, I have to calm Fido down. All right, I'm back. Jelinek distinguished between political, historical, and juridical unions. By the former, he meant relationships those that arose through contingencies such as personal unions based on the vagaries of dynastic inheritance, in which states remained united only in the person of the ruler, and the union could dissolve at any time, as happened to the union of Britain with Hanover through the operation of the Salic law in Hanover in 1837. His principal interest, however, was in juridical unions, which rested on a legal basis, usually in the form of a foundation treaty or treaties, and which he categorized as unorganized or organized. By unorganized juridical unions, he meant communities and leagues or alliances, or state or states, and what he termed the state of a state. Staatenstaat. By which he meant polities that formed political unions on a legal basis, but whose feudal roots and legal interpretation of lordship and authority were incompatible with modern ideas of sovereignty, which meant that they cannot be seen as true federations. Thus, he contested the common view that the Holy Roman Empire after 1648 was a federation in which land as Enzoheit was a form of sovereignty. In the second category, organized juridical unions, Jelinek analyzes confederal unions, real unions, and federal unions. Although much of his treatment of the issues is similar to that of modern scholars, it is striking that he insists that federal unions, rather than constituting more mature forms of confederal unions, are a form of real union. They are juridical unions because, as with the 1707 Anglo-Scottish Union or the Federal Union of the United States of America, established in 1789, they are legal creations and, as states brought into existence by the law, possess the legal personality necessary to embody Jelinek's idea of sovereignty. While confederal unions fall short of the fusion of sovereignty required for a unitary state. So the name of the game is forming a unitary state by a union. Jelinek's distinction between confederal and federal unions was strongly influenced by the debates among the founding fathers of the United States over whether sovereignty was vested in the states of the Union or in the Union itself. The great merit of his work is that, unlike most modern political scientists and historians, he endeavored to provide a comprehensive taxonomy of political union that looked beyond federal unions. There are problems with his approach, however, not least in his jurist's insistence on what Hughes once called a false political legal doctrine, the analytical theory of sovereignty, a view echoed by Franklin, who accused Budding of primary responsibility for the seductive but erroneous notion that sovereignty is indivisible. So far, so good. We all good? Any questions? Perfect. Yet, even if most of his examples were drawn from the 19th century, Jelinek had a sense of history, arguing that judging historical unions within a framework based on theories of the modern state is of dubious value. Thank you. This sentence is why I love this book, okay? Judging historical unions within a framework based on theories on the modern state is of dubious value. I think many people could use to remember this. Thus, in talking with an uncharacteristic note of humor of what he termed the scholastic distinctions made by medieval and early modern writers between incorporating unions, unio per suppressionem, per confusionem, per novationem, of unio realis, equali iure, inequali iure, and of incorporativa, incorporatio plena and minus plena. He recognized that before the development of the modern state, based as he saw it on the principle of indivisible sovereignty, it was perfectly legitimate for scholars to conceptualize unions differently, borrowing their ideas from private and canon law rather than public law, or a law of nations that did not yet exist. It is important to recognize, as Jelinek did, that medieval and early modern unions should be understood on their own terms, a task for which the tools of modern political scientists are not always useful. As Jelinek observes, it is by no means only federal unions that are formed by foedus or treaty. This was equally true of real unions such as British Union of 1707 or the British-Irish Union of 1801. Yet modern political scientists may be forgiven their uncertainty regarding the classification of pre-modern unions, for historians have not been as helpful as they might in providing the necessary raw material upon which comparative work might be based. That is not to say that they have ignored pre-modern unions. Far from it. There is a considerable body of work devoted to them, but almost all of it has been written within the framework of... Oh my God. I'm going to have to read this sentence again. That is not to say that they have ignored pre-modern unions, far from it. There is considerable body of work. My God, this is what I get. Eight hours. 64 pages. We are reading a lot today. Are we done? In 20 minutes I will have to feed, well, 10 minutes. In 10 minutes I will have to feed Fido, by the way. If you like what I do, consider joining lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing. You know, it helps. It helps me to go to Ukraine and do work around children and how war affects them. Right? Yeah. All right, I'm ready to continue. What is that sound? That is not to say that I have ignored. Oh my God. I think my brother is doing something in the kitchen and it agitates Fido. Yep. I'm gonna wait for him to go back to his room. That is not to say that they have ignored pre-modern unions. Far from it. There is a considerable body of work devoted to them, but almost all of it has been written within the framework of national history, with little attempt at comparison. See, it's all about nation states, national history for most historians, which is not good. Although Pacock's appeal for a new British history that abandons the Anglo-centric history of the British unitary state has stimulated impressive attempts to replace the writing of separate histories of England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland with a more integrated version of the political unions of the British Isles. The new British history has neither killed off the writing of separate national histories, nor has it, as Robertson observes, brought any particular interest in locating the British unions in a comparative context. Robertson's own work is a distinguished exception to this trend. Much of the recent work on the British unions, however, showed little interest in contemporary comparisons, preferring to locate the problem within an Atlantic framework. Much study has recently been devoted to the idea of composite or multiple monarchy in late medieval and early modern Europe. This paradigm did not develop out of an interest in unions per se, but stemmed from unease about standard accounts of the development of the modern state before 1789, when Königsberg observed in 1975 that most states in the early modern period were composite states, including more than one country under the sovereignty of one ruler. He was merely erecting one section of the conceptual framework within which he wished to discuss his main concern, the history of early modern representative assemblies and their relation to the state formation. Eliot, who was interested in monarchical unions, pointed out just how common the phenomenon of what he termed composite monarchy was in early modern Europe. By applying Königsberg's term composite state to what were conventionally termed unions of the crowns or personal unions, Eliot introduced a possible source of confusion into the debate. For Königsberg was explicitly referring to what Joseph Stryer had termed mosaic states, made up of many different provinces and regions with different characteristics, which, so Stryer argued, was true of most European states in this period. Russell recognized this tension and preferred to use the term multiple rather than composite for monarchies of this type, arguing that since England did not have the single system of law characteristic of the unitary state, it was therefore a composite monarchy. Whereas after 1603, the Stuart realms of England and Wales, Scotland and Ireland constituted a multiple kingdom. He concluded that all multiple kingdoms are composite monarchies, but not all composite monarchies are multiple kingdoms. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. What's up? Well, what's up, fake Alec Kyle Parker? Any questions so far? He concluded. What is it, fake Alec Kyle Parker? You can just write Lucy and nothing else. Oh, okay. The distinction is important, although it might have been clearer had Russell used the term composite state instead of composite monarchy. For the debate on composite monarchies is still overwhelmingly concerned with the development of the modern sovereign state rather than the process of political union. Stryer, who argued that by the 1300s it was evident that the dominant political form in Western Europe was going to be the sovereign state, was not interested in unions but in states and the ways in which state builders usually, although not necessarily monarchs, overcome the provincialism and regional resistance to central authority to produce the unitary states that embodied their claims to undivided sovereignty. Rulers of multiple monarchies might seek to integrate their different realms more closely and treat them as provinces of a single state. But as James first discovered after 1603, such a project was easier to conceive than to realize. Addressing the English Parliament in 1607, he claimed that it was impossible. For one king to govern two countries contiguous, then for one head to govern two bodies, or one man to be husband of two wives, whereof Christ himself said, ab initio non fuit. Non fuit. Non fuit. I have no clue how to read this. Parliament was unmoved, despite the analogies James drew between the union of the Picts and Scots that had created the Kingdom of Scotland and of the Anglo-Saxon heptarchy out of which the medieval English kingdom had emerged. In practice, as Eliot shows, rulers of multiple kingdoms were more likely to respect the institutions, laws, and privileges of their separate realms and governed them separately. In return for a degree of benign neglect, local elites enjoyed a measure of self-government which left them without any urgent need to challenge the status quo. In other words, composite monarchies were built on a mutual compact between the crown and the ruling class of their different provinces, which gave even the most arbitrary and artificial of unions a certain stability and resilience. When monarchs sought to impose a greater unity on their subjects, as in the British Isles under Charles I, or in Olivar's Spain, the result was often resistance, rebellion, or civil war. So far, so good? Not all unions were arbitrary or artificial, however, and although historians have tended to view personal unions from above, from the point of view of monarchs and dynasties, the political communities of their various realms often took a close interest in the relationship between the constituent parts of political unions, and on occasion played a full part in the construction of that relationship. Eliot stresses the importance of examining the terms and concepts used by contemporaries when talking of political union, observing that they thought much about such issues as contiguity and conformity in institutions and political culture, both of which were regarded as important, if not sufficient, factors for the establishment of successful unions. He drew attention to the work of the 17th century Spanish jurist Juan de Pereira Solorzano, who distinguished, as many did, between Eliot termed accessory unions, in which a kingdom or province on union with another was regarded juridically as part and parcel of it, with its inhabitants possessing the same rights and subjects to the same laws, and unions aegue principaliter, in which a union's constituent parts retained their separate identities, retaining their own laws and privileges. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go to the toilet real quick. And then we continue reading. 67. We're on page 67. Don't you think we've done a lot of reading? If you like what I do, if you like these historical preparations, then you know what to do. Also get more cathedral nerds in here. I think, I thought cathedral people like theory. All right. Interesting. All right, let's go. Oh, okay, I'm gonna continue reading when there's no more noise. All right. Any questions? I guess one question. Yes? Yes, yes. Were the Prussians at this time the same as the Prussians of today? There are no Prussians of today. Prussia has been dissolved after World War II. There is no Prussians of today. Or the Prussians of the 19th. Oh. Well, there were the Baltic Prussians, and then the Teutonic Knights came in and killed them all, and sort of took them over, the ones that survived, the Germanic Teutonic Knights, and they formed the Prussia that sort of persisted till World War II, basically. And Poland was the party that invited the Teutonic Knights to help Poland with the Baltic Prussians, by the way, because they kept raiding Poland. Just tell you know. And then the Teutonic Knights stayed and decided to never leave. So maybe I'm oversimplifying, but yeah. You are. Kind of sounds like these Prussians were not really Germanic until they got conquered, massacred. Yes, they were Baltic. Okay, we can even look it up. They were Baltic, like Lithuanians, for example. Old Prussians. Old Prussians, Baltic Prussians, or simply Prussians were a Baltic people that inhabited the region of Prussia on the southeastern shores of the Baltic Sea between the Vistula Lagoon to the west and the Curonian Lagoon to the east. As Balts, they spoke an Indo-European language, which does not exist anymore. So that was the, you know, of the Baltic branch known as Old Prussian, and worshipped pre-Christian deities. Their ethnonym was later adopted by predominantly Low German-speaking inhabitants of the region. The Duchy of the Polands under Mieszko I, which was the predecessor of the Kingdom of Poland, first attempted to conquer and baptize the Baltic tribes during the 10th century, but repeatedly encountered strong resistance. Not until the 13th century were the Old Prussians subjugated and their lands conquered by the Teutonic Order. The remaining Old Prussians were assimilated during the following 2 centuries. The Old Prussian language, documented only in a limited way, was effectively extinct by the 18th century. So that is what happened. The old Prussian language was completely eradicated. Yes. What is that noise? Oh, yes. What will we have to talk about in the Fight Empire streams when it will come to talking about the Americas? I'm gonna do a distinction between empires and non-empires, and that is how I'm gonna bridge the Americas and the book about the Union. I'm gonna do a comparison because there are people that have accused the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth of being a type of empire, and reputable historians that I know that are Polish and Ukrainian have pushed against this very much. So I'm going to do this distinction. I'm going to do, and of course I'm going to use this opportunity to talk about history and national history, which to my great joy, this book is tackling this subject a lot. The idea of a national history and a history. National history usually takes the ideas of a nation state, nationality, and projects it into the past, which is very bad. Hold on. Eliot's recognition that contemporaries devoted considerable attention to the problems of political union, and his suggestion that early modern unions should be judged on their own terms and not according to the state-building paradigm, are very welcome. True. For as Dutchard observes in his preface to one of the rare attempts at a comparative approach to dynastic and personal unions, historians as yet lack any convincing typology of what was such a common phenomenon before 1789. The structure of the collection in which it appears, however, indicates the problem. With parallel essays on monarchs from the national perspectives of individual components of the unions, which show little interest in the problems of typology. The distinctions between different kinds of monarchical union matter, however. Europe was formed largely by composite states and multiple monarchies, yet these multiple monarchies and unions differed greatly both internally and in comparison with one another. France may well have been, as Stryer argued, a mosaic or composite state. It was not, however, a multiple monarchy. The relationship between England and Scotland within the United Kingdom was very different to the relationship of either with Wales or Ireland, just as the relationship of the United Kingdom with Hanover was of another nature entirely. Some dynastic or personal unions proved highly durable. Others faltered after a few years, and some personal unions such as Poland, Lithuania's brief unions with Hungary 1570-82 and 1440-44, and Sweden 1592 to 1599, and its rather longer union with Saxony 1697-1763. The component parts of the union remained very separate, as Jelinek recognized, however, in personal unions, long coexistence, institutional fusion, and attempts by monarchs to rule previously separate parts of their inheritance as one state could lead to a growing together of the political communities in a process that could result in a real union, as in Britain between 1603 and 1707. For such a process to occur needed the engagement of those political communities in the various parts of the Union and required sufficient support among them for fusion to take place. Yet political unions are usually studied and categorized on the basis of the treaties that founded them, rather than on the messy reality of these unificatory processes. And historians are often cavalier in their use of terms, as Jelinek observed. Scholarship concerning so-called unions, in a closer sense, i.e. the uniting of several states under one and the same ruler, has been obscured by vague and unstable terminology, in which historical and legal aspects are partly confused and partly mixed up. He pointed out that for some, a real union meant the formation of a unitary state, while the term personal union simply denoted the sharing of a common ruler. For Jelinek, a real union was founded on a statute, gazettes, agreed by the parties to the union, which integrated some, if not necessarily all, state institutions. Such a union of independent states could only come about with the full agreement of both parties. Right? A union based on consensus. So yes, it is worth bearing these distinctions in mind. The term real union is often used, especially by historians of the United Kingdom, as a synonym for parliamentary union. Yet for Jelinek, the union of Sweden and Norway, confirmed by the parliaments of both states in 1815, was a real union of states that remained sovereign, each with its own parliament and without a common government erected over them, since they conducted a common foreign policy through the common ruler. Likewise, he regarded the Austro-Hungarian monarchy as a real union, although the Austrian and Hungarian parts of the monarchy retained separate parliaments after the 1867 Ausgleich. As Jelinek maintained, there is a distinction to be drawn between legal definitions and historical and political reality. There was a spectrum of relationships between the constituent parties to personal and real unions that can blur the lines between the neat jurists' categories. It is for this reason that Jelinek insisted upon the necessity of formal statutory basis for a relationship to be considered a real union. Yet, although he recognized that personal unions could develop into real unions, he does not consider how this occurs, as this is properly the territory of the historian rather than the jurist. Regardless of whether a union is a personal or real union, from the jurist's point of view, however, it is also a relationship between two polities that changes over time, often substantially. Although historians understandably devote considerable attention to the treaties that define the legal basis of unions, these treaties reflected long processes in which the relationship between the partners to the treaty changed and developed. As in the case of Scotland and England, the development towards closer union was not necessarily the result of friendly feelings. Relations between the two countries in the 17th century was characterized more by hostility than harmony, with invasion, conquest, and the forced, albeit brief, Cromwellian incorporating Union of 1652, more prominent than any growth of mutual affection. Yet neighbors could have common interests. There were strong unionist currents of thought in both England and Scotland. English unionism might have rested on the hegemonic and tactless assertion that Scotland was a fief of the English crown. Nevertheless, a considerable body of Scottish unionist thought existed long before 1603. Some of it pragmatic, some idealistic. As Kidd argues, such pro-unionist sentiments have not been given the attention they deserve, since historians of Scotland tend to focus on the distinctiveness of Scotland and Scottish historical and cultural trends, and have generally paid vastly greater attention to nationalism than to unionism. Historians of Scotland are by no means the only ones. The development of modern political nationalism after 1789 created a climate hostile to the concept of political union. The doctrine of the sovereign nation, one and indivisible, exported on the bayonets of the French revolutionary armies, roused powerful forces across Europe as nations, or at least their elites, sought to define themselves and express their claim to sovereign independence according to Bodin's seductive concept of indivisible sovereignty in order to take their place in the post-1648 international system, which treated all sovereign states as legally equal regardless of their size and importance. Multinational polities faced demands for independence and came under increasing pressure to recognize claims to national autonomy within their borders, long before Woodrow Wilson pulled the stopper from the genie's bottle with his endorsement of the right of self-determination in 1918. This hostile climate affected the writing of the history of the Polish-Lithuanian Union. It was exacerbated by the unexpected return of political independence for Poland and Lithuania in 1918, following the collapse of the partitioning powers. Among the Polish-speaking elites of the former Polish-Lithuanian state, there had long been support for its reconstitution within the borders of 1772 as a multinational federation. In the 19th century, however, the rise of national consciousness among Lithuanians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians brought competing demands for the establishment of new nation states on the basis of these national groups, all of which developed traditions of history writing in the 19th century hostile to the idea of union. You see how interesting this topic is? What do you think? I think this is fascinating. Basically, nations that form on the territories of this union and basically fought for which parts of the union should belong to which newly formed state. Oof. My goodness. And to the old Union state. So hostile to the idea of union and to the old Union state. By the 1830s, Narbut's Polish language history of Lithuania was already marked by a strong commitment to Lithuanian independence. As the philologists Kristijonas Donelaitis and Liudvikas Reza studied the origins of the Lithuanian language, historians writing in Lithuanian began constructing an alternative account of the Lithuanian past. The partitioning powers fostered the publication of historical works presenting the Union as a Polish imperialist project. There you go. This is how I will tie this to fight against empire, okay? This is how I'm going to do it, because this is nonsense, okay? This is projecting national ideas into the past, and this is what I'm going to be discussing during the seminar that I have to construct still. Now we're doing research. This is the research part. The partitioning powers fostered the publication of historical works presenting the Union as a Polish imperialist project. In Ukraine, where nationalist historians had the dual problem of extricating the history of the Ukrainian past from its entanglement with Russia as well as Poland. Hrushchevsky, whose great history of Ukraine Rush was published between 1898 and 1936, and who in March 1917 was head of the Ukrainian government that declared independence from Russia, used his formidable erudition to give a highly negative portrayal of the Union and its effects on the Ukrainian nation. In what is now Belarus, Mikhail Koyalovich fostered the development of Western Lithuanianism, which preached the unity of Western Lithuanians and trumpeted the negative effects upon them of all contacts with Poland. The territorial and national struggle after 1918 created a climate even more hostile to objective study of the common Polish-Lithuanian past, as Polish speakers in the lands of the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania, who had regarded themselves as Lithuanians or Ruthenians, faced growing hostility from nationalist movements among Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian nationalists, who simply regarded them as Poles, unless they renounced all traces of their Polish identity in a process that divided families and communities. And this is exactly why I'm not a big fan of nationalism, by the way. This is why. I hope you can appreciate my criticism of the concepts. The problems were exacerbated by the terrible fate of these lands between 1939 and 1945, where people suffered genocide, ethnic cleansing, and the complete breakdown of political order, quite apart from the Holocaust visited upon the Jews in the bloodlands of Eastern Europe. Wow. Someone's adopting the language of Timothy Snyder. They're very interesting. Quite apart from the Holocaust visited upon the Jews in the bloodlands of Eastern Europe, Poles, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and others were subject to and sometimes perpetrators of the massacres and ethnic cleansing that changed Eastern Europe forever. True. All right. So we have We have the Volin massacre, I guess, here, and let me see. Holocaust subject to and sometimes perpetrators of the massacres and ethnic cleansings. Between 1945 and 1990, historical study in the Soviet Union, with its Russian nationalist foundations, encouraged negative portrayals of the Union. Everybody, from nationalists to the communists, everybody hated the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. My favorite project of history. Everybody's a hater. Uh-huh. I hate it. Wow, okay. With its Russian nationalist foundations, encouraged negative portrayals of the Union. The 20th century created deep wounds, not all of which have healed. Polish historians, apart from those who saw the Union as an unmitigated disaster, ultimately responsible for the failure of the Polish state, tended to portray it in broadly positive terms, even in communist Poland, where historians after 1956 were allowed more latitude than elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian historians were far less willing to see anything of value in the Union. Hrushevsky depicted the Ukrainian people as the victims of adverse historical circumstances, which bedimmed its manifestations of vitality and its creative energy, and abandoned it for long centuries at the crossroads of political life as a defenseless and vulnerable prey to the avaricious appetites of its neighbors. Lithuanian attitudes were broadly similar in the interwar period, when historians concentrated on the medieval origins of Lithuania and its achievements until 1385, when Jogaila set Lithuania on what Suziedėlis, writing in 1935, termed as fatal path to union. Yeah. Fatal path to union. Don't worry, this book will do the union justice. Don't worry. Victim blaming. That is what it is. Victim blaming. During the debates over the formation of the United States of America, Alexander Hamilton quoted by Mably's observation that neighbors were naturally enemies, unless common weakness forced them to join together to form a confederative republic. Relations between neighbors in European history have frequently been characterized by hostility, war, and mutual loathing. If an important factor in the construction of the sense of identity that today is so often seen as central to the nation-building process is using the other to define what one is not, then neighbors are the most readily available other against which this definition can be established, even if those neighbors speak a related or the same language. You just see, like the neighbors are just the other that you can base your own identity of. National identity, I might add. Yet the obsession with the other in recent literature or on identity formation and its relation to the state has produced a distorting emphasis on polarization, when attitudes to other peoples in practice spread across a broad spectrum in which outright hostility was by no means necessarily dominant. The formation of unions, often despite long traditions of mutual hostility, showed that neighbors could and did recognize that relations need not be characterized by violence, however difficult the necessary hatchet-bearing might be, and that political union had much to recommend it. This study focuses on one such union, in which a long process of unification driven from below as much as from above established a framework within which mutual hostility was contained and channeled, in which a powerful political fusion gradually developed, forming a unique political culture, yet one that was also truly European. The Krevo Act. Whew. Any thoughts? My goodness. Wow. What? Wow. The Krevo Act has long been controversial. There were not many conditions. In return for Jadwiga's hand, Jogaila agreed to pay 200,000 florins to William von Habsburg as compensation for the breach of his betrothal agreement, and to accept Catholic baptism for himself, unbaptized members of his family, and his pagan subjects. He agreed to release noble Polish prisoners. There was a prisoner of war release organized through this arrangement. Interesting. He agreed to release noble Polish prisoners captured in raids and to recover lands lost by Lithuania and Poland at his own expense. Finally, he promised that he would unite in perpetuity his Lithuanian and Ruthenian lands to the Polish crown. Demum etiam Iagalo dux sepe dictus promiti terras suas Lithuaniae et Rusiae, corone regni Poloniae perpetuo applicare. That little word, applicare, has exercised generations of historians. What precisely did it mean? In the 1890s, Konechny and Levitsky argued that applicare was a synonym for incorporare. Therefore, what came to be known as the Union of Krevo was believed to have affected the incorporation of Lithuania into Poland and the liquidation of the Lithuanian state. This incorporation thesis, also accepted by Lubawski, became a dominant among Polish historians by 1918, when the contest for the old Polish-Lithuanian lands lent a considerable edge to historical research. The legal historians Balcer and Kutrzeba endorsed it, if with reservations, as did Halecki, author of the first comprehensive history of the making of the Union, which he saw as the expression of what he called the Jagiellonian idea, a federalist conception that to Halecki offered a model of peaceful coexistence in post-1918 Eastern Europe. Hold on, I have to Google it now. Crusader Kings. Is that the title? Is that the game? Crusader Kings game. Right. Yes. Yes, that's it. That's this. Yes, that's the game. Exactly. That is the game. Perfect. Where's this? Yes. Peaceful coexistence. Oh. My goodness. Aplicar. What do you mean? Oh, Crusader Kings Free. That's the title that I've been looking for. Crusader Kings 3. We're going through this book in like a pretty good pace. Lithuanian historians keen to assert Lithuania's historic claims to statehood rejected the incorporation thesis, and Halecki's rose-tinted Jagiellonian idea, although professional historians largely shunned the populist vision that attacked Jogaila as a traitor who betrayed Lithuania in 1386, they had little liking for the Union. Look at this. The Krevo Act. Jogaila, Duke of Lithuania, together with his brothers, swears to enact certain obligation if he should marry Jadwiga, Queen of Poland, or rather King of Poland, because Jadwiga was technically speaking a king. Yes. Yes. That's the word. That's the word. Applicare. Yes. Traces of lost seals. I should go to Krakow and... Iwinskis argued that Jogaila's baptism and coronation instituted a personal union in which he ruled Lithuania separately as Grand Duke, although he had to institute new mechanisms for governing it since he spent most of his time in Poland after 1386. Sapoka translated applicare as prijuncti, meaning to attach or to connect, arguing that although Jogaila joined Lithuania to Poland and not the other way around, on account of the greater status of the royal title in Poland, Polish historians had too narrow an understanding of Krevo and the relationship it instituted. Lithuania was not incorporated and remained a separate state. I'm actually more inclined to go with this, that Lithuania remained a separate state and was not incorporated. I am more inclined into this historical interpretation of events, just so you know. That is what I think. Wait, are we doing a CK3 stream because of the book? I mean, we could. I do have the game. This is all very, very fascinating. Whew. I should do more reading on stream, even though my editor has scolded me for just reading a dry text. I'm not being an entertainer right now. You know? Well, I have to read this book, so I could do it offline by myself, or I could turn on stream and read it on stream. And we have gone through 73 pages. How many pages does this book even have? Oh God, 589. It's a long book. We're on 73. Under Soviet rule from 1940 to 1990, negative views of the Union were institutionalized in Lithuania, while nationalist historians in exile were virulently hostile to the Union, a trend that climaxed in 1989 with the hysterical accusation that Jogaila was guilty of instituting the genocide of the Lithuanian people. Oh my God. Really? Okay. I'm just gonna say it outright. This is what nationalist brain rot does, okay? This is exactly what the nationalist brain rot does to you. Yes, Jogaila was guilty of instituting the genocide of the Lithuanian people. Brilliant analysis. My God. There are over 500 pages in this book. How do you like the book so far, Greater Ain't? My God. Don't worry, in some time we're going to take a break. If we're going to take a break, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, write in the chat. When we take a break, what would you like me to do? What would you like me to do during a break? You don't like what I think of the book. What do you think of the book? Jesus Christ. What's wrong with the book? It's a really good book. I'm a history streamer. What's wrong with the book? Okay, so what would you like me to do during the break? Write in the chat. Write your, what do you call it? Suggestions. Also, what's wrong with the book? I'm having fun with it. My goodness. Am I too much of a nerd? Okay, I'll be fair. There's nothing wrong with the book as far as I can see. You just think history is hard to learn. Nah, it's cool. History is cool. I mean, fair. It's just I'm a history streamer. Allegedly. Wait, nobody wants to... I don't know. Does nobody want to propose activities during a break? Also, I have to feed Fido real quick. So while I feed Fido, you give proposals for what would you like us to do during the break. Yeah, Fido needs to eat. That's right. Lucy, you could download Planet Side 2. It's free to play. I could, but what would you like me to do during the break? My goodness. So you want me to start yet another game? Let's finish one. Okay, let's finish at least one game. Because I've been just starting games and not finishing any, and that's not good. Okay, I finished Half-Life, but CK3 would be on theme. It would be, but I would have to redo the tutorial, which would be like a whole thing. Because I forgot how to play it. Also, it's mixed reception. Planet Side 2. Why is it mixed reception all of a sudden? In this game, things happen, a lot of things at the same time. This game is good, but horribly mismanaged. This game is really the only example of its niche, and that's a shame. I might really like this game, but it's got some glaring issues. What is the genre of this game? Rogue Planet Games. Okay, I'm gonna add it to library since it's free. I played so much of Planet Side 2 back in the day. Okay, I'm gonna go feed Fido. And you are going to tell me what you want, okay? And I'm gonna oblige. What's a multiplayer thing where the factions fight over continental control? That sounds like so many games. Mister. Okay, let me see your proposals, okay? Say yay, Emily. Hello. You play SK3 as the Polish. And my third most played game behind. Oh wow. I can see that. What are your propositions? Okay, also consider. Oh, we could finish Black Mesa. Oh yeah, we could play some Black Mesa. Okay. Also consider donating or subscribing because I'm scrambling to gather funds for Ukraine. Also, do you want a break now or do we want to read some more? So many questions. Break now or later? Oh, I'm so happy that we had, for a while at least, Twitch viewers, 5 of them. And we got a Twitch subscription. How far is it later? I don't know. 3, 4 pages. It would be cool to get a nice, how do you call it, raid from Philippe Auguste to build up on the momentum on Twitch. Oh. Ooh. This is a good game. TV? Ooh, that is a nice game as well. No, the chat got silent. The chat went absolutely silent. Looks like I'm going to be flat broke for a while. Wait, what does... Well, what do you... I mean, I'm very sorry about that, but you can still give me suggestions as to what you want me to do. If you want me to to take a break now or, you know, in a few pages. I'm pretty broke as well. So what do we wanna... What is this? There's Austria, Bavaria, Bohemia, Brandenburg, Brittany, Hungary, Poland. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Okay, thank you for this, Estelle. Thank you very much. Okay, break now or later? Quickly. Decide. Who usually should finish kindergarten? No, Lithuania? Let me check the page, actually. Here's a list of countries. There is no Lithuania, you're right. Lithuania is always so, I don't know, sidelined. In Civilization 6, it was just a city-state. It's like, what? Lithuania? This is so sad. It's thrown under the bus. I don't know if I feel like humankind. So do we want Black Mesa or do we want humankind or kindergarten? I don't know if right now I feel like kindergarten. Also, Dr. John's has... I can check if I own it. Dr. John's has abandoned us, just saying. I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed by Dr. John's, just so you know. I've never felt so betrayed as now I feel by Dr. John's. I do not own Humankind. It is on Steam, right? It is. It costs a little bit over $10. Mostly positive. It's like Civilization, I guess. Sega. It's on super big discount now, minus 75%. Minus 75%. By Humankind Definite Edition bundle is $25 or something. So it's definitely on sale now. You know what we should play? Oh, I know what we should play. I'm gonna show you the best game ever, okay? You ready? I've been recommended this game, so I'm gonna show it to you, okay? It's only 1 gigabyte. We can play it together. It's a very fun game. It's a collection of of small games. I'm gonna show it to you. You're gonna thank me for it. You're gonna thank me for it, okay? You're gonna thank me for showing you this game. It's called Unsorted Horror. I don't know if you're familiar. It's not. It's Unsorted Horror. I've been recommended this game when in Ukraine. I have to show it on screen. I don't know if any of you know this. Unsorted Horror. So... Unsorted Horror is a collection of experimental first-person horror games. Most of the games are very short, 10 to 15 minutes, and are designed to be played through in one sitting. They do not feature save mechanics. Longer titles that feature save mechanics will be marked with a disc icon. Press space to continue. I've never heard of it. Okay, we're going to play the game Carbon Steel. No, Concrete Tremor. Oh, Fido. I might have to take a break soon to walk him, by the way. Baby boy! Mister! I think he wants to be walked now. Do you mind if I take a short break to walk him? Can you hear him? I think I need to walk him. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, okay? I'm gonna leave this haunting music. I'm going to... One moment. I'm going to do this. And I'll be right back, okay? I'll walk him real quick and then we're gonna continue the stream. In the meantime, if you want to support me, then, you know, donate or something. I'll walk him real quick. Otherwise, he'll poop inside the house. He does that. Trust me. I'll be right back. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I have to walk Pyro. Please consider. Also try to get me a raid on Twitch. Thank you for the $10, Philippe August. Thank you very much. I am back. Welcome. Thank you. Boom. We're back to the horror game, which is very loud now for some reason. Okay. Anybody still here? Are you still here? Monsieur? Hello? Alright, let's go. Poor. Wow. Are you still here? I am. Not typing. Yes, but my hands are sticky with duct tape. Ah, okay. Let's get a raid on Twitch. I am present. Also, the music slaps. I know, right? I feel like I've been managing to grow a little bit of a Twitch audience. We even got a subscription today. Tier 1. So that's good. That's good. That means that alone means that the multi-streaming became worth it. Sort of, kind of, all of a sudden. Alright, let's see. I'm holding the space. Okay. We're playing the game on the CD-ROM. This takes place in a... Well, you'll see. It's a Soviet bloc, apparently. A Concrete Tremor, a game by Mike Klubnika. Music by Yabu. And was made by Mike.
I am starving.
Take this slop.
What do you see from your room? What do you see? All I see is a wall. You know someone with the roof and rats, right? Really?
Really?
So, where are we? I have no idea.
I can give you free Twitch subs from Prime when it renews. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Conrad. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. You gotta admit that this game is pretty aesthetically interesting, right? And overall interesting.
Players on the roof. Permission to open fire? Negative. What if they jump ship? It won't be unfair. They are going to finally win.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't think... Okay, I will have to restart the game then. Okay, I have to restart this game. I hate the game capture function. There you go. Which means that I have to restart it now. For your own good. I'm gonna restart it because this is a nice game. It will be next month if I remember correctly. Thank you very much. If any of you have primes, consider giving them to me so that I can build a Twitch audience. Steadily growing as a content creator. Oh, Chaos! Es muy bien. Oh my goodness. It feels like you've been here like 10 years ago. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen you here. My god. I thought you forgot about me. I thought you forgot about that I existed. I'm so happy. Been a while, hasn't it? It has. I thought you forgot about me. But I'm glad that you have not. I'm very happy that you have not forgotten about me. Yeah, now you can see it, but I want you to see it from the beginning. It should show on screen in a moment. I'm offended. That's insane. I'm offended. I mean, you haven't been here, so I was sad. I thought Chaos forgot about me. I thought we had something, you know? Well, I can see that we still have something. Oh, I'm glad. I can see I was not mistaken when I thought that. I'm sorry, it's been 2 months. Exactly. 2 long months. Okay, now... So this takes place in a Soviet bloc, apparently. I've been busy. Well, it's okay. You're here now. Let's take this slot. See? This is a visually interesting game, isn't it?
What do you see from your room? What do you see? All I see is a wall. You know someone with the roof and
Oh, thank you very much.
Really? Yes. So, where are we? I have no idea.
Okay, let's go. To the roof. You will help me in the gameplay portion. Greater, how do you like it? Oh, wow. It's familiar, the title. I've always been here for the last 2 years, that is true. You have been watching my streams for over 2 years, I think.
Permission to open fire?
But you've never donated.
What if we jump ship? It won't be unfair. They are going to die
Anyway.
Our simple. Attended soon. 25 buildings. 5 shots per turn. 5 consecutive missiles to the opponent full. First one to disable the opponent's buildings wins.
So, as you can see, this is a game of battleships. Have you ever played battleships? I'm your most loyal viewer. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. So, we have 5 shots. Where do you want me to shoot? Tell me and I will place my shots. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is A, B, C, D, A, E, F, G. H, I, J. It's already taken. It's already taken. E7 is already taken. Look, it already has a dot. Wow, I haven't played battleships in years. Well then, tell me where to place. I've not won in this once when I played it in Ukraine, by the way. I've lost a couple of times in a row. Just saying. I8, okay. I8. So that's our shot number 1. Okay, we have 4 shots left. Place your bet. 4 shots left. Yeah, we have more to, you know. Nobody else? Nobody wants to give me the guesses? Do I have to do it? B3. Okay. A, B, 3. B3. Okay, 3 more. I can't guess. Well, you can look at the board and, you know. You're supposed to try to deduce, not guess. H2, alright. Two more. Wow. I cannot believe you do this to me as my most loyal viewer. What? How do I tell if it's a hit? Once we get 5, it'll show us. We have to choose 5 first, and then it will shoot 5 in a row, and we will see which ones are hit. It'll be an X. A hit will be an X. So we have to choose all 5 in a row first. So 2 left. I can't believe you. I can't believe you! What do you mean? So choose. Oh, I'm gonna guilt trip Dr. Jones, by the way. There you go. Oh my god! Dr. Jones is playing Valhalla. I've been told not to play this game on stream, but I could play this game on stream. You play as like a bartender. I know Valhalla. I like this game. I know Valhalla. Valhalla. Like it's a bartender game. What is this game? IDF Airstrike Simulator? Sort of. So 2 more. E6 looks like a good place to hit. E6. 1 more. 1 more. 1 more and it'll hit. 1 more and we get it. Should I choose the last one? Okay, I'll choose the last one. IBC C4. There you go. It seems like you cannot decide. We got 1 hit. 1 hit. Now it's the enemy's turn. They got more hits than us. We got only 1 hit. Okay, we got 5 more we got 5 shots now. D8. All right. We always have 5, so try to write 5 in a row. Yeah? Should I guess the rest? Alright, let's go. Let's go with these. E9. Oh, it's already taken. Yeah, E9 is already taken. J6. H3. C6. So one more. Wait, I've been streaming for 10 hours. Oh my god. E8 then. What a marathoner I am. One hit again. Only one hit again. They had 0 hits, so we have earned a phone call. The way it works is that they're gonna call. You'll see, okay? Just look. We want a phone call.
Hello, I am from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I am terribly sorry. It seems there has been a mix-up. You are not supposed to be here. You will be evacuated. My God, really?
Really?
I just need to know which building you were in. It's building. Thanks.
C9. So we have to strike C9. Yes, I know. This is horrible, but you know. So C9. Thank you. We get a free hit. And now choose the rest. Choose 4. We are going to bomb this lady from the phone call. Because we got a free hit. Because they missed. This sounds so horrible. I know. I know how it looks like. H1. All right. All right. C7. F6. And finally E10. Okay, now we got like a lot of hits. Spooky battleships? Yes, in a Soviet blocked environment. I've been streaming for 10 hours. I think I deserve rewards. Okay, we have 5 shots, so choose your shots. I think C8 is I think C8 is a safe bet. You will forgive me if I'll choose this, okay? I think this is a safe bet. I think around here is safe bet. Here. But, you know, choose. Also, we're still reading the book. We've read over like 50 pages. 60 pages, actually. We're doing good. 10-hour stream. bunker. H4. Yeah, you're right. A2. F7. Okay, last one. F5. Very nice. Very nice. They're getting us as well. Okay, choose. Here or here, because you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's go. F8. F8. F9. H5. A2. And finally, A3. Nice! 10 buildings left on the enemy side. I wonder how many they will get. I've never won with this. Okay, I always ended up losing. Just so you know. Okay. Which ones? Maybe you'll lead me to victory for the first time. You don't want to know what happens when you lose. There's only one fiber, so we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We already have it. There's 1, 4. There are 2 threes, and we only got 1. There are 4 twos and 2 1s. You're streaming when I went to bed and streaming when I woke up. I feel like you're better than chat at this game. It's okay. I like the chat to be active. I9. H9. D3. D3 and E3. Nice, very nice. 5 buildings left for the enemy. We're so close. We're so close to victory. The people who make this fish game and fishing make this. I don't know actually. This is a collection of horror games. I think we lost actually. Yes, we lost. Sorry, we lost. We lost all of our buildings. Loser. So now there's only one thing to do, unfortunately. We have to open the drawer. And inside the drawer, there's a gun. Okay. How did you like? Alright. That was concrete tremor. That's enough for now. Okay. That's enough of that. And now we finish for now. I hope you enjoyed. I've been recommended this game in Ukraine. Raid Aron Arrow. Wait, I'm not finishing stream yet. The stream is not over. I said that's enough of this game. We still have some reading to do. Also, I need to get a... Yeah, that's true. We'll try it next time, don't worry. Better luck next time, as they say. We've streamed all day, like 10 hours. I feel like... I'll go to the toilet. Apparently one dude who might be Polish, Kubinka, made the game. No, not the studio I was thinking of. Yes, I've been recommended this while being in Ukraine. I'll be right back. All right, ready? H3H3. Hehe. Okay. We continue reading. While nationalist historians in exile were virtually hostile to the Union, a trend that climaxed in 1989 with the hysterical accusation that Jogaila was guilty of instituting the genocide of the Lithuanian people. I still can't get over this. This is very funny. I'm sorry. This is such a ridiculous accusation. Wow. This is so stupid. I cannot believe it. Cannot believe how silly this is. More significant was the 1975 claim by Dainauskas, another American Lithuanian, that the Krevo Act was a forgery fabricated at some point between the 16th and the 19th century. He was not precise. By Poles wishing to prove Lithuania's subordination to Poland. I'm telling you, nationalist brain rot just produces stuff like this, okay? Nationalist brain rot is... oh boy. Oh boy. Dainauskas' article remained largely unknown until published in Poland in 1987. When it provoked a storm, the journal's editors made it clear that they regarded the article as more of a curious than a serious piece of scholarship. It was subjected to withering critique by Korczak and Koczerska, who demolished its claims. A Lithuanian team subjected the document to close analysis, reaching broadly similar conclusions. Agreement over Krevo's authenticity has brought no consensus as to its meaning. My goodness. While many Polish historians still argue, with reservations, that Lithuania was incorporated into Poland in 1386, albeit for a relatively short period, others deny that incorporation ever took place. I think it never took place, honestly, to be honest. Błaszczyk argues first that it should no longer be a matter for discussion that Krevo was an act of incorporation of Lithuania into Poland, then admits that it was, as Lithuanian historians maintain, a promise of incorporation that was only realized to a small extent, and from which the Lithuanians rapidly withdrew, thus making it a brief episode, lasting from 1386 until 1392 or 1398, before he reaches the contradictory conclusion that the Lithuanian state did not cease to exist in 1386. No, it did not. In my opinion, at least. So what was the nature of the relationship instituted in 1385-86? Krevo was not an act of union, but a prenuptial agreement in which Jogaila and his closest male pagan relations gave undertakings as to what would happen should Jogaila's marriage to Jadwiga take place. It was reciprocated in the obligations confirmed at Wałkawiec Wałkawysk in January 1386 by representatives of the Polish community of the realm who formally offered Jadwiga's hand and accepted Jogaila as their lord, in what was a pre-election subject to confirmation at a wider assembly of the community of the realm at Lublin, and conditional upon Jogaila's marrying Jadwiga. So far, so good? We're on page 75. We really are going through this book. We really are intensely going through this book. Although I feel like I've lost a lot of viewers. Only 5 people are watching now. Then again, to be fair, this stream has been going on for 10 hours. But you said that they were pagan. Yeah, they were pagan. Lithuanians, yeah. It says so here that... Even it says so here. They had to, like, one of the conditions was for them to baptize, to accept Christianity, to accept Catholicism, to be exact. Or like, whether it was, do you know much about the form of religion they practice, or like, whether it was similar to any other nearby pagan? It was, I'm not sure actually. We would have to look into it. Do you want to look into it? We can. We're looking. Romuva. Lithuanian mythology. Lithuanian mythology is the mythology of Lithuanian polytheism, the religion of pre-Christian Lithuanians. Like other Indo-European, ancient Lithuanians maintain a polytheistic mythology and religious structure in pre-Christian Lithuania. Mythology was part of the polytheistic religion. After Christianization, mythology survived mostly in folklore. Early Lithuanian religion and customs were based on oral tradition. Therefore, the very first records about Lithuanian mythology and beliefs were made by travelers, Christian missionaries, chronic writers, and historians. Original Pantheon of Lithuania was formed during thousands of years by merging pre-Indo-European and Indo-European traditions. Devyas, also called Devyas Senalis, Old Man God, the God of Heaven, the Supreme Sky God. Andaios was mentioned in chronicles as the most powerful and highest god of Lithuanians. Lithuanians cried its name in a battle. It might just be an epithet of the Supreme God. Dievas. Ah, okay. But yes. Although some of the promises made at Kreva and Wałkawysk were immediately fulfilled, Jogaila, his pagan brothers, and Vytautas were duly baptized. The evangelization of Lithuania began shortly thereafter, and Jogaila was married to Jadwiga and crowned king. Others were not, or subsequently became irrelevant, such as William's compensation, which he refused. Thus, even if applicare really did mean to incorporate, and Łamiański demonstrates that the term was so used in both private and public law by citing a range of contemporary documents, it remained a promise. No incorporation document survives, and no other sources give any indication that incorporation formally took place in 1386, beyond assertions made in the 1413 Horodło Union. Łomiański argued on scraps of circumstantial evidence that such a document did exist and later disappeared, but his arguments are unpersuasive, and his posthumously published history of the Jagiellons, he was more cautious, taking of przyłączenie, joining, not wcielenie or włączenie, incorporation. So, research into contemporary usage of applicaré led Adamus to assert that what occurred in 1386 was the direct incorporation only of Jogaila's own patrimony, that is the Duchy of Vilnius, and the indirect incorporation of the duchies held by other members of the Gediminid dynasty as fiefs, in the relationship of feudum oblatum. The main evidence for such a claim, Adamus argued, lies in the documents in which members of the Gediminid dynasty swore oaths to homage to Jogaila, Jadwiga, and the Corona Regni Poloniae. The problem with such formulations is the tendency to assume that Krevo was a treaty between two sovereign states in the modern sense. It was not. Formally, it was an agreement between three parties: Jogaila, his pagan brothers, and Vytautas on the Lithuanian side, Elizabeth of Bosnia representing the Angevin dynasty, and envoys acting on behalf of the Corona Regni Poloniae, the community of the Polish realm. Krevo's wording suggests that the relationship forged in 1386 was intended to be far more than a personal or dynastic union, a multiple monarchy or dynastic agglomeration, unity solely in the person of the ruler. Its very existence demonstrates that the Polish-Lithuanian Union did not begin as personal or dynastic unions, usually began through simple inheritance, as was the case in the institution of the Anglo-Scottish Personal Union in 1603, when James VI's accession by heredity right was accepted by the English political elite, and he simply crossed the border to claim his throne. If, as Jelinek argues, one of the defining features of a real union is a formal legal foundation treaty, then the relationship launched by Krevo fulfills this condition, not least because of the involvement of the community of the Polish realm as one of the parties. Community of the realm. That is I like this descriptor, the community of the realm. If the Polish-Lithuanian Union began largely as a result of the failure of the Piast and Angevin dynasties in the male line, the involvement of the Polish community of the realm in deciding who was to rule over it distinguishes it from most personal unions. Most began as the Anglo-Scottish Union began in 1603, when the failure to produce heirs accidents of morality, or in the case of England, Elizabeth I's refusal to marry, disrupted the normal course of the hereditary succession that was usual in Western Europe. Too often it is assumed by scholars of unions that this pattern was universal, and it is for this reason that personal unions are barely discussed in the theoretical literature on unions. They are seen as accidents of history that might, as in the case of England and Scotland, develop into a real union, but more usually were brief episodes in which beyond the common monarch, the parties to union shared little or nothing. Yet hereditary succession was by no means the European norm. In Eastern and Northern Europe, when native dynasties died out, as they did in Denmark, Sweden, Hungary, Bohemia, and Poland in the 14th century, the community of the realm asserted its right to involvement in the determination of the succession, as in Hungary and Poland in 1382, in Scandinavia after the wars sparked by the deaths without male heirs of Valdemar Atterdag in Denmark and Magnus Eriksson in Sweden. The 1397 Kalmar Assembly elected Erik of Pomerania, the adopted son of Valdemar's daughter Margaret, as king of a Nordic union, despite the existence of other candidates with hereditary claims to one or other of the three thrones. Right? So yeah. The institution of the Spanish Union of the Crowns was rather different. It stemmed from the decision taken in January 1469 by Isabella, just named heir to the throne of Castile by her half-brother Henry IV, to marry Ferdinand, heir to the Aragonese throne, as opposed to Charles Valois, son of Charles VII of France, or Afonso V of Portugal, Henry's favorite candidate, although there was a strong pro-Aragonese party at court, led by the Archbishop of Toledo. This was Isabella's decision, and the marriage contract signed at Cervera on 5th March 1469 indicated the strength of her position as the legitimate and recognized heir. It was, as Eliot writes, humiliating for Ferdinand, since it dictated that he should live in Castile, where he was to be subordinate to Isabella. Henry died in 1474. It was only after a 5-year civil war against supporters of his daughter Joanna, whose paternity was widely doubted, that this dynastic decision could be implemented. Without the direct involvement of the community of the realm, the personal nature of the Castilian-Aragonese union was encapsulated by the terms of Isabella's will. After her death in 1504, Ferdinand was rudely stripped of the title of King of Castile that he had assumed under the Segovia Agreement of 1475, although he was allowed to retain the governorship of Castile until Joanna, their mentally unstable daughter, returned from the Netherlands to take up her crown, or until her son Charles should reach his maturity. Only after the premature death of Joanna's husband Philip, the Fair of Burgundy, tripped his widow over the edge into insanity, was Ferdinand left as effective ruler of Castile until his death in 1516. Even if Crevo was but a prenuptial agreement, the involvement of the Polish community of the realm meant that it was very different from the Cervera Treaty, which established the arrangements by which Ferdinand and Isabella would rule in Castile. The agreement was necessary because neither Jogaila nor Jadwiga possessed a clear hereditary right to the Polish throne in Polish law or custom. Jadwiga, for all that the Poles recognized her natural rights, had only acquired the Polish crown by election, while Elizabeth of Bosnia had to accept that Jadwiga's marriage would be determined by the Polish community of the realm. Jogaila, although he had some Piast blood in his veins, had no claim to the throne, and could only be elected to it by the Polish political community, the third party at the Crevo Act. The Polish lords who represented their fellow citizens were well aware of the distinction between the community of the realm and the state. It was expressed in the documents through different use of the term Corona Regni, referring to the community of the realm, and the Kingdom of Poland, the Regnum. The term the Kingdom of Poland is used 3 times in the Krevo Act, twice to refer to the barons of the kingdom, Baronibus Regni Poloniae. Its only other use came in the promise Jogaila made to recover the lost territories of the kingdom. Universas occupantes et defectus Regni Poloniae perquorumis manus distractas et occupata. Significantly was the Corona Regni Poloniae, not the Regnum that Jogaila swore to join his Lithuanian and Russian dominions. If he fulfilled his obligations, Jogaila was to become, in the words of Wałkawysk document, Lord and King of the Kingdom of Poland. Before his coronation, he was referred to as Tutor et Dominus Regni Poloniae. It was, however, to Jogaila and Jadwiga as King and Queen of Poland, and to the Corona Regni Poloniae, not the Regnum, that Lithuanian princes and boyars swore loyalty. So far, so good. So this is important. The Poles were perfectly capable of distinguishing between the political community and the abstract state, which they termed the kingdom, and of separating the person of the ruler from the state, distinctions which some scholars have deemed medieval politicians. Okay, one more time. The Poles were perfectly capable of distinguishing between the political community and an abstract state, which they termed the kingdom, and of separating the person of the ruler from that state, distinctions which some scholars have deemed medieval politicians incapable of making. Growing out of feudalism and harking back to Roman imperial times, the system of government that appeared in Europe during the years 1337 to 1648 was still, in most respects, entirely personal. The state as an abstract organization with its own persona separate from that of the ruler did not exist. See, this is the quote saying that and yet Polish people were geniuses, so they were able to do it. According to Van Creveld, with the exception of the classical city-states and their magistrates, none of the political communities which existed until 1648 distinguished between the person of the ruler and his rule, an idea that was, he suggested, invented by Hobbes and was only instituted between 1648 and 1789. The examples of Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland show that this is simply untrue. As Reynolds argues, the concepts of transpersonal kingship or a transpersonal state existed from at least the 11th century in Germany and even earlier in England. By 1385, Poles not only had well-developed ideas of the political community and of an abstract state separate from the person of the ruler, they also had a sophisticated state structure with institutions of government that had developed significantly since 1320, during the long interregnum after 1382, in an age in which, according to Creveld, authority was entirely personal. The community of the realm ran affairs tolerably, peacefully, and nipped incipient civil war in the bud. It assembled the resolve to resolve contentious matters, the most important of which was the determination of the succession on pragmatic political principles. While at Jogaila's coronation in March 1386, the community of the realm accorded their new king the respect and obedience owed to a monarch. It was made clear that this obedience was conditional. All right. Should we end here for now? We've streamed for 11 hours. So if you want to make any last support for me before I depart, then also I will have to... Who is Arunano? Do you mean on Twitch or on YouTube? Because right now I cannot raid anybody on Twitch because I'm not logged into Twitch on any account. So I have to log into Twitch if I am to raid anybody. So I have to do it off stream because I'm not logged in. I can raid on YouTube though. I can raid on YouTube. I have to log in on Twitch. Oh yeah, I will. Copy link. That I can do. Do you have to log in? I do. I do have to log in. Alright, so if you want to do any last moment donos and support, now is the time. I'm gonna raid you into... Later we'll do some news, by the way. Do you own the book legit or have you downloaded it? I have it downloaded. I have to buy the paper copy. Thank you. Vegcom. Or left of the no. Vegcom is already streaming, so Vegcom it is. Alright. Thank you. I'm gonna end now.